Hey y'all, how you doing? Give me 1 second because I don't want to choke while I'm trying to swallow this Skittle. Lord. Okay. Hello to all my beauties in the chat. Shout out to Humble Me Hype. Oh, excuse me. Raw Truth and Uncut. Shout out to you, sweetheart. Shout out to Humble Me Hype. Shout out to Keeping It Cute with Miss Mel in the building. Hello, Queens. How are you guys doing? Let's start there. How y'all doing? Take a sip of this water real quick. How, how are y'all doing? Let me put me a welcome banner up to all my people. Let me see here. Find me a little welcome banner for the family. All right, a little banner to welcome in everybody. For starters, I hope you all are having a wonderful, wonderful day. Now, though I have not been on live today, I have been having some wonderful time and conversations with some wonderful people throughout this entire day, like in off of the YouTube or whatever. So again, your girl voice is still not all the way back, honey. But I hope everybody is doing good. And okay, I don't say I ain't asked because I think only one person answered me. Don't say I ain't asked about you now. Anywho, I hope everybody has had a good start of their week as we're approaching midweek. I have had a great day today. Um and I hope you all have too. I decided to come. You can't complain. Okay, okay. I see you. I see you. I can't either. Miss Mel, I can't either. I am blessed to be here. I actually came purposely at this particular time. It well, actually, this live wasn't planned, but I out the blue decided for old time's sake that I was gonna go live on like some late night tip or whatever, like I used to do back in the day. You know what I mean? Uh, and you know, kind of be out of the rat race. You know what I'm saying? So here we are. And so it's good to see you guys. I know the streets is busy, you know what I'm saying, and things like that, but that's neither here nor there with me. I just came to kick it with you know, some of the family and, do what we do. So on that note, my husband made some fabulous beef, roast beef today. It was so freaking good, you guys. Some of the most tender that I've ever had. Show enough is in the building, dear darling. I ain't just thinking guts. I'm done. Not the little rascals. Hey, show enough. How are you? It's the the drag race. I'm done. You is so funny. You are so funny. Um, and hey, show enough. I hope you doing well. Hey, you is funny. That was so funny. I had to read it out loud. I had to do it. It was funny. I don't know why I'm trying to talk low. Because everybody in my house is motherfucking up. I just realized that. I'm straining myself more, trying not to wake nobody up, but we all up. So yeah, I can talk a little bit more clearer maybe. But anywho, guys, like I said, a lot been going on around chill, and I hope everybody is doing well in the midst of it all or whatnot, and things of that nature. And humble you is crazy. It's quite clear, that uh oh Lord, see sometimes when you be trying, man, I'm just going, Lord have mercy. Just leave well enough alone. Child, I tell you, it'd be hard out here for a pimp, honey. It'd be hard out here for a pimp. You hear me? But on some, I'm good. My salute to you and the hubby holding it down. Thank you, show enough, and salute to you. Salute to you. It's been wonderful to have you in the building for real, for real. You have been missed in the 411. And speaking of the 411, y'all, it has been quite an interesting week, y'all. It really, really has, y'all. It's been an interesting week. A lot has occurred, sort of, as far as these YouTube streets go. And this is this is what I do in real life on the set. Period. Um, I'm just gonna talk kind of like I kind of like this intimate setting. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna talk a little intimately, as if I'm on some one-on-ones. You know what I mean? With you guys or whatever. But yeah, it's been a lot, y'all, around here. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. It's been a lot of shit talking. It's been a lot of all kinds of stuff going on out here. But all I'm gonna say to whoever up in here is that the break room is is I'm out here. Period. I'm about to lay it down in a bad place. What you mean in a bad place, show enough? What you talking about? Talk to me now. What you talking about? Hey, one Mike, so focused. It's so good to see you. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. What you talking about? Show enough now. You can't be ending sentences like that. What that mean? Good to see you, one Mike, so focused. But yeah, y'all, it's been so much going on around here, child. And sometimes y'all, I'm gonna tell you the truth, child. Sometimes you gotta let people sometimes have whatever they think they have. Like, cause it gets to a point where it's like you gotta know when you done, you know, you just gotta know, and no cap people, on behalf of my break room family, I love y'all so much, you know what I mean? For anyone that'll see this replay or whatever, I love y'all so much. And for everybody, for real, shout out to the mods and all of that. Um, I'm good. One might hope same for you. Okay, y'all talk to each other. Yes, I hope everybody good. But we love you too, sis. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. That means everything. That means everything to me, one might. Yeah, I love the family, you know what I'm saying, so much. And being honest, after a year, you know what I'm saying, and everything that has occurred or whatever, you know, um, the family you start with ain't always the family you end with, as hard or sad as it may be, to see some go, throughout this past year or whatever. But my mission still remains of building my home with you guys, you know what I'm saying? And moving forward, even when some rough, whatever you want to call it, I guess you can call it some rough times in your journey or whatever occurs. That's real shit about the family, period. Tiff about to talk, so keep going, ma. But I asked you a question now. Now, if any family need my attention or something, now I'll shut the fuck up and give you my attention. Nothing I'm saying is more important than the family. So yeah. But and shout out to you, both of y'all. Shout out to the kings in the building and the queens for real. That means everything. But y'all, it has been a crazy journey on these YouTube streets. It has, and I'm just very thankful for those that as some have gone and may no longer be a part of this family. Some have returned to this family, and it has grown in different ways, and I'm very proud of that. Um, some days are different than others with where your focus may be, and you can't always, you plan things and it always don't work out the way that you plan, but you still take it in stride, you know what I'm saying? So I love those that have, you know really rock with me, even those that may not be here. You know what I'm saying? I love everyone that has left a footprint on here. And as like I said, if I'm being honest, y'all know how much I care. So I love you, Mel. I love you. There is no secret that through all of these attacks, through all of this turmoil that has been thrown my way, it sometimes has gotten to survival of the fittest. Like, it has been a terrible, evil situation for many of us to be in. And I'm being honest to whoever's there listening. You understand? It has been a terrible, evil place to be in. And sometimes to protect yourself, you have a couple of choices, and you can try them all out. But truth be told, every choice that you choose don't always work for the same opponent. Silence doesn't always work for everyone. Ignoring doesn't always work for everyone, just like being combative doesn't always work. So depending on your opponent, you have to tailor make these things. And in my journey, you guys, it's been a lot of that. So it don't think that I have not noticed those who have left for whatever reason, turn their backs for whatever reason. Whatever it is cool. My goal is I have to continue my journey no matter what. You understand? Um, I can't control, if I can't control it from myself, I can, I protect people from the wraths of evil as much as I can over here, but it's only one me. And sometimes I have to take my hands off my supporters in order to shield myself. So I never want to come off selfish at all. I give as much as I can of myself genuinely. But if I just want y'all to, whoever, to know, this ain't always no easy road, and sometimes you don't know why things are happening, but you have to keep moving forward, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. There's people out here that rather lightly or not, like, let's just be clear here. Really everything is really been said is all that needs to be said. People will nitpick, still lie, still defame your character, still want to go back and forth. I still exercise my right to choose to cuss you out today, take the day off, cuss you out tomorrow, whatever it is I want to do. I just exercise my right to choose. With that, it's like this in our journey of life. Not everyone was meant to go. Remember that, especially being on our purpose. Yes, 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 yes. I still Frank Green the third. Period. Show enough. Period. Let them know. Yes, one Mike so focused. I couldn't have said it better myself. The YouTube goes no different, guys, than your actual life outside of it. There's people, you come in contact with, and you build a family with, and whatever, that you look back and you wonder, how did we, I thought we would be rocking and laughing and whatever together forever, and all of this, it don't work that way in real life all the time. Sometimes it do, sometimes it don't. You outgrow each other sometimes. It just is what it truly is. Um, all departures don't mean beef. All departures ain't everybody business. All whatever ain't meant to be spoken on or matter. You know what I'm saying? Because things that really have love and care in it ain't uh for exploitation, for clicks and views or discussions and things like that. Uh real life shit. Grown shit. And so if you too loud, I'm in the guest room sleeping. What you doing up? Are you crazy? Hey, Treasure, how you doing? I'm up doing a late night live, like old times, just chatting about everything. Love you, sweetheart. To not to stir you off, but I didn't know Lola was a Scorpio. We deep, deep. Yeah, yeah. She's a few days before ours. Absolutely. It's a lot of Scorpios in the YouTube in this community. I love you too, Treasure. I love you too. I love you too, baby. You already know. Um, Let me see. And no, feel free to interject. I'm cut from a different cloth. I'm sound. Oh, you is funny. You definitely cut from a different cloth. Yes, indeed. Look, them folks, I don't go back and forth with people not on my moral compass. We'll see soon enough who really got it like that. Something humble, and I'm being real honest here. Um, it's something, and I'm glad you said that, but it's something I had to realize. You know what I'm saying? In this game, there is no it's hard to have a right or wrong answer to combat all of this stuff, and it's something I've been talking about for like a couple of days now. It's really really hard to where you end up like, I refuse to be suffocated in this thing. You know what I'm saying? My goal, like I'm sure a lot of people will hopefully's goal would have been, is to, whatever it is you're trying to bring to the table, and whatever content, whatever relationships you're trying to build, whatever, you do it with the best that's in you, and that's all you can do. Always leave room for improvement, and just give the best of yourself that you can. And if sometimes it's not enough, it's not enough. And when it comes to these attacks and things like that, well, hell, I guess even demons get bored. And the more that you try to do good, we have to constantly remember that that's when things attack the most. When you're trying to avoid evils, that's when evils want to chase you down. They're hungry for you to become them, and to to capture another soul. You understand? So sometimes, it, you know it goes down. Sometimes you have to realize that you have to just make choices. But to the lecture at hand, I'm ready to really go to the next level, as far as opening up, the horizons of the break room. I feel like this saga is, and everything tied to it is stagnating myself. I'm a speak for myself. It's really not, you know, it's you know what I mean? Like, it's this shit is too weird for me. I don't like weird shit in real life, and I don't like it on YouTube. Um it's just a lot of shit I'm just not with. You know what I mean? So when these demons try to attack me, I get God's power and call upon his angels to shut them down. You better come on, one mic so focused. You better come on with it. That's why I'm moving out the United States, period. uh Show enough said, hold up. I'm supposed to say the same. Hold up. In life, not everyone is supposed to stay in the same place. For standing my ground, I've been moved around, and it's causing me to move out the United States. The cost of living, too, it's too toxic here for us. It really is. Uh, okay, making sure I read y'all comments. A treasure says, "Come on, we can do better than that. Support the channel, hit the like button." Child is all to the G, because we might can't do better than that. But I ain't even worried about it, because like I was saying, you guys, um I don't like I can't I have been coming into a place where I have realized that this stuff is so toxic, is more trouble than it's worth, you know what I'm saying? um it's really hard to get out of when people are chasing you down in it and whatnot. But I personally, I'm going to continue my mission over here, you guys. Um, Getting used to out with sometime out with the old, in with the new, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you go as far as you gonna go, you know what I mean, with folks. Sometimes people go and they come back, and it's a better saying, who knows? But I I want my family in here to know that I have noticed that, the family I've tried so hard to build, it has been torn. It has been whatever. But what's meant for you is going to be for you. And that for that, I feel, sometimes is it torn at all, or is it, sometimes what you think is the glue, the different glues and patches holding it together, uh, you know eh, you know you know get it? So, I look forward to the rebuild, and I hope everyone else do too. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday, but life goes on. And as far as this beefing, this saga, this internet, like, and don't get it wrong, ain't nothing in my mouth saying I might not cuss me a motherfucker out tomorrow. Depends on who fucks with me. But as far as old dude over there and whoever else over there saying whatever else right now, it's just on repeat. Is none of this shit is worth even acknowledging. So I'm not, until it's something worth me addressing that I want to address, then I get back on whoever asks. But until then, I'm looking forward to, gravitating to bringing in a different situation in here. I'm not holding on to yesterday. Who, sure enough, you spoke a word, honey. You spoke a word. Yeah, them demons be trying to wheel you in when you feel you have a weakness or your vulnerability. That's why we have to stay prayed up and protect that peace. Yes, 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 yes. And we also have to understand when, things that we don't necessarily feel we want to move, have moved around or change or, let go of or move away from, sometimes things will move it away from you. Not everything that we feel is for us, and not everyone we think is for us is for us. And not everywhere we go is where we need to be. So I think it makes for, this ain't the 90s all done. Right. Exactly though. But treasure, yes, it preys on us. Hold on, exactly, Mel. It's easy to get swallowed, especially when you have a good and big heart, man. Treasure. Period. Period. Y'all speaking my language. And I'm having a vulnerable moment with y'all right now. That's why I came. I said I'm gonna do this late just to talk on some grown shit. Like, it has been a lot. I'm not heartless. I'm not without feelings. I'm not without, like, whatever. But at the end of the day, this my shit. This our shit. And who's ever meant to go on the next journey, going. Everything else, I can't stop my world. I can't shrivel and dissipate, and wither because you know this thing here ain't wasn't meant to make me weak. It wasn't meant to wither me away. So if whatever's attached to it that is chipping, without my knowledge, nah, I can't be mad when it's brought to my attention that I'm being chipped away, and I have to recognize it and protect myself, shield myself. You know what I mean? Tiff, last year I kind of told y'all about what I was going through. Maybe you forgot. I do remember some things, but when it comes to being here on this internet, you just I don't be like blurting things out and could be absolutely wrong. Hold on, you guys, 1 second. Give me 1 second, y'all, please. I am back. Let me see what y'all said. I needed my space. I'm better now. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm so glad, show enough. Let me see. I'm so glad. If I want to grow and expand too. I remember when you showed funny videos, it was dope. We were trying to help you explore YouTube Studio to help with creating better content and ideas for the channel. Yes, 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 yes. Um, Show enough says shit happens. I'm not ashamed. Absolutely, show enough. Absolutely. Shit happens. Yes. Um, and I do remember Treasure like yesterday. But something, can I be honest with you, Treasure? I honestly feel like there's so many things I wanted to do when I left this thing, but I feel like sometimes your steps can sometimes be slowed down when there's unfinished business, when there's things you need to kind of do or get out the way or move away from or complete or whatever it is. Sometimes it's nothing wrong with the idea and you could be on the right path, but you know, the universe could be protecting you from dropping a ball with it, you know. So timing has to align with things. And I think, from what I have personally experienced the past, like, I'm gonna say the past 2, 3 months, what I have experienced, um, is things that I had to learn from. I had to, I think, still be conditioned. You know what I'm saying? And um, be that much more wiser. You know what I mean? Sharpen my eye and strengthen myself for the next level. So I take the bitter with the sweet, you feel me? But I remember all of those things. But sometimes, you're being protected sometimes without even knowing it. Own, own it and deal with it. Yes. Own it and deal with it. Yes. So, um, let me see. But yeah, so I just wanted to say that, like, if you've been here with me for a long time, then you'll know it's been a lot of changes, a lot of difference, in the dynamics of the break room. And I I think it's what I asked for. What isn't for me ain't for me. You know what I'm saying? Period. And I want to go to the next step with who is for me. Period. If I never fought you on woke, I'm not trying to say it that way. No explanation needed. So I was just giving my opinion on what you. No, 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 no. I'm giving my opinion on what you said. Like, cause that's a fond memory that I have. I remember it like yesterday. Nah, I'm just speaking the shit I was gonna say in general anyway. No, no, no. I love the sentiment you just said. Thank you for that. Nah, that's actually good memories. You know what I mean? Treasure, we just taking one day at a time. So much is going on. All I can do is protect my peace to get through life these days. Yes, it's definitely spiritual warfare going on. Absolutely. Absolutely, Mel. And Treasure, you always a help. Cut it out. Cut it out. Don't you do me this time of morning. And yes, Mel, I completely agree. I completely agree. And it still remains the year of exposure of all of that, you know. It's a lot to really talk about because it's been a lot, you know. It's a lot of this saga thing, y'all, has caused so much riffraff and things. And I'm like, you know, I'm glad I went through everything I went through because it has shown me a lot that um I am prepared for that could have took years to happen for me to know what to avoid, what to say, not to say. You know, this stuff has shown me a lot because you get on here, you don't even think about the type of stuff that we've witnessed happening. You don't get on here thinking that you really gonna have to be this protective over your life, your this, your that, or the third, as far as you can't even barely invite nobody to your shit that you might have been talking to for 3 damn years because people uh dox and do all this crazy stuff and it's weird. And child, break room just tired of trying to figure it out, you know. I just am. I just am. We are human. It was more of a reminder to use your resources. Yes, I know. I plan to. I plan to trash, but I think a lot of distractions had to be, you know, sometimes you just gotta complete the cycle. I think that's what it is, trash. Sometimes you just gotta complete the cycle, and you want to go into your next thing with a clear situation. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to still be tied up in no type of shit because when you try at the wrong time, you still got vultures out there, and you still got people trying to tear you down, and you know what I mean? You know what I mean. My granddad used to punch me in the chest. Breathe, little nigga. I'm done. Period. I, I'm glad you said that. Show enough. Period. Trisha, I took my son to the store this evening, and nervous out my mind. His first time outside since the incident. I was prepared to shield him at all costs. I wanted him to get some air for a little. How is he? How is he, Mel? Yeah, I would be hard because I don't be knowing what triggers people and stuff. And if people try not to have stuff on their mind, you don't want to really trigger nobody. So y'all forgive me if it's so many people throwing people triggers in people's face. I don't be knowing what's safe to talk about. Let me see. He is healing great tip. Amen. Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Lord. Yes. That is wonderful, Mel. That is wonderful, wonderful, darling. Wonderful to hear. Me paying that. But yeah, y'all. Other than that, y'all. Other than that, and all this crazy dumb shit, tip to give good, and I hope y'all good too. You know what I mean? At all costs, with no weapon, he needed it. I'm happy you still have him, and he has you. Yes, me too. That's good to hear, Mel. Yes, humble. Yes, yes, y'all. Let's see. But and I don't even know I really mentioned all that. I think it's because you don't want people to think you don't care. You know what I'm saying? And I do, in spite of and even though I care, about all y'all. I care so much. I don't even want to be singling out, people that came and gone. I don't even want to be leaving nobody out from my heart still. But I love y'all, y'all good people for real. Definitely good, yes. And cause I mean, I get it. Don't get triggered till life be life. Yeah, I'm not triggered. I'm cooling. I'm cooling like a mug. Ain't nothing triggering, me. It just y'all. Everything just is what it is. You know, everything just is what it is. I just be wanting the fam to know that y'all appreciate it and to actually share, my truth with you. That's it. A little intimate talking. I'm not talking to the ladies, but I got it. I'm talking to jam the song. Oh, I'm about to jam to the song. Oh my goodness. I got it. I got it. I got it. So enough. Oh, sorry, Mel. I'm sorry, baby. That's what I get for trying to multitask and that's what I get for trying to read multiple comments at once. See what I'm saying? See how y'all been dealing with me for so long, child. See, that's how I know y'all some good uns. Y'all been putting up with this shit for I don't know how long. Mel said, I don't get triggered till life be life and got you. Okay, I got you, sis. My bad, child. Lord, see, y'all be having to walk me through it too. Lord, Mel, just Lord, love you, girl, love you. Y'all been putting up me far longer than I probably deserve. Straight like that. But what was he saying? But yeah, so that's it. That's all on that. You feel me, Trash? See, this is what I get for trying to come on here and be sentimental. This is hard enough. I'm over here trying to be all caring and loving and shit. Y'all down there laughing at me because I'm seeing double comments. Child. Mm-mm. The fam be famming around here. You hear me? The fam be famming. But yes, y'all. Yes, y'all. We gonna call a locksmith and change the locks and add an extra foot onto our fence and whatnot. We're gonna have to vet the all newcomers will be vetted. We're gonna have to vet them now. I'm playing Royal Match while listening, and I'm stuck on level 532. Tink said if I don't beat it by morning, she gonna do it and laugh at me. I'm done. Tell Tink I said, hey. Tell Tink I said, hey. Yeah, I ain't coming in here trying to be vulnerable no more. I ain't gonna do it. Mm-mm. Tiff, are you going to cover anything about DV for this month? Hell yeah, I am. I'm gonna cover my YouTube domestic violence. That's what I'm covering. I'm covering DV right now. I'm covering DV right now. My story, domestically abused, right here. Who gonna interview me? I got a story to tell. You hear me? Shit, asking me if I'm gonna cover DV. I've been covering DV all motherfucking weekend. You ain't seen all these punches I've been motherfucking dodging and throwing. You hear me, girl? Shit, some DV, girl. It's all kind of motherfuckers swinging at me. Child abusing me and my emotions and shit. You talking about am I covering DV? Hell yeah, I'm covering my story right now here at the Break Room 411. I've been a bruised. I've been a bruised. I've been bamboozled. Run them up. You hear me? All my channel I had to fight. Talking about am I covering DV? Child, I'm a walking YouTube DV story. You hear me? Child. Hoodwink. You hear me, Treasure? Am I gonna cover DV? Girl. My domestic violence story run deep, child. That's why half the family left in the first place, child. I guess they couldn't stick around and see me getting beat the fuck up every day. You feel me? No, I'm sorry. Hell yeah, Miss Mel. All my channel I had to fight. All about covering the DV shit. Mm-mm. I came in here at 2 a.m. to avoid my abusers, child. Mm-mm. 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 Hell yeah. Been windmilling all damn weekend, child. All year. I've been windmilling for a whole year. Mm-hmm. So, I'm still standing. You hear me? I'm the motherfucking little engine that could. You know what I'm talking about? Now, Tiff, your DV story would be triggering. Mel, you is crazy. Wait, hold up. That Skittle almost ain't go down right laughing at you. Oh my God, child, my DV story in this saga, honey. I would need a part 1 through 3. You couldn't get my whole DV story in one sitting, honey. We would have to have a 1 through 3, honey. Child, I have to come on the show once a week over a month. You hear me? 2 hours every Saturday and shit for a month to get out my damn story, child. Cause my story ain't ended. So my story still be going to the interview happen. Shit, I'll be able to tell you everything from when it started to how I got abused last night. Child, don't matter what day the story come, whatever day you interview me. I got abused the day before, child. I got fresh stories, you hear me? Fresh wounds. Child, this motherfucker's throwing rocks at my window right now. You hear me? It's a motherfucker throwing a rock at my damn break room windows right. Oh shit. Good thing I got them metal doors and shit put in, you know. Oh my God. If you know, you know. Treasure. Treasure, your ass is crazy too. You got your own saga. I swear, I might just tell my own story as my content. You know, I might just take it back to the beginning. You know, to the first lick I ever had to take. You hear me? Picture it. Saga 2023. That's when I became a content creator. You know what I mean? Like Sophia on the Golden Girls. Picture it. Saga 2023. Hell yeah, I might just do that, man. I might just be my own saga. You hear me? Mm. I mean, what content creator you know that they won't leave alone even with my Bible? I be over here with my little Bible singing my hymnals, child, and somebody be tearing me down. You hear me, child? I be over here singing my hymnals. You hear me? With my church hat on and my Bible in my hand. And next thing you know, child, they come and steal my Bible. They take my church hat off my head. They hide my hymn book. That's the type of time they be on. You hear me? That's the type of time they be on. They were around here hiding people Bibles. You hear me? Mm-hmm. I might as well be my own saga over here and only talk about break room business. Everything everybody done did to me. Pull up some videos on that shit. Period. Like that one could get the vibe of it. I couldn't really catch the vibe of Sims either. I be playing word games on my phone. I like Scrabble and stuff like that. Scrabble of spades, something like that, or poker. Yeah, show enough, show enough. Break room saga is on the way. You love spades too. I love me some spades now. I love me some spades, y'all. I love dominoes too. No gamers in the chat. Uh, no, like I'm not one that play like now. I don't play stuff like Grand Theft Auto or you know, football or none of that stuff. I like snowboarding. Snowboarding is fun. Or boxing or something like that. I don't really play this stuff that everybody hooked on right now. You know, now people on games mobbing, taking people out. They on high speed chases with popos, all this stuff that I got away from. You know what I'm saying? Now people play games and stuff that I spent 20 years getting away from all of that. You know what I'm saying? Why I want to play it for on the game, be running from the popos in the game and stuff. I like Super Mario, Tetris, um, Super Mario, Tetris. As far as old school games go, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, boxing games, stuff like that. Reels, trash, child. My nephew be playing them games. I be like, child, maybe chasing, chasing each other and banging each other. I be like, what in the street shit is this? Yes, Donkey Kong sign. Yeah, them old school games is the truth. I used to be up as a little girl, staying up for hours playing Super Mario and shit. I'd be up for hours. Like, what? Ain't no way the weekend over and tomorrow school. Ain't no way. I need like 4 more hours on this motherfucking Mario game. I'm gonna beat the game and have fun. I know new shit. Yes. See, now you talking. You love Mario? I do too. Oh, there you go. It's all you always doing something tomboyish. I swear, you one of them fly girls that like doing the stuff like when you one of the girls that hang out with the boys. Cause I swear you in this basketball and this GTA, honey. I just don't understand it, honey. You one of them chicks that damn. I know who you is, honey. You one of them girls. All the girls wanna be, and all the guys wanna hang with and be with, but you just be doing you. They like, I wish my girl watched basketball like Treasure. I wish my girl would sit here and play GTA like Treasure. And you be like, gone. Yes, I know you do. I know you do. I bet you like 5'4", 5'5". You under 5'6", ain't you, Treasure? Treasure, I'm just telling you. I'm telling you who you is. You feel me? You fly as hell, but you don't mind laying your hair down, doing something different. I get you. You know, you know, I see you, Treasure. I see you. hmm Hair be laid as hell in them profile pics. hmm hmm You get your hair done more than us girls on these cameras, don't you? Y'all fly girls, y'all just stay in the chat. Uh. ah, that male, you too fly to go live at late night hours like this, ain't you? You one of them fly girls that's trying to pretend you normal, right? hmm hmm You up here trying to mingle with us normal people. Get your fly ass off these YouTube streets, girl. Okay? Just cut it out. All right? Humble, just leave it alone and run it up with them all them dope glasses and stuff you do, child. Run it up, then come back and put them on for drop your thing on Amazon on these hoes. You feel me? Look, we about to do some new management shit. We about to be the go get it girls. You feel me? We already getting it, but we gonna go get some more shit. We tired. You feel me? Fuck it. Know what I'm saying? Somebody hit, we hit harder. It be up in this stuff. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Show enough where you at. Show enough where you go now. Don't leave me hanging. Don't leave me hanging. Show enough. You don't run off. Tip, I'm crazy in real life. I'm a thug. I'm trying to tell you, child. See, I knew that's why we get along. Me too. Nutso. I be on here sane as hell. Praying for people not to mess with me. You hear me? I be praying. See, that's how you know I ain't, you know what I'm saying? That's how you know I be praying for people to just leave me alone. My first thought was like 3 hours and 24 minutes of work. Hey, I'm saying I don't even like confrontation. It make me sweat. I don't like sweating. Now, male, I don't believe that shit. Cause girl, use a pistol. Now you can go take that shit. You can go take that lie. Hey, Treasure, Mel in here doing that lying stuff again. Talking about she don't like confrontation. Many times you done cuss Brother Troy out when he just playing his music. I don't know what family house you think you at right now. Coming in here lying, child. Shit. Mm-mm. You done borderline cussed me out before, and I ain't did shit. So don't come here talking about that. I don't like confrontation. Barely. I mean, I don't. Not me, girl. Bye. Mm-mm. You done got caught. You done got caught boxing on live. Just leave me alone. Show enough. Tell Mel just leave me alone, child. I seen her laying niggas out on live. I don't even want to talk no more. Treasure, I ain't do shit. You hear me? I ain't do shit. Mm-mm. Matter of fact, let me put that banner up. I think that should be what this live is called. I ain't even do shit. I think that's what I'm gonna change my name to in the break room. I'm gonna change my name to I ain't even do shit. That's my new name right there. Shit. I'm sick of this shit. That's my new motherfucking. That's my new handle right there. I ain't even do shit. When y'all see me, I ain't even do shit. You hear me? Uh uh uh. I only fuss about people I love. It's all love. If I did love you, I wouldn't say anything. Oh, Mel. Cussing me out because you love me, girl, and I feel it too. Oh shit, y'all so funny. Hey Shell, hey, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How was your day? How's your day? Well, actually, your morning going. I'm gonna change mine too, but I'll do some shit. Humble, you crazy. You crazy. Nah, but I'll do some shit. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. It's gonna be my answer for everything. I ain't even do shit. Cause I feel like I've been saying that shit all week. You hear me? Everybody mad, but I ain't even do shit. Show enough who you talking to? Is this somebody in the chat I can't see? Did, did I miss something? See, raw baby to me. I thought you said Shelly is the firecracker. Not me. Shelly is the firecracker. You a pistol. Use a pistol. You hear me? It's good that you and Amore are up late. This is when I clean up the house while everybody is asleep. Yeah, sometimes in late night lives, you never know who be up at third shift or just up, can't sleep. And your significant other might be asleep. You don't feel like watching TV. Sometimes them lives be life when you just kicking it. It's a general statement. It's get old to say something like that. Is it? Oh, right, right. Got you, show enough. Got you. Got you so much. Yeah, got you. Got you. Got you. Yes, I totally understand that statement. Yeah, girl, use a pistol. That's what I said. Yes. Hey, other people in them bushes, cause I know it ain't 12 of us in here conversating in the chat. So hello, drop the name of who you look waiting for me to talk shit about, and we'll see if we can fit it into our lives. Oh man, I kid, I joke with you. Ooh, hey, I wish I had me a professional L roller like Snoop Dogg. You know what I'm saying? Need me a professional L roller. Hey Mama Three, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome in, Sugarfoot. Welcome in. What's happening? And how are you doing? Everybody that come in the chat, let me know how are you doing. Tiff wants to know how y'all doing. Excuse me, how was y'all night? I think I stopped by More Alive tonight and said hello before I hopped in the shower. I'm surrounded by women right now, and y'all full of shit. Just kidding. Don't do us, show enough. Don't do us. Don't be doing us like that. Don't be doing us like that. How y'all doing? What y'all want to chat about? I got a little time on my hands. What's on y'all mind? What you want to chat about? Open discussion. Open late night discussion. What the business is. Talk to me. What is on your mind? Y'all, I was on Brother V Bennett panel last night. You know, V Bennett is a content creator who covers a lot of politics. He's over here, y'all see him over here occasionally or whatnot. But I be over there politicking. And so, child, y'all homie, the complaint department, he just came and just took over the whole debate I was having, child, for hours and hours and hours. You hear me? I said, child, I can't take you nowhere. You got five sisters. And it's about five of us sisters up in this chat. Five of us women up in here. I'm just chilling, sleepy as fuck. I've been windmilling all day. I haven't took not one nap yet. What you been windmilling? Who you been windmilling, Raw? Is everybody windmilling out here? It's just one big ass windmill. Child. I'm scared though, because my son is going to have to go to trial. It's driving me insane. I'm trying to keep him safe until we get through this. Oh, you got this, man. God is going to cover this thing, you know. If God brings you to it, God gonna bring you through it. Just know that. Don't be scared. You take the love and comfort of God in there with you, and your son is going to be just fine. He's going to be just fine. That that person had no business doing what they was doing, and may they, you know, may he be protected, you know, while having to do whatever it is he has to do. I ask for full protection over your son, Miss Mel. Y'all sorry I ain't got my throat. I said my throat, my voice back yet. But we'll continue to pray for you and your son and ask that God put a hedge of protection around him and keep you guys comforted, keep y'all safe, and protect him from any enemies or anything like that. May you just be protected 360 all around you. You understand? Speaking it into the atmosphere. Prayers are certainly up for you, sis. Period. 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 May no weapon formed against you or your son prosper. May no weapon formed against you or your child prosper. And I pray for his full recovery, full restoration of the body, mind, spirit, and completion. Period. Yes, oh yes. Gotta keep each other uplifted. Play games? What that mean? You crazy showing up. No, no, not quite John Amos. No. He was cool, sweet, but also disgruntled. My dad wasn't a disgruntled dad. Oh, we should play some games. Oh, we can't. I don't know what kind of game I could play now because my mind half functioning with the hour. I feel like my mouth running, but my like you know how you not sleepy, but you tired. I don't even know if my brain can come up with a game. Oh, I am on what kind of game you want to play? What you got in mind? Enough with the mushy stuff, woo child. I'm here to kick it with the family and get my mind off of things for a while. I love y'all. We love you too. And we'll always be a mushy family over here. We gonna talk shit to each other and love each other up. I took so many ass whoopings because of my sisters. I'm done. I'm done. Not because of your sisters. I'm done. I can't think of a game. Let's see. I can't think of a game. Trivia games. I could play one with y'all if my damn iPad wasn't dead and my charger wasn't downstairs. I could have. Somebody should have came up with some trivia questions. And somebody who got access to some type of trivia could come and host. Let me see. These ginger snaps are snapping. Um, I'm freaking done, sure enough. Now that is funny. Oh, we can play that. We can play that, Treasure. I know, right? Okay, we can play that too, Treasure. Let me think of some. Okay, you got some stories. You want to tell us some stories? You want to tell some stories? You want to come host the show? Okay, let me do one game and never have I ever. And I'm gonna drop the link if anybody want to take over while I eat some ginger snaps. You don't see what, Raw? I love this teamwork in the chat. I'm confused. I don't know who talking to me and who talking to each other. Lord. See, this remind me of the old family times when y'all used to keep me discombobulated. I love ginger snaps. You said you don't see it because we ain't started yet. We played Never Have I Ever. Is one chat thing we did. And I have to think, because we ain't played damn games in so long. When we dropped a one or a two. Um, damn, I can't remember, Treasure. You're the one that usually remembers stuff for me. Now, damn it. The first problem in this relationship is this the first time you ever asked me to remember some shit. I'm not used to that. Now, in the old family, you remembered everything for me. Let's not switch up the relationship now, okay? Stay focused. Why I let the at all? I spent over 100, and a clerk gave me a pack of eatable cookies for free. When I got home, they were stale. I'm done. Frank Greenfield, never have I met. Oh, raw truth, you funny. Wait, oh Lord, y'all done tickled me in this chat. Frank Anthony took me out. I'm telling you, honey, child. All right, let's play Never Have I Ever. If you have done it, put a, what should we do? Ones and twos. Y'all got to keep y'all own tally, though. Y'all got to keep y'all own tally. Let's see who done did the most things. All right, here we go. Never have I ever, and put a, let me see. Drop an emoji in the chat, any emoji if you have done it, okay? Now you keep up with how many times you dropped emojis in the chat, okay? I'm gonna ask like 7 questions, and we gonna see who done the most out of 7. All right, okay. So the one who's done the most is the break room's wild. When you hear me, come on, show enough, come on, you gotta play. It was dated 12/23. I'm taking that shit back to him and get me some gummies. The nerve of people. I'm done. Keep it cute. That's crazy. All right, first question. Whoever here, and if you in the bushes and want to join us, you're welcome to come down and drop your emoji. So you can put any emoji you want. It will represent the fact that you have done it. All right, Treasure's already done it. Second question. I'm so done. Okay, here we go. Never have I ever okay. It's gonna get ugly in here. So y'all wanted the game, but you ain't tell me how I can play it. Okay, clearly a few people done already done some things in here prematurely. Okay, I understand. Never have I ever done the nasty on a plane, train, or automobile. Who done the nasty in a car, a plane, a train, a bus? Who been doing the nasty? I'm just Sunny! Hey Pooh! How you doing? This break room after dark. Never have I ever. Uh, all my questions won't be this way, you guys. But I thought I would get you going. You know what I'm saying? I thought I would get in y'all business early. You understand? Oh, y'all are y'all a naughty family. Y'all got the planes, trains, and automobiles on fleek in here. Okay, okay, okay. I see y'all got the planes, trains, and automobiles jumping. Okay. I am not. I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. Oh my God. I am not. Oh my God. Okay, next. Keep up with your scores, y'all. I want to see who's the family whore. No, I'm just playing. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, here we go. Um, something else is going on. Oh yeah, one mic so focused. I stay working on my nesting eggs and nests for sure. For sure. You know, shit getting real around here. Um, okay, let's go. And that's a good topic. One mic so focused. See, why didn't you drop that down while I was asking y'all for something to talk about? You don't wait till we start playing the game to say something that I want to talk about. Um, all right, here we go. That's one. Keep up with your scores. Never have I ever went fishing. Never have I ever went fishing. Who in here get they fish on? Okay, okay. Who get they fish on in their lifetime? Okay. 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 I see the emojis pulling up. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. Next question. Never have I ever cussed out one of my neighbors. That's the person that live to your left, your right, in front, or in back of you. Drop your emojis if you done cussed out one of your neighbors in your lifetime. And then I'm gonna drop the link for you to tell me what you said. Just who out there cussing out neighbors? Oh my God. Y'all bad. Oh Lord. The cussing out still was dropping. Oh my God. Good to see you, Sonny. I've missed you. I feel like I ain't seen you in a little while. Good to see you, Princess. Okay, I see y'all been cussing out neighbors. Next question. Keep up with your scores, but so far, looks like all y'all been out here. We not being nasty. You ain't gotta go to night night. We being real, real gentle in here. It's we innocent. Next question. Next question. Never have I ever mm, mm, okay, boom. Never have I ever went on a trip and had to cut somebody out. Who done been on vacation and had to cut somebody ass out? Has anybody been on a vacation that was meant to be peaceful and all of that, and you had to cuss you a motherfucker out? Now I have. I'm going to tell you. Who done went out the country to the beach to another state and you thought you was gonna have use a good time, child, and then ended up having to cuss you a motherfucker out? Y'all are funny. Oh my gosh. It's nice to know it wasn't just me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, next question. This time I didn't see 5 people. I seen 3 this time. Okay. Let's see here. Mm, okay. Never have I ever not hold on. Never have I ever not made it to the bathroom on time. Who done came out the club done whizzed on theyself. Who couldn't get the key in the lock quick enough. Thought you could make it home from work. No, don't tell the truth, shame the devil. Do, 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 do. Y'all capping. Oh man. Okay. Hmm. I said, who in here? The question was, never have I ever not made it to the bathroom on time. Now I know it's somebody in here that done got drunk and thought you was going to get into the bathroom. Somebody else was in there and that door wouldn't unlock, child, and you sitting there holding your legs together doing a dance, child, and you praying and you holding with all your Kegel muscles. You hear me? You hear me? I'm dropping because it's funny. Straight like that, treasure. You know what I'm saying? You know, you be trying to I hope your Kegel muscles work in time. And you like, Lord Jesus, be a fist around my Kegel, cause auntie baby. And then next thing you know, we ain't gonna tell all that bitch to shout. but it want the club though. Oh my goodness. All right. Let me see. Never have I ever been in love at first sight. Who done fell in love with somebody at first sight? Drop your emoji. Who just synced them a motherfucker and knew from the first time you synced that motherfucker, it was over? Anybody in here ever been in love at first sight? I wanna know. Definitely fuck no. Not fuck no. Okay. Never have I ever had beef on the internet. Who in here been beefing on this internet? I've never. Who in here? Never have I ever beefed on the internet. Who in here done found themselves arguing with somebody on the internet? Is that a guy that asked that? Shut up. Who been beefing on the internet? Is this a trick question? I would never. You crazy Mel. Okay. Let's see. Um, okay. Never have I ever been jumped in a fight. Drop your emojis if you ever been jumped. Drop your emojis if you been jumped before. See if you win a whole game with that question. You got your own saga, period. You is crazy, child. It can't be. You gotta watch my live for the day to get this one. I said, who in here? Never have I ever been jumped before. That's the question. Never have I ever been jumped before. by more than one person at the same time in real life. I done been jumped before by 7 bitches, but they couldn't fight. Now tally up your scores and drop them in the chat. Y'all, I feel like I delivered this game so boringly. I apologize. I'm laying down eating ginger snaps. Treasure has done 8 things. And I think I had 8 questions. So that means you done said yes to everything I asked. Treasure got 8. I don't think nobody could beat that, Treasure. Does anybody else have 8? Well, 6. Okay. I think I got all of them. Never have I ever switched the tag in the store for the cheaper price. That's a good one. Let's do it, y'all. Thank you, Sonny, for dropping one in the chat. Never have I ever switched a tag in the store for a cheaper price. Anybody ever switched a tag in the chat? Who out there done switched the tag? Who out there done switched the tag? Let me know. You done switched to a tag, Treasure. I love your honesty. I love your honesty. Sure enough, you crazy. Okay, Mel, baby. And please drive safely. Please drive safely. Okay. I ain't gonna eat no more ginger snaps, y'all. So I'm gonna stop boring y'all. Okay? This is my last one. But honey, these ginger snaps had me over here mesmerized, child. I was participating as much as I could. You hear me? Mm-hmm. We gonna save a coin. You hear me? Period. Period, boo. Period. Period. Now, I used to know a beast booster, right? That I used to buy like detergent, meats, like and all that. I used to know somebody that was an excellent uh stiller. And he would go in there like if he was like if I was having a cookout and I'd be like, go get some steaks and some whatever, this, that, and the third, right? And he would even do it with going through the line, right? He would just put the Kool-Aid packs underneath the meat and swipe it. Or if it's or whatever it was, like whatever it was, he would hold the Kool-Aid pack, which is so flat, ain't nobody paying no attention, the self checkout. Yeah, he used to get me mad, me swiping them damn Kool-Aid packs. Yeah, honey, I love me a good booster, honey. I sure do. It's, I love a good meat booster, detergent, house supplies, whatever, especially clothes, shoes, plugs. Yes, yes, absolutely. What you apologizing for? You ain't done nothing, sure enough. Um, let's see. But yeah, you are so right, honey. I love me some boosters. I used to have my list ready too, baby. I used to have my list ready too. Shall. Oh, damn. Dang, humble. Dang. That's funny. That is funny. Treasure, you crazy. Let me get an order. My money good for real. It's okay, show enough. You know I'm a humorous host. It's all good humor, baby, with me. And thank you, though. Thank you, King. Excuse me. Thank you, thank you. What's new, guys? What's new out there? What's new? What's on your minds? It don't even feel like I've been on this live over an hour. Be like, hey, girl, because it be the boys in dresses that get the job done, or BBW on the liquor boost. Child, listen, I used to know a lady who would take, I don't know how she was doing this shit, but she'd come out with cases of Heineken and all kinds of shit. I'm like, how the fuck did you get out the store? Like, she was a neighborhood person when I actually stayed in the hood in another city. Um, um, whatnot, and she used to walk around the neighborhood, not with her stuff. If she sees somebody out, she'll ask what you like do you drink or do you whatever, whatever it was she had at the time. So if it was like if she had beer and liquor and stuff, child, she'll come back with fucking 12, the 12 case, 12 bottle case, Heineken 12 bottle case, Corona, just child. I be like, how did you walk out the store with all this? What is you doing? Ah, it's magic. Gotta buy a liquor license. Yes, auntie. Uh, uh, uh. I'm sleepy as hell. I really need to listen to me some ASMR and go to night night. Is what I need to do. I don't even be wanting to know. Yo, Sonny, I don't really be even wanting to know either, honey. To tell you the truth. Tell you the truth. Let's see. Damn, I ain't know it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Hey, Beepin' how are you? What you up to, bro? You off work? That's what's up. I hope you had a good day at work. And I must have spoke you up because I just spoke your name not long ago and was telling them how my husband came up and took over my debate last night. We gonna have to leave him off the panel. You hear me? Taking over my debates. Okay. So will give me 1 sec, y'all. Give me 1 second. I gotta run and get me a water and I will drop the link. Hold the chat down if I got mod in here. Oh, you did. Oh. Woohoo. Okay. What you say, Mel? What you mean was wrong? Oh, I had to go get me some water. That's it. Well, some juice. Let me see. I had to get some water. Let me see. Making sure I read all y'all comments in the chat. Lord, I gotta take a break from live for two days or so I can get my voice back. I never do. I never do. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. What's up?
Hey, brother V, how you doing?
I'm good. How
How
you
was
doing?
work? Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Your day was good.
Okay. Yeah, I was at work. I was in the evening, the night shift. So, it's morning time here. You can see all the light now. But
Yes.
what you think about that debate?
Yes. Which one? Which debate you talking about?
This one, the one that just happened in the night. Did you see it? Yeah, you
I
saw it.
did. I didn't.
Oh no,
Because I
no.
saw it happening, but I was tied up and I missed it.
Yo, I watched it, and it's just more of the same, and I just wanted to, one of the reasons why I wanted to hop up is because I don't always get a chance to talk to your listeners and everything, but I just want to say this. Listen, do not believe the hype. If you watch the debate, and if you haven't, go watch it. But it's a theme that they keep bringing up that Americans need to get wise to, and if you just do a little bit of digging, you will find out. And also ask people in other countries like myself that are American, right? That I'm from the U.S., but I actually moved abroad, and
Hmm.
um, and the reality is that the only reason why I'm saying this is because when I moved abroad, it took me a minute to kind of really digest what was going on because I didn't believe this shit either. I was like, something's got to be wrong if everybody got health care. Something's
Hmm.
got to be wrong if they paying people to go to school. Something's got to be wrong if everybody gets 6 months off when they have a baby. The mother and the father, you get a year to split. Something got
Right.
to be wrong. And then after a while, being here for a while, I realized, no, they're not faking with this shit. This is really how it is. And we pay the same taxes that people pay in New York City, Los Angeles, these big cities, Chicago, what it's the same taxes. And there's been a big game going on where the Republicans try to, or some others, even some Democrats at times, they try to scare Americans into thinking or trick them into thinking that somehow you're not owed this stuff, that this is stuff you're not owed. But let me ask you this: how come every NATO ally basically has this stuff, but the U.S. don't? How's that possible when the U.S. is the most strongest NATO country? It don't make sense.
It's true.
The
Hey,
U.S.
I
Yeah.
want to welcome One Mike So Focused to the stage. Welcome up, brother Mike.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? What's going on, chat? What's going on? What's going on? What's
What's up, Mike?
going
How you
on?
doing, Mike? All right. Yeah, man. Good
So
to meet you,
so
man.
far so good. So far so good, man. Nice to meet you too, man. I'm gonna let y'all
Yeah.
know. I know a lot of what's going on in the United States, man. It's
Let's talk
basically
about it.
it's one big corporation, right? A lot of us don't know that we have rights and we have our power. You only give these people power when you consent to be governed. And to be governed is to vote for these people. I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna be the black sheep in the room, and I'm gonna ask y'all a question. When the fudge has voting ever helped us as a people? I'll wait.
Ah, you sound like my
I mean,
husband last night.
you have to ask the people that actually get some people into office when they vote. You know, and
Mm,
so
I'm
I
I'm gonna
mean,
tell you, when you
well,
vote, when you
good.
vote for these people, when you vote for them and you ask them what could be done about this and what could be done about that, don't they mislead you with false promises, false hope? When have they ever done anything for you when you put your suggestions in?
Well, I would say this. I understand the sentiment because, to be honest with you, in terms of these needs, basic needs, the U.S. for its own citizens, the U.S. has been behind. So nobody can blame any. And I had the same sentiment too. Shit, it's not like, I mean, you live in, if you live in the U.S., you know what the sentiment is, right? But I think the other question that can go along with that is why, right? Why is it? And if you look just at the U.S., even just look at it right now, you see Republicans and Democrats, they're not getting along. They're not supporting each other on the basic rights of the citizen. And that's the overall problem. That's what's unique about the US. It's not going on in Canada. It's not going on in the Scandinavia. It's not going on in Germany. It's not perfect, but those kind of basic needs like healthcare, basic needs,
Okay,
nobody
let
on.
me say this.
Go ahead.
Let me say this though. Let me say this though. Okay, so according to the New Deal, Theodore Roosevelt deemed everybody to be the goal. The New Deal was to get everybody a social security number and to tap into our what they call it, PCT. PCT stands for Public Charitable Trust. Now that trust, when you're first given, you've heard about the maritime law and all of that, right? When you're first born.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when you're first born, your mother is the ship, she's the vessel carrying precious cargo. In other words, you were that precious cargo when your mother was pregnant with you. Your father was the seaman or seaman on deck. He was the one that put the precious cargo into the mother, the vessel, the ship, right? Now, when you go to deliver that precious cargo, you go to the dock, dock door, the docking bay. Now, when he delivers you, he basically, takes you out of your mother's womb, gives the delivery, and within that delivery, there are two things being created. One is the regular side of you, and one is the straw man side of you. It says that through what they call it Edom sonins. In other words, sounds alike, sounds the same, but it's not the same. That social security number that your parents applied for, along with that birth certificate is a banknote, which also is what the companies use whenever they need to identify you, along with that social security number. That social security number at a certain age, you're not supposed to be using that. You're supposed to be in the private. And on that top of that, when they say, are you a US citizen? No one in here is a US citizen. When you claim to be a US citizen, they have these new set of laws and rules to say that you are the country, or should I say the state's property. You're not that, you are the surety. You've been made the implied surety over that principal debtor. In other words, the person who pays, the person who's responsible, the person who's basically undergoing all the risks. That all caps name, when you get in the mail, those letters, when you get a letter that's in all caps, they're not referring to you, they're referring to that fiction side of you, that all capital letter name. In other words, that's the principal debtor. Anytime you go to jail, that's the principal debtor. Anytime you got a bill, that's the principal debtor. Anytime you got to pay taxes, that's the principal debtor.
But look,
What?
can I ask you this? But where
Sure.
where do you look maritime law up? Where do you find that at?
On the internet, man.
No, just yeah, but where on the internet? Where did you get it from?
Where did I get it from?
Yeah.
Just look it up. Look it up. Okay, Anna Von Wrights. You could look up that one. You could look up
No, no,
Yusuf.
I'm just saying maritime law because that's the first one you mentioned that what goes with the maritime law, right?
Hmm.
And what I'm
Hmm.
saying is that where do you find it? The one you're talking about specifically.
Oh, creditors and their bonds.
Creditors.
Look it up.
So that's a legal document.
No, it's
Okay.
partially legal, and it has all the forms and testimonies in there. If you don't believe what I'm saying.
No, well, I'm just saying because I looked at maritime law and they talking about ships, navigating, regulations,
That's only
inland
partially
water,
right. That's
vessels
only partially
ownership,
right.
insurance claims on vessels, seafarers'
Yep.
rights.
Hmm.
You
Yeah,
see what
when
I'm?
you, yeah,
But
but when you,
it also says the United States, the United Nations Convention on the Law of Sea.
hmm that's another good one.
But I mean that's what it said when I looked it up.
Okay, but that's another one though. But do you know the intricate points of how everything is going on today about that? Because
Um.
we're in that, we're living that right now.
Okay. Is you pay when you pay taxes? Are you following that law?
I don't pay taxes, bro.
Okay. So, I mean, basically, if you don't pay taxes, right, and you don't vote, then I mean, there's so many things according to the U.S. law that you won't even qualify for. It's not. It's like not even being in the game.
You don't know that. That's based off of your assumption.
Well, okay. So, what is it that you qualify for federally when you don't pay federal taxes?
Okay, well, you're talking about paying for federal taxes. You see, I'm what they call a private American. I don't pay taxes, and I'm entitled to a lot more than you. You're a U.S. citizen, am I right?
I'm a U.S. citizen, but I don't live in the
Okay.
U.S.
All right, so let's do this then. Go on my E-Verify, put in all your information, and then it'll pop up that you're not a U.S. citizen. When you say that you're a U.S. citizen, you're saying that you are a debtor. You are a corporate fictional entity. They're trying to match you to that birth certificate, social security number, and that driver's license, which is a trust. They're trying to say that you're a legal entity. When you state that, yeah, I'm a U.S. citizen, I'm a legal entity, they say, oh, you're a U.S. citizen? Okay, so now you're on the verge of all our corporate bylaws. We get to take advantage of you. And a U.S. citizen, if you look it up, a U.S. citizen stands for a 14th Amendment citizen, a slave. You're not a slave, bro.
Yeah, brother. But if you're referring to the Constitution, they already made amendments to that.
They made amendments to that, but you have to read it a lot closer. No one is a 14th Amendment citizen.
Okay, so you saying that I'm a slave because I'm a U.S. citizen?
That trust, that PCT trust, is that straw man. That straw man is the 14th Amendment citizen, not you. The living
Okay,
flesh and blood you is not a slave. You're saying that you, the 14th Amendment citizen, of what you're saying, yeah, I'm a U.S. citizen, like everybody else has done. Even I did it once too. But once I found out who I was, I'm like, nah, I don't want to be no parts of that shit. When you go ahead and you say that you are that, then
okay,
you wondering why a lot of stuff that if you go into these courts, you have no rights. All this other stuff, they say, oh yeah, you a U.S. citizen? Okay, you a U.S. citizen. In other words, U.S. citizen, citizenship. Like sit in the ship, slave, citizenship.
but brother, I'm sorry, but
Okay.
look, I got to ask some technical questions that go along with that too, right? So
Sure, absolutely. Ask away.
if 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 that's what it is, then how did they contact me?
How did who contact you?
Whoever is owning me.
Oh, whoever's owning you, they don't
Yeah.
have to. They already own you. You consented.
Okay, so they don't have no contact with me whatsoever.
Actually, they do. One of
Right.
them is the IRS when you go to
Okay.
file your taxes, right?
Mhm.
Another one is, say for example, you got to pay a bill, right?
Yeah.
You pay bills? Okay, cool. So that means they immediately contact you through your all capital letter name. Is that correct?
No, I don't have no all capital name. I never
Yes,
been
you do. When
contacted.
them letters come in the mail, they don't come in all capital letters.
No.
You sure?
None of my letters can. None of them. You want me to look one up right now? Let me see. I
Okay,
mean, I
cool. When you pull your license out, is it in all caps?
hold on.
When you look at your birth certificate, is it in all caps?
Let me check it
When you
out.
look at, okay, cool. And when
I'm
you look
looking
up
at
your
my.
social security,
I'm
when you
looking
look
at
at
my
your social
license.
security
It's
card,
not
is
even
it
all
all
caps.
caps? Huh?
And hold on. I'm looking at my license and it's all caps. Hold on. Hold on. It's not all
Mm-hmm.
caps. Hold on. 2
You
seconds.
sure? Okay. All right.
Mine is.
Okay. When I pull out my passport, my
Mm-hmm.
name is in all caps.
Okay. That's your trust. That's not you.
Okay, but let me ask you this then.
Sure.
So how do you travel outside of the U.S.?
How do I travel outside of the U.S.?
Yeah.
Well, I have my passport as well, but my passport is underneath a different status than yours.
Okay, so where do you get the passport from?
Where do I get the passport from? Of
Hmm.
course, the passport agency, the Department of State.
Okay, so they issue you a different passport.
It's the same one, but when my name gets pulled up in the system rather than yours, yours says that you're a U.S. citizen and that you're subject to everything as far as, being a slave to the U.S. Mine, I'm on the do not detain list.
It don't say nothing about being a slave on mine. I don't see that.
That's when they pull it up. Okay, so when they ask you to stand, when they ask you when you go to travel, right? Let me ask you a question. When you go to travel, they say, hey, slide your car through here, and you go through all of these checkpoints and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Okay, so what do? You just get on the plane and you can just travel anywhere.
Well, what they do is once they scan that card and they say, okay, sir, let me see your ID, and they'll say, okay, cool. Walk me right this way, sir, and then they'll pull me off the line, and then they'll walk me right through scanning.
Okay, so they walk you right through the scanning. Okay, I mean that's what
Everybody else gets to stay on the line. I don't.
if you can do that, that's a wonderful thing. If you could do that, right?
Okay.
But I've never seen nobody with one of those passports. I've seen loads of people with the passport I have.
Okay.
So,
Well, that's the difference. You're saying you're comparing it to everyone else. Like I told you before, I'm a private American. You won't see me like that amongst everybody else. They'll be like, why is he getting pulled off the line? Why is it? Because I'm not like everybody else. There's very few of us out there.
I got a question.
Sure.
I got a question while I have you men on my panel.
Mhm.
I'm gonna reel this in by asking you guys this, and I would like the both of you point of views. Now, um, both of you have different kind of American backgrounds, so to speak. Like with as you represent yourself. V Bennett doesn't live in the country
Mhm.
currently, and both of you, the gentlemen, know a lot that's going on, and I'm up here. It's like a sponge right now. You understand? However,
Mhm.
this is what I would like. A lot of people are, I don't want to call it regular, but while we're in the election and stuff that we, where we're at right now with the election and all that stuff going on. Um, what would either one of y'all say to those who are in this country as regular, I guess, American citizens or whatever, living in the country and all of that? I'm trying to get a word out, as far as politically, I'm not really so too deep in politics, but I am enough to say I think we have a lot of people that's shunning away from voting for whatever reason, and everybody got different walks of life. But what would you say to those that are living here, don't plan to leave here? What do they need to look for in voting? As far as state-wise, federally, all of that. What would y'all say to the American citizens for
I'm
this
gonna let the
time of
gentleman go
year?
first. Mhm.
oh, for me, I would say don't let anybody. If you're paying taxes, you better be wise enough to vote. That's all. If you're not paying any taxes and you literally do not respond to any IRS messages, no matter what it says, right? Then me personally, I don't have a problem with that because you're not getting any of the tax money. I mean, you might, you're not going to qualify for certain things if you don't pay taxes, right? I mean, for example, if you do want to have a passport, for example, and travel, a US passport, if you don't file your taxes, you don't even have to pay if you don't owe any. You know what I'm saying? But you have to file them. Like myself, I don't owe the US taxes, but I have to file them. I have to show them what I earn. You see what I mean? My holdings, essentially, because they want to know how much you make. And if you make over a certain amount, you might have to, but that's like I would have to make maybe 100,000 more. You see what I mean? Almost US dollars, maybe 90,000 more before they could even start to look at that, what they can get, right? But and my thoughts about it is that people should have the freedom to do what they want. But if you're in an area, if you live in an area where everybody else around you is paying taxes, so you can have a road, paying taxes so you can have clean water, paying taxes so you have access to school, some financial aid for school. I'm not saying it should be that way, because that's why I want people to vote. I want people to know that, you can actually vote for paid education if you want. You can say, why do other people get it and we don't? You could actually ask them that question. And I think a lot of Americans have been, are kind of, like I said, the sentiment. I understand the brother's sentiment of feel let down. There's nothing wrong with feeling let down. Be honest about it. A lot of Americans feel that way, particularly African Americans feel that way, right? Because some things happen to us that are not normal. They're not normal in other societies, So it's not the norm in other societies. There are some societies, but in the U.S., we're one of the people that our families come from ex-slaves, right? That haven't been given any reparation, that have been living in a country that has expressed hostility towards us. You even admitted that denied that we were humans at one time, right? My thoughts about it is like, if you see something in your community you can improve, just find a way to do it. If you don't want to do it by paying taxes and you don't want to do it by voting, do it another way. But don't disassociate while you live in a community with other people that are fighting for some of the things you might benefit from. You see, so if you didn't put down the money to create the clean water, and you know that the clean water in your community has to be kept up, it actually has to be cleaned for you to drink it, right? Some people have to operate that, right? And it's being paid by everybody else in your town except you. I mean, how do you feel?
You finish?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me just say first off that just because I don't pay taxes doesn't mean I don't administrate my own trust. That trust that you have, basically what you're paying taxes on, you're consenting to being governed. All the taxes that you have or that you've actually paid, they're actually shortchanging you depending on what your status is according to the IRS. If you have a what do they call that? Not a CUSIP number. I forgot what is it called. Power of attorney over your all capital letter name over that social security number. When you're paying taxes, you're consenting to be a part of that group. Instead of a W-2, you're supposed to actually be filing a W-9 or a W-8-BEN whenever you're doing your taxes. You see, I don't pay taxes. I take those private credits and I hold them to the side, because when you don't pay taxes, you're on a different tax bracket. When you're using the county's water supply, everybody else that's paying, when you go to apply for your account to pay for the water, sewage, waste management, or whatever like that, they ask you for that social first, which means it's already been paid. You don't pay these people money. When
So
you
you don't
get
pay
it,
no state taxes, no federal taxes.
no.
Okay, so you have your trust. With that trust, what do you do for the community?
As far as the community, why
That
should
you
I
live
have to
in.
do anything for the community?
Well, you don't need help.
No.
Okay, so when you want to go and get fresh water, you don't need help. You can do it all by yourself. You got your own water supply, right?
I get it from the county. Why would I need to do it if it's already been paid for according to my trust?
Oh, so they take money out of your trust.
They take money out of the trust, not directly from me. So it's already
Okay,
been prepaid. You're
so
double paying
you
them.
pay then. You pay.
Yeah, but you see, you don't understand. When you're saying that you actually pay, you're paying them twice over. You see,
Well,
whenever you're
well,
doing something according to the IRS, you're supposed to have that stamped and you make the IRS pay for it. When you go ahead and you pay out of pocket and it's already been paid according to your social, you're paying them twice over.
So you saying you can't vote and you can't say, hey, why am I paying this amount for taxes when other people pay the same amount in other NATO nations and get this, and this for the same amount of taxes? Why can't I get that? You can't vote for that? You can't point that out in a vote?
You mean point that out in the vote as meaning like tell
Because,
everybody?
because that's what I'm doing. I'm
I
letting
mean,
people
that's
know.
what you do. That's your choice. You wanted that.
No,
That's
no,
that's what
listen.
you
I'm not.
chose.
I'm not saying I have a problem with it. I'm saying
Hmm.
I'm letting people know. I'm letting people know what I get for my tax dollars. I'm letting
Okay.
them know. You see what I mean? And I like how you said you're not getting what somebody else gets out of the tax system. I agree with that 100%. I
Hmm.
totally agree that some Americans are getting away. The wealthy are getting away with way too much, and they're running a game on the middle class.
That's not necessarily true. Are they doing it just for the sake of doing it, or are they doing it because they know and you don't? Because ignorance of the law is no excuse.
No, that
If you know certain things and you come into that knowledge, of course anybody with the upper hand is going to use it, as opposed to somebody who doesn't know or may not be as informed because of that kind of surroundings that they have, may choose a different path because they have no choice. There's a difference.
I mean, for me, I gotta see a whole lot more people having success with that type of program, and I think that's ultimately the gist of it.
Hmm.
It's a similar thing. I'll give you an example. There's a lot of choices you can make as an American citizen. You don't have to live in the U.S., right? You could move to Ghana, a place that doesn't have all the infrastructure that a place like Denmark has, right? Or the U.S. You could choose to move there if you want, but you could also choose to live somewhere else that takes another approach to the tax system. They collect taxes, but you're getting something like paid education instead of having to pay for it. You're getting something like, and also, by the way, it turns out to be cheaper and just as effective. You're getting things like healthcare, right? And it turns out to be just as effective, except in the US, people are paying more for it. The same quality treatment. You know, um, the things that people are asking for, housing insurance. When I lose my job, can I stay? Can I afford to stay in my home? I can. Why is that? It's through my taxes. Everybody has the right to that here. It's not. It's the law. You see what I'm saying?
N-
It's
Paying
literally
taxes is not the law.
no. They have something here. What I'm saying is, it's called a law against poverty. It's called the Grun Law. It's really the Constitution. It's about your basic rights, which you have a civil right to have. And in the US, the bottom line is that you really don't have a civil right to health care. Not yet. You really don't have a civil right to education, not after high school. Technical school is not a civil right. You have to pay for it. College, it's not a civil right. You still have to pay for it. It's people going to, you see the difference? So, what I'm saying is that you could stay in the US and do it that way that you're doing it. You could stay in the US and do it the other way a lot of Americans are doing it, paying taxes. You could go to a place like Ghana and say, you know what, I don't like the US, and you might get less services for that. That would be a whole different thing. Or you could come to another nation where they're saying, no, wait a second, everybody's going to get this because it serves the community, the larger community, much better. Solving other problems. Like for one, I don't even need a gun here. I'm not thinking about somebody robbing me with a gun because they don't have any money. I'm not worried about somebody stealing things. The worst thing that happens to you here is somebody steal your bicycle. Pretty much. You see what I mean?
Mama 3 in the chat, excuse me, Kings. Mama 3 in the chat says it's good to hear people's different point of views, and I agree. It's something that it's crazy that the two men on the panel y'all don't even realize, and y'all, talking amongst yourselves, that this conversation is very insightful and informative. Because I'm hearing almost like two different styles of living that other people in the audience may not even know is, think about, and is,
Hmm.
from what Mike is saying and from what V Bennett is saying, because all of these things is good to know, depending on, who's listening, because we all, like, everybody don't know their options out here. Everybody don't know the information both of you men is giving. So shout out to Mama Three for pointing that out. I love it. I love it.
Yeah,
Continue.
No
I
problem.
think it's good, man. I don't. I'm not a person that believes you need to force people to do things. You know what I'm saying? I'm a person that believes in free will. If that's what you want to do, I mean, for years I didn't file no taxes for years, for years. Over a decade, right? And then one day I wanted to go back to DC, even though I live here. It's called dual residency. It's the law. There's no more of this single residency when you're an American citizen living abroad. It's called dual residency. So that means you're obligated to file your taxes, right? But what happened was that when I went back to DC, they told me, man, you haven't filed taxes in like 10 years. We talking about state tax. And all I wanted to do was open up a business, have a business license so I could do trade from the US to Europe, right? I got a federal tax ID too number, so I can buy wholesale and things like that from the wholesalers, the real wholesalers, right? Now, they told me you can get this license, but the first thing you got to do is do your back taxes for the last 7 years and you can get it. And all I did was fill out the paper and write zero. I don't owe shit. Zero, 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 zero.
Okay, but when you come down to a business and you got a foreign EIN, you don't have to. You see how
Well,
easy that was? When
no,
you
no,
got a foreign EIN,
a
when you
foreign
have a foreign,
EIN.
yeah, a foreign EIN basically doesn't put you into the jurisdiction of the US, right? So when you're not a US citizen, you could apply for a foreign EIN. When you have a foreign EIN, how do you think a majority of the people that come into this country don't file for taxes and they get houses, they get cars, they get businesses, open up stores like it's nothing. And we have to actually be like, well, damn, would he just come in the country with no money? Now he came into the country in rags and ended up using that trust. And the United States says, oh, he's foreign. He's got a foreign EIN and he's talking about opening up businesses. Okay,
But
let's
you're
do
not
that.
but you're not required to file taxes with that EIN.
According to the business, you file the taxes on the business, not on your own personal behalf, but on the business itself. The foreign EIN takes care of all of that when you have that W8BEN along with a CPA, and you don't have to pretty much do anything. When you go ahead, you could just put in the numbers, what was spent, what were the profits, and that's it. And then
So
even more
okay.
money comes in.
So what do you get
So
taxed? What's the percentage
you
you
don't
get
get
taxed?
taxed. The business gets taxed.
Yeah, the business.
The business gets taxed as a write-off. You don't pay any taxes on it. It just goes over into a rollover account. So you continue to make profits, but you don't pay no taxes. It goes over into a rollover account as spent expenditures. It's a
Mhm.
difference.
So they pay taxes, but they don't pay taxes.
Exactly. That's how
I
they
mean,
keep getting over. That's how you see them opening up stores like crazy,
so
opening up
what about the wealthy then that file their taxes in the US?
the wealthy.
Yeah, they have,
They open up their businesses overseas and then they bring it into the US and they still don't file their taxes. They have other businesses where they call outsourcing. Bill Clinton made sure to that when he had that with the NAFTA, I think it's called, the NAFTA trade. So
Mhm.
that way a lot of foreign businesses don't pay nothing.
so do you think that's good?
I mean, hey, it's the United States. Business is business. It's good for others, maybe not for you, but it's good for others. That depends on what their total agenda is. Usually the rich want to stay rich. So they're not trying to get taxed and have their businesses from within the United States to pay taxes on there. They just want to operate in the United States, make the profit, outsource, and hire people from outside and not have to pay taxes. It's business. It's just business. It's nothing personal. It's not about feelings. It's just business.
So if you don't like it, right? If
Hmm.
it if for some reason the filings and the taxes are not working out exactly how you stated, and you don't like it, what do you do about it?
I mean, I haven't seen it not work for nobody.
You haven't
If the
seen it not
person hasn't,
working.
no.
Okay, so okay. Well, I mean, for me, I don't have a foreign EIN. I have a
Okay.
business license here.
Okay.
But it's not a foreign EIN, but I have a US federal ID number that
Okay.
allows me to do transactions abroad.
Okay.
You see? So, I mean, but still have to pay taxes. But of course, because it's a business exchange, I might be paying a different rate. I may be able to write things off. I mean, writing things off of your taxes, people are doing that all the time. American businessmen are doing that all the time. Writing things
Hmm.
off of your taxes is permitted. The question is there a loophole for you that you think is good? Should a voter say, hey, why are you allowed to do this? And we want this to stop if we don't like it. I mean, isn't that how you would do it if you don't like it?
I mean, that's the difference between voting. But me, I'd rather be the master of my own destiny. I don't really want a hand in where somebody could just say, "Oh, well, it's a majority of the vote. It don't benefit me, so it don't benefit me to tell other people what to do. So I'm still gonna do what I want or do as I'm told and still get your situation canceled out. It has nothing to do with your business because it's about business and control. What do you control? And do you want to mix your public affairs in the private, which don't mix, or you want to keep your private affairs private? Me, I want to keep my private affairs private. I don't want any kind of governmental interface. I want to keep that to a minimum as much as possible.
I mean, from here,
Because
what
the
I'm
whole
reading,
purpose of it is to own nothing but control everything.
yeah. I
Don't
mean,
own
from
it,
what
but control it.
Okay. I mean, from what I'm reading here about FEIN, that's Foreign Employer Identification Number, right? Is that the one you're talking
Hmm.
about? Foreign EIN, right? It says you got to file federal taxes to the IRS.
No, you're under the assumption of a federal EIN or a foreign federal EIN. With a regular EIN, a foreign EIN, a regular foreign EIN, you don't pay taxes. You have to file certain expenditures that have gone in and out, but you don't file taxes for them to tax you and say, well, how much you make. No, you just put down the expenses and the expenditures, and that's it. If you want to
Okay.
go ahead and look it up, you can look it up, but I don't pay taxes like you do. It's different for me.
Right, but I'm not complaining about the taxes. I'm not saying that. I'm saying my taxes benefit me.
Okay.
You know?
I mean,
And
if they benefit you, then that's on you. My choice, I'd rather not be that US citizen. If you ever look at the United States debt clock, you'll see what I'm talking about. It is sky high right now.
okay, so you file as a foreign EIN, but you're a person, your home and your place of birth is where?
On the land, not within the United States.
Okay, it's not within the United States, but
No, it's on the
but you're
land.
but
The
you're
United States stands for a United States corporation. I'm a part of the United States of America, the Union.
but the IRS. What is the IRS?
IRS is a fictional entity
That you
controlled by the
file your
United States
paperwork with,
corporation.
right? But you file your paperwork with them.
Anybody could file paperwork with the IRS.
But what happens if you don't?
What happens if you don't? Nothing.
If you don't,
Nothing. It's
okay.
all
I mean,
about how you handle business and how you stand with the IRS. What is your standing? What is your status? Your status is that of a U.S. citizen. You have to pay those taxes. I'm not a U.S. citizen. I'm a private American. There's a difference.
well, if I'm not going to pay the taxes, I would say this:
Hmm.
I would have to homeschool my kids,
Hmm.
right? I would have to pay for their health care. No federal.
Hmm.
There's none of this. None of these small little options. Not even saying that those options are the best, but they're what
Hmm.
people have right now, right? You have to pay
Hmm.
for those, right? I mean, you pay for it, right? You don't pay for medical expenses. You don't pay for education. You don't go into any of those institutions that the taxes pay for, that the taxpayers pay for, or you can go into them, but you just don't have to as a foreign EIN.
I could go into them, but I don't have to. You got to remember that social security number, I control it. I don't own it, but I control it. That social security number that was given is supposed to benefit me, not everyone else. When you have that social security number, you tell them that social security number. When you correct your status, you're under a different jurisdiction. When you keep saying that you are a U.S. citizen, you're consenting to be governed. You consented with the statutes. You're consenting to the statutes and codes that make you a part of their corporation. You're not a U.S. citizen. You weren't born in the four walls of the 4 mile radius of the District of Columbia, were you?
Yeah,
You were born in the 4 miles of the District of
Yes,
Columbia.
that
I
is
was born.
funny.
I was born in D.C.
You was born in the 4 mile radius of the District of Columbia.
The 4 mile radius is 10 miles.
You was born, like I said before, you were born in the 4 mile radius in the District of Columbia.
You keep saying 4 mile radius. What do you mean by that?
Okay. Were you born in the corporation where they started making their laws and everything like that? Where the people in Congress are throwing down the hammer? You was born there?
I was born in the place they call Washington D.C.
No, you don't
That
get it.
place.
I'm gonna let that one. I'm gonna let that one go over.
No,
I'm gonna let
no,
that
no,
one
no.
pass.
Just break it down. I wasn't born in the Capitol building.
Okay, then. So you're not a U.S. citizen, bro. I hate to tell it to you, and I know it. It's kind of like telling Neo, "Is that air you're breathing?" And you're like, "No, no, it can't be. No." It it is basically the reality, bro. All of that stuff that we were fed to believe, it really wasn't the truth.
Okay, so let
Once
me
I
ask you
found out,
this. Let me
okay.
ask you this then.
One
Hmm.
second, gentlemen. I want to welcome the lady to the stage as well. Shout out to Sister Mel up here.
Hey
What's
So
up, man?
y'all, what's up, bros? Bro, what's going on, King?
What up? What up?
let me ask Mike just one last question then.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Sure.
so do the police have you ever been locked up?
Hold on, hold
I've been
on, hold
locked
on,
up.
hold on,
Hold on.
hold
Let's
on, hold
let's.
on, hold on, brother. Now, hold on. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something real quick.
Mhm.
This my sus. We just we just realized just bust all that off. You know what I mean? Like real talk. Let's just be respectful at the end of the day. I understand the guys are y'all are going back and forth and anything else like that. But I don't even think you gave the other brother a chance to even speak to me.
Oh, who you talk? What you mean? Who? I'm sorry. Who you talking about?
I mean, some one person spoke, but then it was just like, okay, well, let me get back to this. So
Oh no,
I
no.
don't know exactly.
Oh no. What I
So
said was is that let me just ask you one more question. That's all I was saying. That's all I said.
No, but
I'm
you got
trying to
you got
get
to
to
let the
know
lady
both.
speak
I'm
first.
trying
Let
to
her
get to know both of y'all
let
Look,
I'm
a
trying
Mel
girl
to
said,
speak. You
give
understand
going
what's
us
in?
some
going on at
time.
the same
To,
time. Come on, man.
she
You
said,
making
give
me
us some time to greet y'all for y'all get back into it.
yeah.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
I
Miss
mean,
Man.
Ah, Miss Mel, you something else. Say they ain't just gonna disregard you like that, right?
Don't do me.
Oh
But
my
yeah,
goodness.
y'all go ahead with the main conversation, and maybe we'll go ahead, and I'll try to catch up from where y'all at because yes, I'm completely confused. So I'm gonna listen. And good evening, everyone on the panel, especially the brothers, and my sis.
Good
Thank you so
evening.
much. That's all
Yes,
I
Evening.
sis.
wanted to. I was just trying to see who was all up here. Let's see.
And stick around, stick up here with me, sis. 'Cause I'm gonna get your point of views on some things too.
Okay, I just wanted to ask the brother one more question because I have
Yes.
to look into
Sure.
some of the stuff that he's talking about. But I just wanted to ask him one last question. Have you ever
Yes.
been detained by the police?
I was detained by the police several times until I found out who I really was. And then once I found out who I was and I put them on notice, they said, leave that man alone. You see,
Okay.
if you go back in your history, bro, sis, everybody on the board, we're all American Indians. We were never African American. African America is a continent. When they say, "Oh, are you a African American?" on any document that you say, there's European, there's a Indian, Alaska Native, there's what they call it, Asian, Hispanic. You're actually American Indians, every last one of you, and you don't know it because we were all taught that we were African American. African American has no rights. It has no culture behind it. From what they're saying on that document, I believe it's called the I'm gonna find out what it is. It's not the S9, but it's a document that each and every time you go to fill out something, they'll say that are you an African American? That's the borderline of what they put in there because the African American has no standing rights. It doesn't exist. What you really are American Indian or European, a part of those native tribes. But in order to really find out who you are, you got to go back in your history and get right and try to talk to your ancestors as your private Americans, and basically you're an American Indian at the same time. You just don't know it.
Y'all have a
Let me say the
question.
question in the chat. I'm seeing it.
Yes,
It
yes.
says,
Y'all
as
have a
a private
question in the chat.
American, how does employment work? Do you work for yourself? No, actually, if you want to work for a corporation, first off, you're not a U.S. citizen, and when you are using, you could use that social, but honestly, you're really supposed to be using either a CPN or a foreign EIN, just like that. You could use that social, but you got to put them on notice so who you are and what you are when you go to work. Because you're not an illegal immigrant. When you're a private American, that's the shit that you do every day when you travel and everything like that. I've been stopped by police. I've been through like a lot of stuff because even the police don't understand. They're just, the step and fetch it. And that's no disrespect to anybody who has family members in law enforcement. They don't know because they don't tell them. In their manuals, they have it to where people that are foreign nationals, that's what they prefer to call people, foreign nationals, you're actually a private American on that. They're not supposed to be detaining you. And most police know that they're not supposed to pull you over at all unless you've committed a crime or you've damaged someone's property and it's been called in on you and they literally seen you do it. When they pull you over, they want to contract with you. They want to get you to sign your rights away that you're going to be contracted to come into court. That's why they always say, "Hey, look, you did this, you did that, and I need for you to sign saying that you're going to appear." Only ghosts appear. The
Okay, okay.
living,
I have
yeah,
a question. I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I
sure.
don't want you to get too far into what you are speaking about. So
Hmm.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Yes.
Okay. So when it comes down to George Floyd and things of that nature,
Hmm.
and Sonia Macy, things of that nature, you know what I mean? Like, of course, as individuals, we should always take responsibility for our actions and be accountable for our actions as well. But when you don't, as authorities, then what's your answer for that?
Oh, for when people get out of hand? You mean like people doing
Authority,
the ignorant?
authority, authority.
Oh, authority?
When authorities get out of hand, when it comes down
Oh,
to the law that we all
Um,
should abide by
mm-hmm.
as a citizen, no
Okay.
matter
Well,
how we come up in here or how we came up in this country, at the end of the day, those laws still apply to us. So where does it apply when it's situations like that?
okay. It's basically like this. You know about the common law, right?
I'm sorry,
Hello?
I go on mute. I'm
Not
sorry, I go on mute
that's
because I don't keep
that's
I got
cool. That's
other stuff
cool.
going on in the background. But yes, I hear you. Yes.
Okay, so there's three types of jurisdictions that you have to go by, right? That you, well, I wouldn't say have to go by, that you have to acknowledge. One of them is admiralty law. That's the law dealing with taxes, stuff like that. That's when every time you got to go into court and everything like that, they dealing with admiralty maritime law, right? Another one is equity. That's the one that you don't hear about. That's the one where you do things according to trusts, open up certain bank accounts and certain things that you do like that, to that nature, that get things out of the way in the private when it comes down to administrating taxes, right? And the last one is the common law. That's the one that we deal with every day. Don't hurt nobody, don't kill nobody, and don't mess up anybody's property. If you go by that one, you're fine. When you're dealing with the law, if you notice, a lot of people, they'll either come across some kind of contract, or they hurt or killed somebody, something like that, or they damage somebody's property. Like, stealing, killing, shooting other people, that's common law. All of that stuff is common law. Don't hurt nobody, don't kill nobody, and don't mess up nobody's property. When you see people crashing into each other or wrecking somebody's property, if you go by the common law, you're fine. When it comes down to authority, you got to remember you're still dealing with people that are trapped in the matrix, kind of like agents. When them agents come, they're not going to know anything. They're just going to know, okay, do this and do that. They're not going to really, when you talk to them, they've been specially trained. They didn't get hired for intelligence. They just get hired to go and perform a task without question. So you got to remember these people are still inside of that box, where they don't think outside the box. They're still thinking, do as you're told. That's it. Just do as you're told. Don't think outside the box. Just do as you're told. So they go by a different standard. So you can't always try to tell somebody, because they're gonna probably fight you for it, or they've been so indoctrinated that they're not willing to think outside of the box to really see the truth. If you don't believe me, go down there to your local courthouse. Don't say nothing. Just look for a courtroom that's full. When you go in there, you just sit down, don't say nothing. You hear the judge talk in Latin, certain lingo to the lawyer, little stuff like that. When the judge comes out, the bailiff or the sheriff will say, all rise, and only the dead can rise. You're alive. You're supposed to stay still, stay seated. Then they say, all rise, and everybody's rising. You just admitted that you're dead. So when you admit that you're dead, that judge wears a black robe. He is supposed to be a necromancer. He's handling your estate when you're dead. That's basically how it is. Your estate is, when people die, they say, okay, let me handle this person's estate. He tries to be the executor over your estate. That's why when you say, hey, look, I want to go ahead and I want to do this, he's like, okay, listen, you did this. Yeah, you know what? You got to pay a fine, and you got to do this and you got to do that. And he's handling everything on your behalf. You just gave him that authority when you stood up. If he says, all rise, and they call your name, you're supposed to say, well, I'm here on behalf of that name. Well, who are you? I'm first, middle, and of the last. family. You say your first, your middle, of the last, and you put name, family. Oh, okay. Well, I already know what this person's about. And unless you hurt somebody, you killed somebody. If you hurt or kill somebody, you're on your own. If you damage somebody's property, depending on the extent of it, you could try to settle it out. But the whole main reason why you're there is to settle the matter. And a lot of us, we get caught up as well in hiring attorneys, which is the probably the worst thing you can do. If you don't believe me, look up this. It's called Corpus Juris Secundum, Article 7, Section 4, where the lawyer, he's a double agent. His loyalty is to the Bar Association and to the courts to administrate contracts, never to his client. So no matter what you say or try to have him do, he's going to talk for you, and the court has a set of rules as well. Where if you hire an attorney and you have an attorney on your side, you're deemed incompetent and incapable of handling your own affairs. So that default is going to automatically be a strike against you. Corpus Juris Secundum, Article 7, Section 4, where the bar it's like a special, the Bar Association is a special bar private guild, their own little boys and girls club where they do things in secrecy, where their loyalty is to the Bar Association and to the courts, never to their client. And that judge is a former bar member as well. So you could say, hey, judge, this, that, and the third, they already got your name lined up of what they're going to do to you before you even get in there. They got it all set up. And their whole purpose of the courts is to take from you and give it to the queen. Any court case number that you have, any docket number that you have is a security. Those numbers that you see on your court case that you got to go to, it's a security. And they trade those securities on Wall Street and they sell people into slavery. You ever notice when you go in there, you always have to pay something. You got to pay something when you go in there. They could say dismiss, but pay the court costs and fees. When you pay those court costs and fees, they take that security, and that security, when you look up those numbers and you put it on Fidelity, it's going to show up underneath a CUSIP number. That CUSIP number is access to those securities. And that's how they trade off on everybody every day, no matter what.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You don't know many other people that are doing what you're doing, right?
Oh, there's quite a few, but they're
I mean,
not
but do
talking
you?
the way how I'm talking.
Okay, but so you know them, right? So
Yeah.
have you ever experienced anybody in your nation, right? That
Wait a
is
minute. Hold
committed.
up. Hold up. Hold on. Hold on. I see somebody in the chat that says Metal Heart. She says, "Oh my God, he sounds like a sovereign citizen." I could tell you don't possess the knowledge that I possess, so I'm not going to take that as an insult, but instead I'm schooling you. Um, just a word of advice: nobody could be a sovereign citizen. You can't be both. You're either sovereign or a citizen. That's an oxymoron that you just explained. But I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, in your nation, right, or the people that you
Yes.
know, is it called a nation?
Huh?
Is it called a
Is it called a
nation?
nation?
Yeah.
No, we
Is
don't
it
have nations. We have groups and nations.
okay? So in your groupings, right, has
Yes.
anyone ever committed what U.S. citizens would call a crime, like, let's say, rape, let's say, robbery, to another member of your group? And if so, what do you do about it?
Well,
Who
we
takes
don't
care of it?
allow rape. We don't allow rapists. We don't allow any of that other stuff in there. If you did that, that's corpus delicti. That's crimes of the body. We don't tolerate that type of stuff.
But what do you do?
I don't know. I never put
What's the
myself in that
punishment?
situation.
Okay.
The punishment for that is you go to jail. No matter what, even if you do this shit, and you're a private American and you harm someone or you violate somebody, a corpus delicti crime, you're going to go to jail.
But
There's no
what
immunity
jail?
for that.
But what jail?
Huh?
Who
What jail?
administrates that? Yeah, who administrates it? Who?
Who administrates it?
Yeah,
Oh, of course, the judge. The
what judge?
judge.
The judge from your nation?
No, we
From
don't
your
do
group?
that.
Well, okay, so your nation
I
uses.
gotta let me interject real quick and say this because the
You have to
audience
be
that
specific. Hmm.
let me say this, you guys, because the audience that we have, what you guys are discussing is unfortunately a foreign language to most because we have a lot of people that do not have the intricate cases you guys have by whether being a citizen or not a citizen. So when reaching the people who's looking at us, these people aren't this particular case. So my original question was, what would y'all which I was gonna ask Mel this, but I think Mel, where'd you go? I don't know if you got swallowed or if you dropped down, but I wanted to ask you this as someone who I don't think is have the background as these two gentlemen, as one doesn't live in this country and another one has an intricate situation with the citizenship or non-citizenship type of thing. But I like the election we're going through is of people that are here, and if you were trying to persuade someone to what to look out for as far as with voting and putting people in office, there's a lot of things that people do not pay attention to. You even have people that when they vote they pick the president and whatever side they own, like if they're democratic. You have people that are literally just hit Democrat all the way down, don't even care who names beside it, whatever this case may be. You have a lot of young voters coming out that might not even understand the severity of voting and the future that can be presented to them by the choices that they make with voting. So I want to see if you guys can come from a point of view that isn't based on your intricate situations, and more so for those that has a regular US citizenship, who's about to pick a president, about to pick judges, about to pick senates, congressmen, and all of this stuff. I want to hear from y'all. What would you tell people, not in the point of view of where you are? We're saying people that live here, gonna stay here, all that good stuff, and they're just wanting to make better choices in picking the people that's going to run the world. What would y'all be telling them to like look out for or pay attention to? Like if it's a mother, I probably would tell them to make sure they're paying attention to education and healthcare and things like that. So what do you think people don't really pay attention to when it comes to voting, that they should look for in especially the minority or the low income communities or lower class communities? What do you think they could look for from leaders, whether it's governors or whatever? What type of things should they be having their eye on that they should want to improve the communities?
Could I go first?
Who said that?
One mic.
That was Mike.
Oh, sure. I don't care who go first.
I will
We'll, we'll
say
do
do an
we'll do it like Jeopardy. Everybody get a 2-minute answer until my next question.
I would say do an extensive history on that background. Um, Definitely do an extensive history on that background. Look how well the people represent them. Try to see what their options are as far as the suggestions that have been put forward to them, and see if they obfuscate. And what I mean by obfuscate, if they obfuscate after you ask them direct questions of what's going on, um, you'll see if they're really truly about it or not. If you see them obfuscate or try to talk around, your questions of what you asking them, like what do you do? What are you going to do if the people vote for you? If they give you like some just straight up like out of the way answer, they're not really for you as far as, you voting for them. I don't know. It's just it seems like fugazi, when you go ahead and you vote for these people, you're consenting to be governed. And after all of those years, because I used to vote, after I found out the truth, what these people really think about us, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to participate in that field no more. When you do that, you more or less you describe of being a part of the society. And a lot of people don't know about this society, this modern day society of what we're doing right now is that of a Roman enclave. If you don't know what that is, look that up. It's a modern day Roman like society where a lot of stuff is getting like straight up out of hand. So that's
Okay.
just my take on it.
You know,
V Bennett, talk to me, brother.
for me, I would say that, vote for the people in your communities, right? That you know what their agenda is and you know where they stand, right? In other words, be active in the process. Like, don't just think it's just a vote. You know what I mean? You got to do a lot more with that. You have to be connected with your community, because in that democracy, the one thing that it is somewhat in the U.S. problematic with is because the base law in terms of what your civil rights are, like access to education, access to health care, right? Access to child care, these kind of things that you need if you're going to be in that society. If you're going to be in that society, you need to be voting, with your community. You need everybody. You need as many people as possible, because the group that has the most votes, outside of the electoral college, which is the federal level, right? Outside of that, if you don't come up with the numbers, you're likely not to get close to what you need. Your voice, that's one of the main voices that you have. They can't. I mean, they can always decide an election based on 50%, only 50% of the people voting, but you're guaranteed to have the other 50% not be too happy with what they receive because they're not getting their word out. So I would say being active collectively is where it's got to be. And unfortunately that's one of the pitfalls of the US, because it doesn't have those basic civil rights that, it's just simple. I mean, it's crazy that I can go from one country to another, all of a sudden I have these civil rights, go back to the US, I still have some civil rights, but in terms of the basic ones, it's just ridiculous. And I'm not dissing it. I'm not dissing the country, because I've been outside of the country, so I know how other people really feel about the US. We hear negative things sometimes on TV, but when you travel outside, you find out no, people actually do look up to the US. They look up to it. The US has a lot of power, and how you're going to circumvent that is got to be through loads of numbers, a lot of numbers. So first start on the state level, vote for the people in your state. Support them when they're people that are speaking to your issues. And understand this, that if you want people to support you in your issues, you also going to have to compromise and support some other things that may not be important to you, but just to make sure everybody can get what they need. You see, that's how I look at it. And it's not perfect. It's not perfect, you know.
I like that. I like that answer. Miss Mel, talk to me. What can you tell the people about what the look? Well, Mel also has a question, but I do want your input on how do you look at who you are interested in when it comes to voting and what you kind of keep your eye out for, and want to hear from someone that is campaigning. You know, who would get
I
your
am
attention?
I am I am sitting outside. so you all may hear some type of interruption. At some point, the traffic is not bad, but um, I apologize for that in advance.
No problem,
Um,
baby.
but when it comes down to election, child, like as far as me actually seeing what's really going on within the celebrity life, within the regular communities and stuff like that, like I'm going to exercise my rights and I'm going to vote. Um, I'm undecided when it comes down to presidential vote at this point. What got me there and the way that I feel about it at this point, the whole Obama voting, his presidential when he first got in office, I felt some type of way, but then I started to feel another type of way afterwards, you know. And it's all about you really just being in tune with what's really, really, and what possibly could really, really be going on. When it comes down to the government, and you have to be careful as well, especially as a content creator or whatever, when you are actually covering those type of situations and that type of content. So me personally, I'm independent and I'm gonna stay independent through it all. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna keep my independent comment to myself as far as when it come down to voting. But to me
Mm,
personally, I'm more so focused on the mayor and senators and stuff like that. Like
mm,
me
mm.
personally, that's what I'm more concentrated on, more so than the president.
Yeah,
That's my
I feel.
input.
I like it. I like it. I like it. And does anybody have any input on something that they feel the American leaders have all kind of dropped the ball on? Do anybody see any areas that have been neglected throughout many terms, or you know any things we find of importance that have not been made of importance? Is there anything somebody want to see different that never really gets touched on or fixed or overlooked?
I would like to say something towards that.
Hmm.
Yes. Um,
I got next after her.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. The Tiff, really? How look, great minds think alike. But anyways, yeah, I'm really at a state to where I feel as if I'm an '80s baby. I was born in 1980. You know what I mean? So I'm very aware of what's actually going on right now. It could be a throw off to people. You know what I mean? Like as far as talking government wise or whatever, this whole P Diddy thing, and situation could be you know, something to stir you off about actually, what's really going on. It could be some other things that's going on that's way more important, but I'm not gonna get into that. But at the same time, I just, mm, God, don't play with me. I look beyond, I look beyond what they actually show us because in reality, they really don't show us anything when it comes down to it. They don't want to show us what's really important, you know. So what they do, they keep that behind closed doors. But for some reason, here we go, all of this stuff. I just feel like it's just something to stir us off about what's really going on, and it's something else going on way bigger than what they had to do with Diddy. But okay. I'm gonna keep that to myself. Hmm.
Crazy.
Hmm.
Metal
Hmm.
Heart says Metal Heart says actual policies for as skin folk. And I'm gonna ask you, Metal Heart, if you want to elaborate or give an example in a chat, that would be great for me to read off, like an example of a policy that you would like to see improved or touched on concerning as skin folk. And I'm gonna pass the mic to Mr. Mike. Is there anything you
Hold
think that
on,
has been
baby.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What? I'm not done.
I'm
But
so sorry, man.
it's okay, baby. But I'm not gonna take long. But at the end of the day, this is my conclusion as far as everything. Like I just want everybody, no matter what. I don't care the skin color, race, none of that stuff. Just take care of yourself, take care of your family, and keep your head on the swivel. You know what I mean? And keep your heart open, keep your mind open, and be open to things that you probably would have not thought that it would be true. But you know what I mean? Just keep your eyes open, baby, because at the end of the day, everything happens for a reason. Everything happens for a reason. And, you just think outside of your mind and have an open mind throughout all of the things that's actually going on. And that's all I wanted to say.
I like that. I like that. Mr. Mike, talk to me. Oh, Metal Heart says her comment to me asking about policies for skin folk. She says Kamala is promising 28 billion for Indian immigrants, but nothing tangible for black people. And
You
she
know why that
says
is?
it's not about race, it's about when will we get something for once. Talk to me, Mr. Mike.
Okay, well, let me just say that again. This goes again to prove what I was just trying to say. Everybody's been, complaining. Well, a lot of people have been complaining about when are we going to get reparations. Remember, you're American Indian. Most American Indians that live on, what they say, their protected grounds, their local grounds, they get certain things that are owed to them because they were already here first. We were already here first. A lot of people don't realize that. When she said Kamala Harris is promising 28 billion for Indian immigrants, but nothing tangible for black people. Remember, they are Indian immigrants, but they never were US citizens. Again, this goes down to where US citizens have to pay taxes. These people could have already been living here as far as being Indians, but they are claiming your social status. And that's why they are getting the benefits. Most of the time, people who are not US citizens are getting those benefits. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Benefits of the US of what is supposed to be given to you automatically by default. They've been given to a lot of other different people as well. The Haitian immigrants, the Hispanic immigrants, everybody who is not a US citizen, but anybody who is deemed to be a US citizen has to pay those taxes. A lot of us have not claimed our social status as being non-citizen nationals, private
I had an
Americans.
ex-boyfriend that used to break this stuff down to me too that you're speaking of too, Mike.
Yeah.
Um
Hmm.
for sure. And I used to kind of like try to do my homework on these things. He used to always speak about the social security numbers and being, the property of, you know, this country or whatever, or I use the word property, but I know there's better words you already used for that. But you get the gist of what I'm saying. A lot of that and trying to, and also because he was fighting a case really quick, and I'm gonna pass the mic to V Bennett. He was fighting some kind of a case or whatever, and ended up beating the case actually due to something of the nature that you've been up here talking about, not
Hmm.
being connected to, you know. being owned, I guess, by the country or whatever state or however that goes. So, um, be advised, or do know, Mr. Mike, I do want to have you back up here at some point again, whenever you free, to actually get more into that as well. I love all these points of views. I think we need to get out there because everyone is different, want to live different, might not know all the options out there. So I like that. Mr. V. Bennett, tell me, is there anything in the as concerning the U.S. as far as policies or laws or anything that you think have been neglected far too often during terms? Any promises you see being made that you see ain't really got the attention that it should? That's important. Talk to me.
I was just
Well,
gonna say I'm gonna piggyback after he piggybacks off of just to put in my point of view as well on that question.
Now you can't skip mail. Now you have to ask the lady if she got one. We going in a circle.
Oh, okay.
Talk to me, V.
I mean, you know, for me, how I see it is like this. Whatever it is you want through laws, like the legislative branch of government, Congress, the Senate, and then the executive office, anything that goes through that can also find its way up in the Supreme Court. And it can find its way in different parts of the Supreme Court in different states too. You know what I'm saying? Because they got different districts that they operating in. Now it depends on what federal court they take you in, right? Now, these policies, no matter if the president signs it, it can end up being challenged in the Supreme Court level, right? And I think
Mhm.
that's where the problem is really for Black Americans, right? There's things that have been signed by Congress and the Senate, like the rescue plan for farmers, for Black and immigrant and minority farmers, that Biden in 2021 they got through Congress, they got through the Senate. Biden passed it, and why hasn't it been? The money's been allocated. The monies have been held up in the courts by who? Republicans that are challenging it, and more specifically in the name of white farmers. Now these same white farmers, they've been getting aid from the government the entire time, right? Now the Black farmers, the reason why the legislation was made was to account for the discrimination that the Black farmers and the minority farmers got, and they put that in writing, right? And that's the reason that the court is using to hold up allocating the funds. So they haven't made a ruling on it yet. Actually, the Biden and Harris administration, they're waiting for the ruling because they need the Supreme Court to make a ruling to find out what they do next. But then they did another one for everybody, not just farmers, but a broader one, because they couldn't get that one through the Supreme Court yet. It's still sitting there. So I think African Americans truly are dealing with racial discrimination in the US. But I think one of the issues we've been having is getting representation in all these points, in the courts, because a lot of them are elected or appointed by a president or things like this, right? So, or in a place like Texas, for example, they have to vote on these judges. California, they got to vote on certain kind. You see what I mean? So they're not all appointed. And the thing is that when it comes to discrimination, past discrimination towards African Americans, and getting the government to do things about it, a lot of times it doesn't make it through the voting process, through the Congress and the Senate. And even when it does, it gets held up in the courts. Now, the problem is that when it's held up in the courts, or the Senate and the Congress don't come to an agreement about what to do, African Americans don't get. They just do. And that's being discussed. But I think what's confusing for African Americans is that a lot of the discussions aren't being held in the media. Like, there's not a lot of media. I mean, the media has covered the Rescue Plan Act. They've talked about it. If you look on YouTube or the internet, you've seen Black farmers saying, yeah, this is how much money we've missed in decades, you know? And You can find the court cases that is being held up in several states, just that legislation. So as far as what are we doing for our skin folk, yeah, that's a problem. Vote, but things have been done. The problem is that shit is hard to get done, and then when it gets done, it's being held up in the courts.
I got a
May I
question.
speak on that? When you get it,
Absolutely,
well,
Mel.
I do.
Hold on one sec, man. I'm passing the mic right
Okay,
to you.
baby.
I just wanted to read this comment real quick. Metal Heart, because Metal Heart is down there engaging with us, y'all, from the chat. So she said she just in here to pick our brains, and she said no contention, guys. She just here to pick our brains, and I love it. Um, she says, why was it so easy for Asians to create the Stop Asian Hate Law? Black people can't get a law to protect us from hate crimes or police brutality. One thing I wanted to say about that and the things that Metal is throwing in the chat is because those are the type of things, actually, Metal, that are some slight concerns with me with how things be going in America. And I'm gonna give y'all one quick example before I pass this mic. A while ago, y'all know, it was a couple years ago, it was this stuff. Like, before I say this, no offense to anybody part of the community, but politics is politics and it must be said. Now, um when this the community, the letter community was heavy on the scene or whatever, I kind of had felt a way that I felt that people was getting more rights just for their sexuality than their humanity. You know what I'm saying? That kind of bothered me, and it didn't matter my skin color, because that necessarily wasn't about skin color, but it to me, it just seemed like just that little thing alone. And like she said down there, with the Asian laws, and just it just seems like everyone gets so much protection and help from America over the Americans. People get so, and not just that, but even with the letter community, I personally do not feel like, you should have more rights than me due to you, I guess, re-identifying yourself or something. I don't think you should get some different rights from me as a birthright. You know what I mean? Like, I have a birthright. You have a whatever whatever you got going on. And I just feel like I was kind of appalled with how much protection and how much policies or whatever to the community that was given, that we haven't even begun as just I guess African American or skin colored people. We are always, seems like we're waiting, and people can come from wherever and get the best start at life ever. You know what I'm saying? They can get completely set up. They can have I was totally against like same gender bathrooms and stuff. All of that. It's just it's a lot of stuff going on around here that I just don't favor. So these are some things I keep my eye on. What people are supporting in that nature as well, because I don't want someone in office that don't mind a grown ass man being able to go into the same bathroom stall locations as a little girl who's at a restaurant using the bathroom as well, even if you're dressed like a girl or stuff like that. It's some things down on the lower end of the totem pole that I think is important as well. Um,
Can I say
Obama,
something about that?
please.
I mean, you're right. You're right. The laws regarding on the federal level, the laws regarding hate crimes, they apply to everybody, right? But again, the issue is that, for example, if you're in a specific state, let's say you're in Georgia, and there's a hanging, and you need a police department to investigate it, and the police department is racist, then what happens? Then it goes, the best you can do is try to get it to the highest court in the state, and then it goes to the highest court in the land. But if the highest courts are not backing that up, it could literally be, in many countries, defined as a hate crime, and a judge can simply rule in the opposite direction. And it's happening all the time. It's happening all the time, and I think the frustrations that African Americans have are justified. But I think what happens is that we have groups that also hate immigrants that aren't African Americans. And what they do is they put talking points, that they know trigger us, and we become, we start generalizing what's happening to immigrants. And I think we need to be very specific about these things that we say. Like an example is that it was a mention about 28 billion to Indian immigrants, but there's no law that does that. It's not. There's no
Gotcha.
law about it. You
Can I
see,
just say
so
May I
something?
we,
may
Miss
I speak
Mel,
real quick?
and,
yes,
and
I'll pass the mic to you, sweetie.
but I just
Okay,
want.
so
And
no,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
get.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to make sure everybody have time for all of y'all point of views. I just don't want to skip nobody, and I did skip Miss Mel's question. Hit me, baby,
Yeah, it's
or
okay.
comment. Excuse me.
I'm I'm just gonna try to breeze through whatever that
Nah,
I
do your
can
thing. Do
remember.
your thing. I don't want to rush
But
nobody.
with the young man that just responded to what you were just saying, Tiff,
B
um
Bennett, yes, gotcha.
and to everybody else, like literally, to me, and I'm speaking on the African American Black community, literally, like, and I'm speaking directly to the Black community, but I'm also speaking towards just human life, period. If people, if people would just work on themselves enough to be able to do what they need to do and do the right thing, and think before they react, a lot of things could be avoided. But we know that's not going to happen. We know that's not going to happen. So, at the same time, it's really bothersome to me because this is nothing that's going to happen overnight. Like, we are already in a spiritual warfare, no matter who believe in it or not. That's just clearly what it is. You know, you have we are in the book of Revelation. We have these children and family and all kind of people just turning against each other. I mean, like, willing to do the whole works. It's insane about the things that they do to people that is close to you. You know what I mean? People who have raised you, have loved you all their lives, and they just blink out for no apparent reason. So at this point, you know, yeah, it's supposed to be a big deal when it comes down to the presidential election and all this and that. It comes down to when it comes down to P. Diddy and what he got going on and anything else that anybody else got going on. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to real life, baby, that's the struggle right there. Don't let all this other stuff sit up here and turn you off of what you really, really, really need to be doing. Because, baby, we are living in the book of Revelations, baby. That's what we need to be concentrated on. Don't let all this other stuff sit up here and get you concentrated on what they got going on. Hey, they live their life and they did what they did, and they gonna continue to keep doing what they doing. And then whatever happened after they got done doing what they doing, guess what? It's gonna happen, and it's gonna come back, and that's what they gonna deal with. But what we gotta deal with right now. Look at all the stuff that we gonna have to deal with and we gonna have to look forward to. And that's what I feel like we need to be focused on. Not worried about everybody else's life, but what we really gonna have to deal with it. We gotta deal with all of this stuff that's in up here occurring, that's literally occurring within our current life in real life. So what now? Okay, yeah, we could follow the whole Biggie situation. We could follow the whole presidential situation. But what we doing is nothing. But at the same time, we got our head on the swivel everywhere we go. For the ones that have to, for the ones that do, the ones that used to, the ones that know how I feel to have your head on the swivel. So, I mean, what we gonna do about that? Let's talk about it. That's all I gotta say.
Shout out. Um, absolutely, absolutely, and I do agree with that as well. Church and tabernacle. Church and tabernacle. Metal Heart says, I spoke a truth about Asians and I almost had my Facebook page snatched from me. And with the letter community, you can't point out how they groom the youth at an early age. She says Obama gave the letter community so much protection. Just check his record during this administration. I want to say one thing to that, Metal Heart, because again, you're touching on some things that, be on my mind, and it's crazy. I had noticed a similar thing, Metal, about when it comes to the letter community, right? Now, I so much had no problem with it. Hell, I'm sure one time or another, I'm pretty sure I could have been the damn shit. I don't know. Maybe an L for a week or two. So I ain't got nothing against the letter community. Let's make that clear. However, I do have an issue with feeling like people who I am, I have no choice. I wasn't given a choice with who I am. I came out my mother a woman, right? And that's who I want to be. Shout out to the women, shout out to the kings. Those that came into this world as they are, it does bother me that those who are choosing to be something other than, and well, I ain't gonna say the whole letter community. I'm talking about like, oh Jesus, this one's a hard one. For instance, it's almost like it's taboo once they had these policies or these that and the third for the letter community. It almost was taboo for you to be able to speak on it, right? Like you got to worry about getting jumped in the algorithm if you speak about policies or things that were passed to protect the letter community versus things that you're still waiting on to be passed to protect your own community. So it's to me it's crazy that we're at a place now that a person who was a male and one decided they wanted to be a woman has more rights than a person born a woman. It's crazy to me. You know what I mean? Just the amount of protection, almost like it's a punishment to be not part of the letter community. You know what I mean? It's really really weird. It's really weird. Like there ain't no protection for straight folks or whatever the case may be. It's weird. It's a lot of, I don't know, emphasis on a community when I mean a lot of that is self-choice stuff. What about us that have no choice but to be black, have no choice but to be a woman, have no choice but to be a man, and deal with the things that come with that. There's no protection on hate crimes against why I gotta be torn up if I want to discuss policies that I don't want to take your protection away, but I want to know why I can't get protection either. You know what I'm saying? Someone can cause hate crime against me and it's like it's cool, but you say the littlest thing about any other community and you feel like you're gonna have to spend life in the penitentiary. It's weird.
Look, that's what I'm saying. So it's like real talk because at the end of the day, it's the accountability for me. And I posted something on my page earlier. You know what I mean? It's the accountability for me. It's the people take responsibility for the things that they do, to cause whatever it is that they already are aware of, and they still choose to do and make the choices that they make and do not sit up here and take accountability for it. Do not take responsibility for it. Now it's one thing when you sit up here and you have other people having your back, such as the people that I already had, mentioned, within my last comment or whatever. But it's just the whole fact that, like, come on, man, let's get it together. Things really can be avoided. And if you can avoid certain things, then do that. Keep that same mentality. Do the best that you can do, and know your rights. You know what I mean? Know your rights at the same time, but be smart at how what you do and how you do it. You know what I mean? Like you really can't avoid a lot of things, and you really can make better decisions that people out here that are making. So for when it comes down to the ones that's doing the whole most, you know what I mean? When it comes down, we can't control the government. I don't give a damn if you cast a vote or not. I don't
Mm.
give a damn if you cast a vote. You still can't control what's gonna happen up in this world. At the end of the day, in my eye, you can agree or not to agree. God is the control, baby. It ain't got nothing to do with no doggone government or none of this, that, and the third. But do you got to be careful in this world? Yes, the hell you do. Yes, you do.
But
You know what I mean?
I do think that I agree, but I do think that that is something that we have to that probably set us back a little bit is us feeling like these votes don't count. So a lot of us don't. We feel like what's going to be the difference? But we wouldn't be where we are today if something didn't count. If something never counted out there with voting, with look at the civil rights movement, this, that, and the third.
Yes,
I never.
I agree. I agree with
Right.
that, sis.
It's
I
sometimes
definitely
we don't
agree with
really
it.
see the reward of it like how we would like to. You know what I mean? Which I get.
But what I was saying, was basically is that people, humans, do not, they don't have that decision. And even if they chose to make it their decision, okay, it's obviously wrong. You know what I mean? So if they chose to make the decision to sit up here and take anybody's life or do anything, in a malice way or whatever to anybody for whatever strength that they do not have that right. And at the end of the day, they even though they feel like they are in control of that particular situation, I mean, you can be, but trust and believe it's coming back, baby. It is coming back. If you live a grateful life, if you live a great life and you try to do the best by people, you know, I feel that, you know, you will go wherever you choose to go, you know what I mean, or whatever anybody's liking it to. As far as when I feel heaven, you know what I mean, I feel that you would go to heaven and paradise or wherever it is if you are a believer of God and Jesus Christ. Then that's where I feel I would go. So I'm gonna speak that on myself, and but as far as whatever your beliefs are, you're gonna go there peacefully, knowing that you did the right thing. If you live your life within the dirt or whatever it is, then trust and believe that's gonna come back on you. 9 out of 10, that's the way your life will be. You continue it.
Period.
That's it. That's it.
I think
you know, do
Talk
right
to
by
me, Kings.
people. You know what I mean? Do right
I was
by
just waiting
folks.
for her to finish. That's all.
Do right by people. Like people is not gonna always do right by you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you got to sit up here and be this, that, and type of way. Don't let nobody change you. Do what you do and be yourself, no matter what, the best way that you can. Because people can get you up out. We human. You know what I mean? We get emotional. We do feel some type of way. But try to be the best person that you can be and try to do the best thing that you can do. You know what I mean? Because you don't know what type of spirit or anything that anybody is carrying on with them. You don't know that. They could be around folks that sit up here and be carrying stuff, and then they get to talking and interacting with you, and then next thing you got things going on up in your life. It could just be regular things. It can be. But at the same time, can't nobody tell me if you believe in spirits that you know damn well spirits they travel, baby.
Well, hey, so look, the
They
spiritual
travel.
avenues is look. You taking me into another realm, man. I
It's
got to
real
reel
life.
you back. I got to
It's the
reel you back
warfare.
into the voters
It's the
registration. Now I
warfare.
got to reel you back
Oh, they better pay attention. Shit, we'll all be out here losing our damn mind. If we don't
in.
stay focused, we'll be out here losing our damn mind. For
This is
real.
true. Shout out to super fans. Hold up, which one of my cousins is that? Is that Mina or TC? Because I think I said, hold up, did I speak to assume it was TC, or is it Mina down there? I don't know which one of my cousins that is under super fan, but I love you, cousin. I love y'all both, so it don't even matter, do it? But I think that might be Mina. So I love you, Mina. If that shoe is so good to see you, sweetheart. Love you the long way, straight like that. Um, Kings, talk to me. Me and Mel took over the show for a little second. Okay, I thought that was you, Mina. I love you, sweetheart. I've been asking about you. Shout out to Mina.
All right. As far as other nations or people, the main reason why they get those afforded protections is because they all stick together instead of us as a group. That's why they get the protection. Not only that, it's also because of the foreign policies. If foreigners keep getting, you know, injured, deleted, attacked, that looks bad when they're in our country, and that could be considered an act of war. Because then at that point, us traveling to foreign countries, dealing with different foreign nations, we could get attacked too. But that's also looked at as an act of war, depending on your race or who you are. Because more than likely, they don't really care about African Americans or whatever. You're under a certain demographic group. Um, the courts, believe it or not, are put there in place not to your benefit, believe it or not. It's not to our benefit at all. They're there to enforce the commercial aspect of it, not too much towards your rights. They're there to uphold the commercial aspect of it. That's why they are called commercial courts. They're not government.
Mm.
They just enforce the commercial aspect of it. That's why they have the penal system, the codes, the statutes, and everything that's mainly commercial. Always remember that. And if they say that they're government, just look it up under Duns and Brad, put in the address and the phone number, and you'll see that Duns and Brad number come up. It's just a business operating as government. Remember that.
I think.
Um,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I wasn't finished yet.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Um, most of the time when you find yourself not having any kind of protection, is because you never corrected your status. You can look that up on that SF 181 form. Um, you have no rights until you change that. Until you do, you have no protection underneath the Constitution under Article 4, Section 4. Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, where um, you have to basically state that, you're not an enemy of the United States, which you're not. You have to let these people know because according to Franklin Theodore Roosevelt, underneath the New Deal, I believe, after 1933, after all of the gold was allocated, and he made that new rule, quote unquote, the New Deal, the National State of Emergencies Act, Trading with the Enemies Act, everybody's considered the enemy. And there's no gold and there's no silver. That was America's money. the real money, before they replaced it with Federal Reserve notes, which is the green colorable paper that you see today that said this is legal tender for all debts, public and private. So when someone says, well, hey, I'm demanding money, and you give them, a bar of silver or a bar of gold, that's still a form of money, and no corporation could demand what they specify to be tendered on how that debt should be paid. That's according to the Clearfield Doctrine and HJR 192 1933, which stands for House Joint Resolution. But again, when it comes down to other nations, other groups having their own beliefs and actually acting on it, is because they all stick together and they say, hey, look, this is what's going on. This is what we want. They fought hard for it. You don't see a lot of people of color saying, let's get together. Only the time when it's come to get together is when there's drama in the entertainment industry, or when there's a new rapper in town, or when a rapper's getting indicted. That's when everybody start coming together and looking into shit. All the shit that don't matter, that we've been distracted by for years and years and years to come, not knowing the truth on what the real goal is supposed to be. We're all
Okay,
supposed to be
is
sticking
that
together.
V Bennett? That's V Bennett that's
Nah, that's
talking.
Mike.
Okay, Mike, I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I didn't want to actually lose, about what you just said. Like, I really wanted to make a response towards that, and I agree with you, 100%. But I do have something to say about that. Like, it's really. Do you believe in spirituality and stuff like that? Like, do you
Mel, if
believe
you
that
don't keep
there's
if
a
you
spirit?
don't keep spirituality up out of these politics, girl.
I want to ask so because he's his own person and he has his own way of thinking. So, and I like the way, so I'm just curious, but I'm gonna leave it out of it. That's not what my question is about. I'm curious. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there is a formal spirituality of it, and yeah, I do believe that it is going on, that we are undergoing spiritual warfare. But at the same time, we're dealing with things from a commercial setting where a lot of us haven't really delved too deep in what's really going on. It's not just spiritual, it's also about contracts. I'm sure when everyone
Absolutely.
here has engaged in some sort of contract, doesn't matter how big or how small, I bet none of you have even thought about reserving your rights in every contract that you sign.
Okay, okay. You said none of you. What you mean by you?
A majority of people have not read deeply into the contracts and reserved their rights. Just in case if things go left, you could review the contract.
But
Anything that's
who
been
were you responding to when you say you? Is what I'm talking about. Like, who was
a
you?
majority of the people,
Okay.
people of color.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely.
Okay.
Like real talk. Like I definitely agree. But as far as your
Hold on one sec,
opinion,
Mel. I
okay.
don't want to skip V. I don't want to skip V Bennett. V Bennett, give us some insight. Give us some insight. Cause one thing that I want is I follow V Bennett's page for those of y'all that don't know, and I've gotten to hear a lot of his perspective on all of this stuff or whatever. And from listening to him and all of that stuff, I actually asked him to come over and give the audience some details and some point of views on some things. And I don't want to be rude to the person I invited over here. So, B Bennett, give us some insight on your thoughts, baby.
I mean, this Metal Heart, her comment, I think we should take a page from the Jewish community. I think she's absolutely correct, and
Okay.
I think that's a good um, thing to take a detailed look into. But you have to admit, there's people in the country right now that don't want you to do that, which is why they demonize Jewish people by making up these things that they rule the world, that they're behind the banking system, all of these type of tropes. You see what I mean? Because they don't want you following their real example. So when you don't want people following the basic examples, you demonize people, you know. And I think we fall victim to that, you know. And Jews, since they have been demonized, they ain't falling for it. They see that shit a mile away. They're very, very active in all aspects of society because they know their survival depends on it. It ain't a game, you know. So I think, and I do agree, the division among African Americans, if you don't want to call them black people, call them native, call them whatever you want, but decide something. So that's another point. The Jewish people decided what they're going to be called. It's not that they think it's a perfect name. They organize behind the name. They don't give a damn what the name is. It's what they do with the name. So, I mean, I think, you know, we've been harmed. Our community has literally had laws passed against us because we were black. Just like women in America did not have the right to own property or vote. Those are serious things that have generational consequences. And we're still dealing with those generational consequences. And in terms of black people, a lot, some things have been done. Our people, we shouldn't demonize. Look at our people. We got some people that demonize Martin Luther King. Then they want to demonize another. Yo, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, they didn't agree when they first met each other, but they were intelligent enough to figure something out, that they have more in common. So they shouldn't be going at each other. But look at how many people demonize Martin Luther King, man. They didn't stand in his shoes. I mean, in my world, you don't do that. You just simply do better. You don't go back in time and demonize the ones that actually did take a brick upside their head, did take water hoses, did watch people get lynched. You know, we literally have black people demeaning those folks that went through that. That don't make no sense. That's an example of not sticking together. You see, so I agree with that 100%. We got to stick together. And if you don't stick together, you're going to suffer from it. But you can chew bubble gum and walk at the same time. Sticking together doesn't mean we sticking together. Bye, America. We gone. No, it could also mean we sticking together. We're going to support each other's businesses. We're going to back each other up in the state laws that provide the school system. We need a place for our kids to go. If you're not going to homeschool your kids, where are they going to go? Who's going to school them? In real time, not in theory, in practical time. Next week, where's your kid going to go? That's what we need answers for. We don't need where our kids going to go in 20 years from now. Once we build up a nation, that's theory. That's not facts. You see what I mean? So I think we need to keep it simple. We need to learn how to chew bubble gum and walk at the same time, because that is exactly what you have to do. It means voting doesn't mean you can't stick together. Voting doesn't mean you can't own a business. Voting doesn't mean that you cannot demonstrate. Voting doesn't mean none of that. You could do all of those things, but you have to be willing to, and you got to be willing to do it together. Now, we got examples of people. Shit, we got people out there, our own people. What's this guy's name? Mark Robinson. He literally wants to diss, whatever you want to call the name, diss our ancestors by saying we're the ones that should be paying reparations. The man literally said that. I mean, that's a traitor. It doesn't matter what you call us. We went through that for real. You see what I mean? That's not a joke. Do you think Jewish people running around there talking about, hey, the Holocaust wasn't real? Man, are you crazy? They're going to
Right.
X you out forever. They're going to make you pay. You see what I mean? And we just not there yet, but I'm not blaming us because the reality is that we have been constantly under attack in so many ways. Where did the drugs come from? Who couldn't get a job in the 50s? This is the 50s ain't a whole lot of generations ago. My father was born in a segregated city called Washington, D.C. You see what I mean? So his first job, literally first job, was working for a Jewish man that owned a grocery store. You see what I mean? Is he supposed to diss him because he got a job when somebody else wouldn't give him a job? You see what I mean? We got to stop picking on each other for doing our best and learn how to work together and say, you know what? This person is trying to do some good. That's good with me. I see where he's going or she's going. That's good with me. We got to learn how to stick together. And we let so many people divide us, but it doesn't mean that we should just step away from society as a whole, because then we're going to walk away from everything that we have been fighting for. And if you're not really going to walk away and get the fuck out the country, then stay and do something in the country that you can literally do. It's a fight. It is a fight. But if you ain't up for the fight, other people are up for this fight. We got to decide, are we going to be up for it, And we need representatives that aren't going to tear each other down just over small differences. You know what I mean? I mean, there are good Black people out there doing great jobs representing us, but we dissing them so easily, just across the board, just dismissing them so easily. How could I diss so many people, Black people, myself, when I'm not willing to go out there and do the work? So we've been triggered, we've been harmed, we've been hurt. It's okay to admit that, if it means we can now accept what we have to do to get out of that situation. But crying is not going to do it. We really have to do the work, and it's not going to be fair. It ain't fair, you see, but we have to accept that it's not fair, but we still got to do the work, and so there's no magic answer, but not standing up for yourselves is not the answer. And if you're not, again, like I said, my brother here, Mike, he tried to tell me what my identity is. He tried to tell me I'm not African American. I never tried to tell him he's not Native. I don't do that. I don't care if he's Native, because I care about, does anti-Black racism really exist in America, in the United States and America abroad? Yes, that's a fact. It don't matter if you Black this one or Black that tribe or Black from the tribe over there down from South America and you migrated up. It don't matter. You see? And that's the thing. In the 50s, nobody gave a damn if you was from Jamaica. Your ass was Black. Nobody cared if you was from Grenada. You were Black. You had to go. It might have been 1% of people from Grenada. Your ass went through it too. And now today we're bickering over this stuff. We're talking about immigrants. We're talking about that. I think we got to look at the numbers. The United
Bennett,
States.
that's you. That's
Oops,
you, Bennett.
sorry.
No. The United States
I
is.
just want to say this.
Hold on. I think I'm getting feedback. Hold on 1 second. Okay.
Is that Bennett talking?
The United States of America is the most powerful country that's ever existed on Earth. It just is. Most powerful military, most powerful GDP, right? We have to stop letting other people point us in the wrong direction. There's simply no excuse for not providing for our shit, our struggle, for not acknowledging it. There's no excuse. And that doesn't matter if it's a Democrat or a Republican. It just doesn't matter. But we got to understand in detail where these things are being stopped. Like I said before, people should look it up again. The rescue plan for Black farmers, Black and minorities farmers, it's literally a bill held up in the Supreme Court right now. Why is nobody talking about it? Instead, people are saying, what has Biden done? What has Harris done? It's being held up in the Supreme Court because of the language Black and minority. and it's being held up by Republicans. Republicans literally are doing it. All you got to do is look it up. You can find out which states are doing that. And I think the fact that we don't talk about it and we just are focused on they didn't do nothing for us. Well, let's be factual. Maybe they didn't do enough, but we must acknowledge what they're trying to do. We have to do that too. If I mean, if I came, none of us know each other personally. I mean, I don't know y'all personally, right? But if we're neighbors and I tried to do something for you and I didn't succeed, but you saw that I really tried, don't you give a damn?
Yeah. A for effort.
I mean, because because why should I try again? You see what I'm saying? What and I think is, again, I'm gonna say this again, is really unfortunate for our people in America because our plight has been ignored. Not unilaterally by everybody though, but as far as the responsibility of the nation, the United Nations has already said African Americans, Black Americans, they got loads of names for us. They don't care which name you pick. Our people in that country are owed reparations. That's what the United Nations said. They say that about a lot of, not reparations, but they point out a lot of bad things that are happening to different folks in the US, but they point out our thing too. And we got to mobilize as a people and just say, this is all right. You're going to do it or not? You're going to talk about this or not? As far as I'm concerned, the answers as far as our people are not good enough. But then again, we got to let them know that we know some shit too. So make it good enough. We got to hold them. We got to hold them to task, to what they say. And when they don't do something, get them the hell out of here. But my one question that I wanted to ask everybody, if I may,
Mhm.
is, and also Mike too, but not only Mike, is this: there's a hurricane. The hurricane just went through several states, right? Now, these states, none of these states can handle that catastrophe. None of them. They cannot handle it alone. That's why FEMA is there. FEMA gets its tax dollars from everybody in America, whether you come from a state that had a hurricane or not. So our tax dollars from everybody, even if I paid $1 in federal taxes, even though I don't, because I don't live in the US, but if you live in a state that didn't get affected by the hurricane, you paid into the money that is helping somebody in a state that did right now. Now, we don't call that welfare, do we? No. But when we're telling people that we have a plight, folks are trying to call it welfare. You see what I mean? So we got to call folks out on that. And when we see legislators or representatives starting to talk about that, and you see them, some of the Democrats are saying, hey, how come you ain't calling this welfare? Hey, Florida, you want some of this welfare money, some of this FEMA money? Hey, Florida, you said you don't want to pay for nobody else who does this and this and this because that's not something you're into. Well, why should somebody in another state that ain't been through a hurricane have to be into your hurricane? But you are. They found ways to make sure. So I think it's just about being fair, for anybody and everybody, but again, we have a special plight because we have been slaves. We have been denied a vote for generations, and we're not going to make it up just easily. Especially if our own damn country does not acknowledge that plight, and they're fighting it. They're fighting it in the courts. They're literally the Senate. If you wanted to ask the Congress people who's going to vote for our plight, for our reparations, you're going to find people on both sides that's going to have difficulty saying, yeah, but you're mostly going to find Republicans saying no. You're mostly going to find that, just like you find in the courts, them not wanting to allocate the funds that have already been in law set aside for Black farmers and minority farmers. They're holding it up in court just for that name. So we need to pay attention to that stuff anytime it's happening. But it's not only on the federal level that these things are happening, it's also on the state level. you know. So I think it's just a lot of work for us, and it's unfair that we have to do all of this work given the fact that we have been denied. We've been put last. That's not fair. And we got to start saying it. But again, we got to also make the big decision. If you're going to stay, then you need to be active doing the things that are going to help us improve. And it's not just one thing, it's multiple things. So I think the Jewish community is a good community to look at. We shouldn't demonize them. It doesn't mean we have to agree on everything, but we shouldn't demonize them. You
I'm
see,
gonna read oh, I'm sorry, bro. I
no, I'm
wanted to
good.
read
I'm good.
just a couple of comments in the chat. Miss Mel, who's on the panel with us, says we can't control others, but we can do what's in our power. Hold up, we can't control others, but we only can do what's in our power, especially being careful with safety. Metal Heart says. Y'all notice that they don't teach Black history in schools. If they do, it's a watered down white version of it. Cousin Mina from Superfan, shout out. If y'all haven't already, please go subscribe to the cousins. Go subscribe to Miss Mel on the panel. And we also got Brother V Bennett on the panel. And we got one Mike So Focus on the panel with us. Superfan says the Black community fight begins in the home, then the community you reside in. Focusing on the fight as a whole is an uphill battle and repetitive cycle. And she also was agreeing with Mel and said, and what is within our control is what's within our households and spiritually. And you two ladies are certainly right. Miss Mel, let's hear from you. You there, sis?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I just put some in the chat at the same time. I was letting them know, letting the mods know to go ahead put we've been in channel in the chat.
Oh, thank
Oh, I
you.
don't even know if there's another mod in here but you.
Yeah, I don't know either.
They might all they might have all went to sleep.
I mean, I got a lot of stuff going on right now.
Yeah, I hear because your phone going in and out. You got a lot of feedback.
I'm sorry.
No, you fine. I'm just letting you know. Talk to me.
Look, man, like with everybody, with all of this stuff that's going on, election, everything that's going viral and is viral. Like, seriously, I feel like I feel like it's okay to, pray for everybody, you know what I mean? Pray for the world, pray for the families and stuff like that. You know, no matter who or what, just pray for everybody and keep yourself in prayer. You know what I mean? Like, it's too much, y'all. Like, and I'm not trying to, Tip, I hope you don't take this in an offensive way. You know what I mean? I just want to speak a small testimony with these two brothers that's on the panel. You know what I mean? And to everybody else. I want to be transparent and I'm going to keep it real, like real stuff. So, I mean, a couple of weeks ago, my son was just shot in his face by what he thought was his best friend. You know what I mean? And then as things I know, this past Saturday, one of my very close cousins, first cousins, you know what I mean, stood up here and was alive. You know what I mean? So, and
My
you
condolences.
how folks that, they around people, both of them was around people that they trusted and that they know, you know. So it's it's okay. I get it with the politics. I get it with all of that. But I really believe that what's actually going out what's going on out here in these streets. Why don't nobody want to talk about that? Because why don't nobody want to, sit up here and see how we can stop this shit, slow it down, or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, our children are dying, our children are suffering, and they do not feel safe around here. Like, look, okay, what we had Black Panthers and some more stuff. Y'all can't come up with nothing else. Where's our men? Where's our, what's really going on? We're the 2024 men that's ready to stand up for our people no matter what. We wasn't about violence at the end of the day. It's about protecting each other and protecting one another and trying to help a family get to a better place. So
Oh,
where
could I
is
just say
that?
something? Could I just
Sure.
interject? Okay, I don't mean to ask you a personal question on the panel. Please don't take it offensively. But is the father still involved in the child's life?
That's the problem. No matter if it is or if they're not, that don't necessarily mean that it's healthy for the child. They could be in their life and they could be out of their life. That don't necessarily mean that they healthy for the child.
Nah, it was just a straight, simple, forward question. It was just a yes or no. It's nothing personal about it.
Who would sit up here and give anybody my personal information when it has to do with my child? So it is still and relevant as a a personal question, and also it can just be labeled for what the hell it is. I mean, that's my answer.
Okay.
That's my
All right.
answer. It's
Yeah.
not her business or anybody else's business as far as when it has to do with my child or anybody else. Because I did not point my child out in particular. I'm talking about children.
Yeah,
My
but
child
again, but
issue.
okay, but not trying to have like a debate or argument or anything like that. What I'm trying to basically prove a point is that I'm trying to come across is that it like you said before, it starts from the home. So if
Mm-hmm.
everyone was involved playing their part, a lot of this stuff on the outside, it will stop because everybody would be so involved in the future generation's life where if something would have happened on one end, they would get it from both cards because maybe the person that did happen to commit that crime against your loved one, maybe he didn't have both of his parents in his life to properly guide him and to prevent him from going down that route. Maybe this kid that decided to go about, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe that kid,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
maybe that kid that decided to go that route, that
Mm-hmm.
did that crime against your child, didn't have that intervention like, yo, if you do this, this is what's gonna happen to you. This person that you did this to, his family might come after us now. Or worse, you're gonna get involved with the law, and the law is gonna want to lock you up and throw away the key because they benefit for you being in a form of involuntary servitude due to your actions committing that crime. Now you're in the commercial setting because all crimes are commercial. That's where they really want you since you happen to have committed that. I'm not saying that to insult you to say, oh, the father wasn't in the child's life. Not to say that it's your personal information. I'm just stating it for what it is as an example, not to be insulting to you, but I'm just saying maybe on the other end, this kid that did that ain't got nobody. So he's roaming through life thinking that doing things out of just doing it and not thinking about the actions and repercussions of his actions to see that that would happen.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this to you, bro. I'm gonna say this
Uh-huh.
to you. as that, and to everybody else. Like literally, this was somebody that my son called his brother.
Okay.
This young man has came to my home and didn't have anywhere to go for days at a time. My son had went to his home, you know what I mean, and spent the night, maybe a day or two, you know what I mean, but it's there. You know, like that's how close they were. I mean, it got to the point to where certain things started to happen, and I started to realize certain things, and I let my son know, about how I felt. But never would have thought that things would occur at this point because literally before anything happened to my son, he was literally at their home and spent the night about a week. Because my son is young. He just turned, well, he's getting ready to turn 19 now because his birthday is in January. But during this time frame, when things was still up there going on, between those two, it was pretty early, you know. So it was early within him being 18 years old. And as we all know as adults, is that okay, just because you turn 18 don't necessarily mean your ass is grown. You ain't grown. You ain't really ready to leave up out of mama's house or up out of mama care at all, period. I mean, some you may have, but and I'm not knocking that. But the majority, no. Not within this generation. My son was born in 2006. He was born in 2006. So it's just like, yeah, please.
You
All I
know,
know, at the end of the day, I was born 1980, baby. I will be 44 years old, October 27th, this month. And I came up good. Those to me, those were the good old days. You know what I mean? Like seriously. So of course, that's the only upbringing that I know. And baby, we didn't play about any of that stuff. We didn't play when it got to do with you ain't gonna wear nothing but a dress or some type of suit when it come down to you walking at any church or funeral type stuff. Like seriously, you better change your clothes afterwards. And it's still that way to this day. You know what I mean? And that's how I bring up my kids. You know what I mean? So I mean, no matter what, when it has to do with these children growing up within the generation that represented in front of them in their face, in our face, it's not too much that the parent can do. You do what you do, try to do it as well as you can, and you put it in God's hand. Because baby, when they out here in these streets, that's all you can do is leave it in God's hand.
hey
If
sister,
I believe her.
can I say something to you, sister? Mel. Yeah, yeah. I wanted to say first, I'm sorry about what happened to your son. And it's tragic, and it's been happening. I'm 54 years old. It's been happening my entire life. So I understand that type of confusion that creates this violence among each other. I mean, I grew up in a city, in a very violent city in the years I was growing up, and it was a beautiful city, but when it comes to certain things, certain violations, being rude to each other, little things like that, it could become very violent, volatile, but uh, going back to your son, the reality of it is that Black Americans, again, number one, we have not grown up in a free and fair society, period. And a lot of our trauma that our young people and we, our the parents, a lot of the trauma, it's because of that, and it's hard to explain these things, because especially when you got a larger society that's not acknowledging it, and just not acknowledging it means a person that didn't have to go through those things, in the same society, that grew up in the same society, is allowed to walk among you without really understanding you. Even if they're good and want to understand you, they don't necessarily all understand, so they can't totally acknowledge it, right? Then the other thing is that 19 years old, there is no male that's fully developed at 19. There's no female that's fully developed. Their brains are not developed until they're like the mid 20s. So we live in a society again, and it's not only the US, where 18 you can start, or 21 you can start drinking, or 18 you can start smoking, or there's a lot of things. 18 you can now be sent off to war. 18 you have all these responsibilities, but in reality, biologically, your brain ain't developed fully at 18, period. All scientists agree on that fact.
You even saying that, and I just wanted to throw this in there. You continue on. You even saying that. I don't know why. It seems like for the first time, hearing the age that you can be, sit the, war or whatever. Dang, it was kind of disheartening just now hearing that age come from come from you, because at 18, I mean, people are just starting out. It's like your first year into adulthood, and to think that people should be prepared, like you barely ready for adulthood or life, let alone to have a position of protecting the country, is interesting to me. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
little
Yeah, I
interesting.
mean, you
but
can
the
go
whole
to
thing
jail.
is this though: you're going overseas to go and fight somebody else's war that's
Mm.
already, you know, it's really, believe it or not, it's really bankers' wars. It's not your war; it's somebody else's war. You're going overseas to fight somebody else's war that don't
Hey,
even
Miss
pertain to you.
Shakina, welcome in. Good to see you, sweetheart. Good morning. Good morning. Love you much, baby. Continue, darling. Sorry, I was speaking.
Yeah, you're fighting on the behalf of a corporation, and you're fighting on the behalf of a bank, a banker's war. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of details that have been left out of those bankers' wars. Or if you want, you could check out this book. It's called The UCC Connection, and it'll tell you a lot about the wars that a lot of people have gone overseas and fought for, wars that they thought that they were fighting for liberty or for, the American, you know, government, or for the liberty of our people, when that's not necessarily the case. Every war that we've ever fought was over bankers' wars or over some form of natural resources. And that's why a lot of our veterans are running around because of the atrocities that they've seen or what they've been through, to find out a majority of it was lies, not the truth.
Mm,
You go
that's
over there,
deep.
you thinking these people trying to kill us. Yeah, they're trying to kill you, but you went over there to handle a situation. They didn't come over here. We went over there. So of
Yeah.
course someone's going to naturally try to defend themselves, or try to get somebody who's just come over there based off of, what was being told to them, to do certain things, and then be like, "Oh my God, what did I just do?" And then to only come back and they're not even being taken care of even after performing a duty that you swore an oath to. The same thing with these judges. When you go ahead, you say, "Hey, listen, there's a lot of people that's being killed, or we're not getting reparations. Why don't you do something?" "Well, I don't have to do nothing." Well, isn't that the oath that you swore to? Because a lot of
Mm.
that, that's a form of treason. If they're holding, they say, "Wait a minute, let's hold on to this because we got them in a chokehold right now, so let's not give them nothing." That goes against their oath. When someone swears their oath in and they don't perform, that is a form of treason, and they're supposed to be handled by the American people, which a majority of people don't.
Thank you for that super sticker, Miss Shakina. Thank you so much for that blessing. I love you, love. God bless you, and I hope you're having an amazing day at work. Sorry, guys, I gotta acknowledge the fam. You feel me?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Shakina, thank you. Thank you for supporting the
And
room.
yes,
What?
yes, and I also, while y'all is still talking, want to go ahead and thank the ones that are on this panel giving their amazing insight. Miss Mel, Mr. One Mike, Soul Focus, and Brother V Bennett in the building. Ooh, Mel, your phone cutting up, girl.
Oh, child.
Okay, now it ain't. But I want to thank these the kings and the queen on the panel with me that's sharing in this insight and giving us some great this conversation is very informative on so many levels and I really love it. It's really refreshing. And yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank y'all. Carry on. Where were we? Mr. Mike, I think you was
Yeah, thank
talking and
you.
I pass it. Or was that you, V?
I
No,
wanted to
I'm listening.
look out here, for both of y'all. Y'all can continue to keep saying what y'all gonna say. I just want to throw it out there so maybe y'all can probably add it to y'all response to Tiff's what Tiff just said. But I just want I would like to ask, how do both of you all feel about what can we do as a people, not necessarily divided in any type of stuff like that, as far as with being black, white, or whatever, it don't matter. But as a people, what can we do as a people, in your opinion, um, to just work for what could be done, at least for the
Okay.
ones willing to,
I,
basically.
I could say a few things, but I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. For one, get right with God first. Always put God first, right?
Like that.
Then get back to the natural order of things. The men, have to come down to a formal structure to make sure that the family is kept together. The men and the woman, as far as thinking about other than just themselves, think about the entire structure of the family. Keep the outsiders, as far as the third parties, the system, keep them out of your private affairs. Keep them completely out. Focus on the family structure. Put aside your differences to get right with God. Because when you're in your natural element, the man is supposed to lead, the woman is supposed to be his helpmate. It's God first, man, woman, then the children. Bring all of that together. Keep a tight knit. Then, when you're focused on the family, bring the communities together, but keep the outside interference out. For people that are not straight within that community, also hold them accountable for the fuck stuff that they're doing. I would say F-ish, but
Mm,
I'm trying to keep it clean on this channel. Keep
child, I wish I
them
could.
held, yeah, hold them accountable to say, hey, listen, you're messing this community up. You're gonna have to straighten up or get out. We're not gonna have you in this community, because you notice every community got that troubled one that's in there, or that troubled group of
Ooh-wee,
people.
speaking
And
to
when
me.
you start holding people accountable and say, listen, you want to be a part of this village, we ain't gonna have you messing it up for everybody. That way, when you all get together as a collective, everybody knows everybody. When somebody mess up, hey, look, that's your people's. We need to handle that. We're gonna get judged instead of having an outside person.
Hold on, bro. Tip, where you found this man at, Chad?
You so crazy. Look, one thing I was about to I was about to say to Mike, shit, does this work in the YouTube community? Cause he damn sure hitting the head on the nail with this one.
Yeah, when
Dude.
when you see somebody that's messing up in that community, and you say, hey, listen, we operate as a village.
Mm.
And when we operate in here as a village, you doing things that are on the outside messing up that village. So now, instead of
Mm.
letting the police get a hold of you, where you think you're safe and you're going to jail, you got to deal with us as a community. A lot of people would think twice about that. They'd be like, man, you know what? I'm not trying to get caught by the cops or anything like that. Furthermore, I'm not trying to get caught by this community. They're going to rip me apart and they're going to hold my family accountable. That's what villages do. They're like, hey, look, that person got one person in the family that's a total screw up and he's causing all kinds of dismay for this village. As opposed to the courts will just be like, lock him up, throw away the key. We still going to get paid. Throw his ass in. It's different when you got somebody holding your family and that whole village apart, because that whole family, you do something, that whole family is gonna feel it, not just that one person that thinking I just did this and got away. No, the whole family. So what they're gonna do is that family from within is gonna be like, look, you getting our family looked at, so now we're gonna handle you, because if we don't handle you and you out of hand, the village is going to handle us. So
Mm.
we're going to handle you. That's how that all comes down. And when it comes down to the policing, oh, the police, yeah, we need to step in. We need to find. No, no, no. We don't need you. We already know what you're about. You don't have what's in our best interest. But on our end, we have him. His ass belongs to us, not you.
Hello. Speak
Or if
up.
you got him in jail, hey, listen, we want our people back. We want them back. Oh, well, you can't have him back. Oh, you can't? All right. When he comes out, we will deal with him. And then we'll deal with you too. We're going to make sure you don't ever serve the public again. We want you out of office. We will do everything through great lengths. And when enough people start making enough static, they're going to be like, hey, look, man, you can't work as a government official over here no more, man. We're going to have to get somebody else in. You're going to have to go to another county or something.
How can we get our people in?
Let's
How
hear.
can we
Let's
get
hear
our people in?
let's let V Bennett answer that that one. What you think, V?
I mean, to get your people in.
Your
I'm
name ain't V.
I'm waiting. I'm very interested. I love this.
Well, to get
V.
your people in, it
Your
takes
name ain't
unity.
V. I
Oh,
didn't tell you to answer that question, brother
oh, I was
Mike.
gonna tell you. I was gonna tell you. All right, no doubt. All right.
You can, I mean, I don't know what was her question. How do you get your people in? In what exactly?
In unity to, I think is
Oh,
your question was more
oh
so
yeah.
like in unity to hold
First,
each other accountable and let it start within the village and the communities and stuff like that.
you know what
Um,
I think is like so. It's the little things, very small things, and I think that it's in stages, and everybody is not going to be at the same stage at the same time. But for young people, I would start off with young people that are that are have passed high school or got their GED, right? Um, take a second, a year, right? Don't think about the money. Go somewhere else and see how other people do things. Other people that look like you. Then the other thing is one thing we definitely are poisoned with, that speaks to our values in the US that we have to get rid of, is stop thinking that the kind of car you have speaks to how much money you have and power. Stop thinking the clothes that you're wearing and how much they cost speak to your money and power. Stop doing that. Be happy being poor. Be happy with the simple things, because that's how you're going to prepare yourself to make the next stage, by not wasting money on shit that's not yours. We waste so much money. We wasting it. And we have people teaching our kids to waste money and to waste time. So that's why I say, take a second, take $1,000. Don't be afraid. don't let the fear of what's going on in the United States, because in the United States everything costs money, everything is going to, and how people are, we tend to think that everybody thinks like us, and they don't. Everybody with five fingers and two eyeballs does not practice the same form of psychology we do. That's so important. But but the thing, man, we have so many basic issues that are self-control issues that we need to get back in touch with, that have very real effects on our lives. And I think it really starts with the young folks, giving them more opportunities so that they don't feel like they're trapped. You see what I mean? And I'll give you an example, sister, to your issue that you brought up. Is Mel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, your son, like I say this shit all the time. I mean, because I know this, because I left. I didn't have a whole lot of money when I started traveling. I didn't have that. What I had is connections, contacts, and I wasn't afraid. I'm the type of person, I will go anywhere in this goddamn world by myself with that passport. You see, it's not about what passport I'm carrying. It's about what do I do with it? What do I do with what I'm carrying? And so when I got out there, I started realizing, wait a second, man, I'm seeing things through a funnel that was designed much like what Mike says, although I don't agree with everything he say, but some of the things I do, I'm thinking, where a lot of us are thinking like typical Americans, the typical American, when we're not typical Americans. We're not typical. We're very different, and I think we spend a lot of time, like when we turn on the tube, turn on the TV, what do we see? A lot of our kids take up that behavior, what they see, because it's logical to think, okay, if I see this and these people exist, maybe I should be like that. The other thing is that what the adults can do is think about this. We talk about our values, right? But how do you instill your values in your children if you're at work all day? If you got to work longer than somebody else to pay the bills, how do you spend time with your kids, nurturing your own kids? You see, and that's where some of these things, saving money, not wasting money, also child care, even though it sounds like it's just something for a lot of women all the time, it's not just for women. So people can spend more time with their kids. You see what I mean? People need help. Less, a fair working wage allows you to spend more time with your kids. And we got to start addressing the structural issues like that. Um, and so when we see somebody out there saying, hey, do you need childcare? Hey, do you need a fair wage? Hey, should your job be unionized, or should you just keep getting kicked around by Walmart? You know what
Can
I'm
I
saying?
speak on can I
Yeah.
speak on
uh,
that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I get it. I go through a whole lot of as far as with my channel. And Tiff, I'm not bringing up my channel, as far as no promotion or no stuff like
Girl,
that.
y'all go
It's okay.
subscribe.
Do your thing. You
Y'all go
promote.
You know
subscribe
how I
to Keep
am.
It Cute with
You know
Miss
how I
Mel.
am. Like seriously. But anyways, like real talk. I go through a lot of stuff, as far as emotionally, when it has to do with my content, because a lot of my content is based off true stories. You know what I mean? And 9 out of 10 is violent, or something that's violent, that happened to somebody, but it's actually bringing awareness, and it's definitely for educational purposes only, like real talk. So it's just the whole fact that, with a lot of stuff that you said, people, and it's a lot of people that seriously do not just want to take that accountability for themselves, and they do not want to, move forward, within certain things. But what I'm saying is, that do that shit on your own. You don't need nobody to sit up here and you know what I mean and man talk be your own clout is what I'm saying. Be your own clout. Like
Okay,
real
well,
talk. Like I clearly said to somebody, I forgot who chat I was in or whatever, but I don't be in too many chats these days. So, but one of the chats that I was in today, I'm like, shit, I'm jealous of myself.
all right. Could
That's
I
how
just say something?
confident I am with myself. You know what I mean? I'm jealous of myself. We have to work on each other. You know what I mean? Work on yourself first of all. We can say whatever it is we want to say. I'm not gonna say we can't do anything because we can do whatever it is that we want to do if we choose to. Okay, but I'm just saying like as far as when it has to do with us coming together as a whole in any type of way, no, baby. Do I see that happening really soon? No. It's really ridiculous. A lot of ridiculous things that's going on out here in the world, and it's more mental than it is anything. Everything is more mental. Seriously. Like people is not remembering the things, the crimes that they are doing. They don't even remember doing it. Let's
Well,
get
you see,
into it. You know what I
what
mean?
is what
Go
what it
ahead.
really comes down to is the community, the people, and the people who are raising those people are not holding them accountable. When they get held accountable as a group, then and only then by their community, because people are going to remember what they do and how they hold their community to a higher standard. Because I've been
That don't work
around,
all the time, sweetie.
yeah,
That
I
do
know,
not work
but you
all the
see,
time.
okay, but aside from that, just let me finish. When
Mm-hmm.
it comes down to being that whole community, not enough of them are being held accountable. These are the people that have to go. When you start seeing the majority of the people start holding certain people accountable, those elites, I've been around a few elites. Now, I'm not even supposed to be telling y'all this stuff. When it comes down to having certain things set up aside, the elites, they get busy early. And I don't mean just in a physical aspect. They set things aside when it comes down to structuring things. Like, okay, cool. You're going to learn about this. You're going to learn about how to be a doctor. You're going to learn about how to be a lawyer. You're going to learn about how to set up the generational wealth. Because a lot of us don't. And a lot of us that did know how to set up a lot of generational wealth. And I'm not just talking about putting money aside, I'm talking about don't own anything, but control it. When you don't own anything, you don't be presumed to having that liability. But when you control it, you're in a different aspect. Nobody could come behind you and say, hey, this is mine, and I could just do whatever I want with it. When you control it, you have certain things set aside. When you have a certain um, bank accounts that only threshold a certain amount, you control that standard. So then what happens is the person that's learning it knows how to pick up on generational wealth and have that set aside to where he won't have to struggle, sell drugs, or do any of that other little stuff here and there in between because he knows he has a certain standard that he has to hold himself up to rather than just be out there doing everything and anything. People that are doing the most, usually that's like literally the weakest one in the room. The ones that you don't hear, that don't talk, that are in the shadows, not just people like me, because I'm telling you this in the light. People that are moving in the shadows, they're the most dangerous ones. Those are the ones that you don't
Okay.
hear that are
So
really
so
putting that work in.
so what I'm asking, what I'm literally asking because I'm still trying to get an answer for my question.
Oh, you're still trying to
Um
grasp the concept.
what
Okay.
yes. What can
Hmm.
we do?
What
What
can
can
you
we
do?
do, brother? What can we do, brother? I mean, like literally, okay, you come across, you come across someone, you see it, you feel it, or whatever, and they just basically want, they just have a little donation, um, little, whatever it is that they're promoting, at the time. But what do you do? I mean, is it best? What you think will be best? You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna tell you my point of view first, and
Sure.
maybe you will understand where I'm getting
Hmm.
at. But like I want to, I want to be able to provide soldiers out here to get these ones that actually need help, you know, and actually, be able to do things legally, of course, and see where they come from, see how they are, take care of their health, like really help them. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
You know, and be able to give, provide,
Okay,
provide,
it
and
starts down as a structure, as a whole unit structure. Like I said before, we have to get right with the community, find a few volunteers that are willing to do that, and you could set up a nonprofit organization to where that could actually come about to be. See, this is the whole purpose I was telling you about
but this is
community and
this is
generational
not
wealth.
what's going on. It's what I'm saying, bro. This is not what's going on. This is actually something else that's being profited on for a whole nother reason. So it's like, okay, you can support this, that, and the third, and then you turn around, but this is where this is going. And then, your money is not being because of, I mean, your money is being because, you gave it to them heartfelt, you know what I mean? Like genuinely, no matter what. But at the same time, it's being used in a dirty way at the end of the
That
day.
that depends. Have you set up a non-for-profit organization before?
No, I'm saying no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when it has to do with
Okay,
the
but you see,
community, the
again,
public community, what can we do? You know what I mean? As a public community, you know what I mean? Or we just singled out when we
well,
see things
I'm
on a random basis is what I'm talking about. You know what I
oh,
mean?
you
Like
mean
what can we do?
a random
Yes,
basis being held
random. Yes,
individually?
not.
You got to
I'm
get
not.
more.
I'm not putting everybody as a group or nothing like that. I'm saying what can we do individually and be able to, at some point we can make some things better. You
I
know,
mean, you
like
could
no
reach
matter
out to
what for
people.
our lives.
Yeah, reaching out to people in a group would be ideal first, because then they could reach out to people individually. Just focusing and putting your energy out on one individual individually is a lot of work. But if you have a group and people see that that group has a lot of standing, that group could potentially draw in those individuals as a collective into providing more draw ins on more individuals and focus on them as a whole, as that group. But you need that group first, so that way you could draw in those individuals in order to fix the issue. If you're trying to
Oh,
focus on one person
that's
individually, it
what I'm
won't.
saying. Like that, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what can we do now? You know what I mean?
Create that
Like,
nonprofit organization to draw in them.
okay, and
That's what you.
I really feel like that's something really positive that a lot of content creators could be able to speak on as far as. Not always we should bring up and enlighten other other people about what's going on within the real life forum, but also bring something else, to where we could have an option for folks that do want to do something about this and protect their families and everything else at the same time. And I was just asking your opinion about that. That's what everything was. That's where I was going with it. That's
Trust me,
all.
when you have a group and you have that group in within that nonprofit organization and you don't have any overseers, you have positive people, people that have known each other for years, people that actually put the work in, people that come up with different ideas to draw in the people that are having issues um, within the community and are actually having issues with drawing people in, the problematic people and the people that are just in that community. They're well known. They're harder to corrupt. They People can't just corrupt them or say, hey, I'm in control, I'm the overseer of your group, and it has something to do with governmental intervention. You don't want that. You want that group to actually say, okay, this is what we're focused on. These are the people that we want to draw in. We want to draw in as many people as possible to have an idea of what to do. And then you set up the whole thing in structures. You get volunteers, you offer different things to the community to help aid them in a positive mindset. Once you have that non-for-profit organization set up and the people that are within the outside are doing all kinds of stuff willy-nilly and they see your group coming through, they're gonna be like, hey, what's this about? But they know their bounds. They know when to not get out of line because they know what that group is about. They'll be like, hey man, I don't want to deal with that group. Okay, you don't want to deal with this group? Okay, leave. If you're not a part of this group and you're doing some other old shit, we're gonna get you. So you need to chill out with that or try to change your life around. Because if we're gonna get you, we're gonna get you. And pray that the cops get you first before we get you. And I don't mean that to draw any harm or try to make it as a threat to anybody, but we're going to hold you accountable, is what I'm saying. Okay, whose family is that? We're gonna let the family know, hey, listen, your family member did some real wrong shit, and we're handling him right now. We're handling him to turn his life around before he ends up being put in the system. And it's up to that person whether they want to change their life around or not. If they don't want to change their life around or not, then they're going to get held to the standard of the system because these people, certain people, they don't want to change. You can't change everybody, is what I'm saying, sis. You could only focus on the ones that do want change.
Absolutely.
You get what I'm saying?
I
You could only focus on the ones that do want change. As far as for the people that,
I
oh
agree.
man, I don't want to do whatever I want to do, man. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna just do this, man. I'm gonna go ahead and sell this stuff. I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. All right, cool. Well, then when you get your
And
ass
that's what
bust,
made things
don't come to
so
us.
hard.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
you
made
can't.
things so hard and difficult, and it just confuses a whole lot of stuff. It
Yeah,
really
but you
does.
see, you can't make an omelet without breaking a bad few eggs. Those bad eggs, they gotta go. They ain't a
Mhm.
part of the recipe. If they stale, you gotta,
Mhm.
hey, that's what they wanted. Now they gotta
And
accept
throw it
that
out.
responsibility and be held accountable for their actions.
Mhm. It is what it
You
is.
can't
Yep.
save everyone. And I understand you trying to
Mhm.
save everybody, but you can't save them. Like Project Pat said,
No matter
don't
who
save
it
her.
is,
They don't want to be saved.
they
Certain
don't
people
want to
don't
be
want to be
found.
saved. They want to do what they want. So they gotta.
Hey, I might have to play that song because you just about to that's a little old school right there. Well, how old are you?
Okay.
You within our little you within our
Hey,
little era.
we
You can't.
we running a panel here. Okay, ask your questions in the private
Okay.
chat back there. No, stop.
Yeah, certain people you can't save them. You could tell them, and when they go through one end out the other, at the end of the day, people are gonna do what they want to do. Then you have that other song by Nas, "Destroy and Rebuild." For the structure that was already built up for us, now it came crumbling down. We gotta rebuild it back up, but use new fortified materials. use more upstanding people, stay away from the celebrities, stay away from the, the outside interference. Try to focus more on your community. Set up those non-for-profit organizations to help keep certain people out of trouble. The main reason why, you already know, an idle mind is a dangerous mind. So they're just at idle, wanting to get into something but don't know what to get into. So without the proper guidance and having some sort of structure and direction to say, hey, look, this guy, he's learning about something. Instead of selling drugs and hanging out with his people saying gang, gang, this guy, he's learning about cars. He's making money. He's showing other people how to work on cars. We got this other guy over here. He's showing about gardening. He's developing some sort of trade. And for the women are learning about, okay, um, this is what she can learn about. She's learning about communication skills. She's learning about gardening. She's learning about um certain areas in the field of scientific stuff. Men, they inform of the structure. Both families are learning about how to raise a family, what it takes to raise a family, self-defense on a family, teaching them certain academics in school, the stuff that they don't teach you in school, the stuff where it counts when you get out in the real world. Both the mother and the father could teach you, and then they could pretty much show from the people that do have experience, the old timers. They could show the new timers, the families that are coming, or the new generational families. They could tell them, hey, look, this is what, what we go through or whatever. We could show them that, men and women are different. We could settle our differences. What does it take to be a part of the family structure? Never to involve outside interlopers. In other words, the system to separate the families. To keep, we're focused on keeping families together and not separating them, because voices want to get heard, but when they're not getting heard and they heard it through the court system, the courts are like, hey, we get more money breaking these people up rather than keeping them together. So let's break them up. Because either way, we still get paid and we get access to their kids. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we do. We do that. And they do, because we don't listen to what we're voicing to one another. And then at the end of the day, our future generation suffers for that, because we can't put aside our differences, or we don't have no structure, or we don't take into account that we are the future and we need to set up generational wealth for our kids, so that way they won't have to work in Walmart, just like brother said, or that they won't have to do anything, and that they'll have certain things set up to where they're well recognized in the neighborhood. They know that not a lot of people can do certain things in that neighborhood because they know that they're taken into account of handling things a certain way. That's what it all boils down to.
Give me
And
one
until
second,
we,
y'all. Give me one
yeah,
second. I need to shout out somebody, and I want to give Brother Bennett a minute to chime in as well. But there's some specific that I want Brother Bennett to share with the audience that me and him talked about on his channel last night. But before I do that, let me shout out Miss Yasmin for the super chat. Thank you so much, Miss Yasmin. I really greatly appreciate you, and I love you so much. Shout out to you, baby girl, and good morning. Thank you so much, darling. And I to brother V Bennett, if you don't mind, because I know we have some ladies and gentlemen that have children and things like that. And one thing that I wanted to tap on real quick is something that I found interesting within the education system. And me and Brother Bennett yesterday you guys was talking about how certain places did not want to, what's the word I'm looking for? Help me out with the lunches, Brother
Oh,
Bennett.
right. The free school lunch. They didn't want the federal funding. Some states, Texas is one of the states where the governor refused the federal funding for food for kids, for lower, middle class and kids that need support. Food, money. They need lunch in school. It's just a school lunch program. They rejected the federal funding from Biden.
And do y'all make sure y'all understand make sure y'all understand that this is funding that they rejected, right, brother V Bennett, that they could have accepted to provide free lunches for the children. My state did it, which I thought was very cool. They accepted funding here, I guess, to make sure all the kids could eat breakfast and lunch, no matter what your class is. But brother V, I found that so interesting when you expressed that it was actually rejected.
It's rejected, and it's I think this is the one of the things that we are it shows how disheartened we are about our country, right? Because you know what we do is we're so used to things being so bad, right, and systemically so bad that we unilaterally count out any efforts that are being made, and we just push all attention away from that, like there's no one making any effort. And I think it's hard for us because we have to pay attention to the state, pay attention to the federal government while we're expected to do all these other things, take care of our kids, right, go to work. It's the same. And where things are not necessarily fair at any point, you see. And so it's really hard for us to pay attention to what is happening in the system in the first place. And I think that's really the unfair part about that particular democracy. The more advantage you have in
Can
society, the more
I'm
time you
sorry.
have to pay attention to what's going on, to the details. The better off you are. The how can I say this? The the easier it is for you to sit down, have a little bit of time to go through those processes and see what's actually happening around us. And in one way or a shape, myself and Mike, I think we agree about a lot. Like, we're not in that situation where we're often feeling like we can access that where we can access the system, where we can know, okay, what is this bill about? Who's going to read the bill to you? You know, who's really going to read the bill? So a lot of us don't even read the bills that are being passed, and
Sure
we're
don't.
literally relying on someone else to tell us. But you got to understand something. We may not have that many friends. We may need to do these things ourselves. Literally read the bill word for word and recite it word for word, and not generalize. Do not generalize, because generalizing is not going to work. You see, so I think that's the thing about it. So I mean, I wouldn't even have known about it if somebody didn't tell me, but I didn't just recite it. I went and looked it up after someone told me, to make sure before I recite it, I know what I'm saying. You see what I mean? Just like the rescue plan for 2021. Someone told me about, a black woman told me about it. I had no idea, but then I went and looked it up, and I was like, I'll be damned. People saying there, and black people have a right to say, not just to Biden and Harris, what have you done for us? But all these motherfuckers. Trump too. Don't just accept the silly shit he's saying. Go research it and find out, is it exactly what he said? Or is it a manipulation? You see? And so a lot of us just literally don't know that the rescue 2021, it was passed through Congress. It went through the Senate. It was signed by Biden. It's still in the courts being held up right now. It's being held up. So I think, it's just, we don't have a lot of time. It goes back to the basic things. If we're not getting the basic support, and like the brother illustrated, a lot of our families are separated. I'm not saying that you have to be in a home with a man and a woman got to be together to be successful to raise a kid. Sometimes it's not possible. If the father's abusive or if the mother's abusive, maybe you can't work it out and you have to be separated. But at the same very time, we do know that it's cheaper for two adults to provide a better home for their children economically if they're together. You know that economics play a role in how much time you're able to spend at home with your kids, teaching them your culture. You know that. That's just cold facts. So
Okay.
we need to,
Can I
yeah,
interrupt real quick? I'm sorry. I
go
can't
ahead.
please, please. I'm really gonna say that's one type of thing. I don't mean to start. I'm bring up other stuff. But as far as like seriously, excuse y'all, excuse me because I told y'all I'm outside. If you will hear things in the background. Anyways, if you can hear me clearly, it's okay.
Mhm.
Um,
I can't barely hear you. It's real muffled.
can't barely hear you. It's crazy. I ain't trying to be all super loud because it's late. Is that better?
Now it's not your tone. It's just muffled, like
Oh,
a
you
little
close to the phone?
distorted.
Okay, go ahead and
Oh,
somebody
that's
else talk
better.
then. I'll get it together. You sure?
Yeah, that's better right there.
Okay. All right. Well, anyways, I was just wanted to ask, like, you know, I think that I don't know. I understand as far as what a lot of things that's going on, within the world itself, the politics and stuff like that. But it's just more so of me trying to understand the thought of people's mind. You know what I mean? The way people are thinking and not thinking, and the heart. You know what I mean? Like seriously, the heart. If you know you have been brought up in this type of way or whatever, like everybody is not or did not, come up within certain situations, that could be tragic to anybody's life. But to do tragic things towards a family life or anybody else's life, it's like, where do we go from here? Because this is really my main concern. Me personally, do not feel like we as a people have any nothing to say about when it comes down to the presidential election. It don't the election like seriously because you think about it. You have the mayor when it comes down to old dude. He didn't got prosecuted for a whole celebrity. You know what I mean? Like it's a whole lot. Not saying that he should be the focus either. I think he is an interruption as well.
Who you talking
I
about?
think
What mayor? You said a mayor?
Diddy,
Oh, you talking about that? Okay. Yeah.
his situation, yeah, I really believe that that's something else that it's being interrupted about what's some other stuff can really be going on. Like I think outside of the box.
Is that what you think? Because
I
I
think
think.
no, no, no. I'm not saying I don't believe it.
Oh, okay.
I believe it. You know what I mean? But I still think outside of the box, off the strength that it is a distraction.
I just
That's
think
it.
it's
That's all.
lawlessness. I just think it's lack of accountability, lack of congressional
It's
oversight in the
definitely a
entertainment industry. You know,
yes.
they
It's
let these rich
definitely a
people.
whole lot of that.
Yeah, they don't have laws. Look, if you look into the details again, right? Where
Hmm.
where is it legal? Where else in the world is it legal to write a artist contract the way they're writing it in the U.S. Music industry? Where
They
else is it
don't.
legal? You, actually, it's a monopoly. It's like three companies
It
operating
is.
a monopoly, and they already went after Live Nation, the federal government. They got charges, criminal charges, monopoly charges against Live Nation and Ticketmaster for operating a
Hmm.
monopoly. And it's the same. That's the live part of the music industry. It's the same thing that
Hmm.
needs to happen with the actual record companies. And
Yeah.
see,
It's
and see,
it's
here's
not
the
just with the music industry though.
well, I'm
It's
not
with
saying
the
it's just
actors, as well. You know
it's
what I
the
mean? The actors,
entertainment.
the actors
It's the
as
entertainment
well. Yes.
industry,
No
and
matter what, Hollywood.
right? And
Period.
they have because they're an industry that is a big industry, billions of dollars, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
What tends to happen in the United States is they have lobbyists. What else tends to happen is they wash in people's pockets. You know, they're just it's just lawlessness. And what you see from P. Diddy is just what do they call it? A symptom of it. You see what I mean? It's just one of the many wild things because they don't have any oversight, and that's something we need to demand. But we also have to notice and pay attention to this one too, not you, but just everybody that's listening. Why are we not talking about what the federal government charged Live Nation and Ticketmaster for? Because if you look into the details, they're just one hand. It's the same people on that live side of it that's operating the music industry. They're partners. You see what I mean? So, but we don't talk about it. It's things we don't talk about that's killing us. And
And you know what? And
hold on, hold on
just
for a
to go
second. Hold on for a
off
second.
of you about that, like literally, the reason it's not talked about, and people do not choose to talk about it, is because, like, literally, you get too far into this stuff, you will be getting phone calls and some more stuff.
Oh well,
Like seriously.
because it's that far out of hand. First of all, if you just follow the history of the entertainment industry in the US, it was started by the mob, period. So, there's particular mobs, they invested in that. All entertainment, gambling, TV, radio, records,
Not
that's
only that, we are also, bro, like real talk, we are also being recorded through a lot of things. Like people probably don't even recognize or realize that when you sit up here looking for something or ordering food or whatever you do, you Google, it just automatically pop up in some type of way within your social media or
oh, you
within an
talking
app
about
that you
algorithm. Yeah,
use or some more
algorithm.
so
Yeah.
like pay attention. You literally have to open your eyes. If you ain't got your eyes wide open, then baby, yeah, you is gonna be, hey,
But
it
but
is
let
what
me let
it
me
is.
but let me ask you this though. I agree with that. But that's the algorithms. But let me ask you this. Just the music, the entertainment industry, just like any other industry, it ain't no different. It's supposed to comply, have congressional oversight. When was the last time you heard these people being discussed in Congress and in the Senate? And here's the thing: often what happens in the US society is that if the people that are affected the most by something do not talk about it and do not raise a ruckus about it, somehow, some way, nothing's going to happen. Because you know what? Even though there's some people that it's affecting horribly, like the artists being owned, their music being owned forever, them being ripped off. How can you have someone write a song and how is this legal? Check this out. How you hear all these people talking about ghostwriters. Where is ghostwriting legal? That's illegal. You cannot put somebody else's name on your song. You can't do that. That's fraud. That's totally illegal, yet that's a normal practice in the music industry. And there's many other examples, right? But the problem is that while one part of that industry is administrators, managers, executives, promoters, all those things, all those people under unions getting paid and shit like that, the artist is getting ripped off. There's no union oversight for artists because if there really was, those deals wouldn't even exist at all. They wouldn't exist. You see what I mean? So again, and unfortunately, I mean, I know Mike hears me when he says this because I know his position on this. But unfortunately, guess where that's going to change at? It's only two ways. You're either going to put pressure on the government to stand up for people's rights, or you need to get the hell out of it, period. Choose one. You know what I mean? And us people that listen to this music, that are patrons of it, we need to make the same choice too. If we find out that these artists are getting ripped off, disassociate from it. Don't play it because then we're celebrating it. You see what I mean? So I mean, again, um, it is hard because we have so many issues, and we also have a need for money. We also have a need for jobs. We also have a need to pay bills, have a house, have some clothes on our back, have some food in our stomachs. It's hard to get people to not take some of these deals, but it's a crime. It's literally criminal. What the whole damn thing is criminal, if you ask me. And again, I just want you to research this. How is it legal in a country with trademark, copyright laws? How is it legal for you to put someone else's name on a song that did not write it? How's that legal? That's fraud. Because they ask you at the bottom of the contract, do you swear to this to be true?
Okay, true. True, true, true. Let's hear from Brother Mike. Brother Mike, what you got for us?
Honestly, when it comes down to that, I'll, like I said before, destroying, rebuilding. Um, if you know that you're trying to make a change, and you see these people are only investing into your own destruction and your own demise, it's simple. Stop stop engaging in it. Stop participating in it.
Mm-hmm.
If it's destroying your life, all of this drill, rap, all of this other stuff, these people are banking off of your demise and the demise of your family members and stuff like that. They want you to keep listening to it. And this way it goes back all the way back to, God's law. You got to get right with God. Yeah, everything
Talk
that they
to me.
say, yeah, this is good for you. Go ahead, do drugs. Watch, the P word. I mean, watch the P word, those videos, stuff like that. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
call
listen to
call our
this rap.
women B words. Call our women B words. Call
Yeah,
it's
that
crazy.
too. And all of that stuff that's it here and there in between. Yeah, that's okay. And it's okay to kill your neighbor and all that, unalive your neighbor. Sorry to say kill, but yeah, it's okay to unalive your neighbor. Listen to all of this
Now,
music.
Mike.
Live that life. Go to jail. Jail is okay for you.
Wait,
It's
wait a
all
Now,
second, y'all.
casting.
Can we have a little interruption laugh?
yeah, yeah.
Did Brother Mike just say sorry to say blank and then said it again?
Oh yeah,
But,
no doubt. I
but
just
Mike,
saying this so that way nobody doesn't get it misconstrued and say, "What did you mean by that?" No, I'm
Uh,
I'm I'm putting it out there.
hey, but Mike,
Um,
let me ask you this. Let me ask you, how old are you, brother?
I'm in my 40s.
Okay, check this out. So you remember this. I'm 54, right? In the
Hmm.
90s, a woman named Dolores Tucker, she advocated that there be parental discretion advised and radio versions of songs before they come on the radio. And look at who the people who fought against it and look at what their arguments were. Look at what the arguments were. Most of the rappers dissed her, even called her a B word. Guess who they were? Tupac. Guess, see, because these were young guys that thought they were being empowered by that industry. They didn't even understand her message. You see what I mean? But she was literally advocating for it and it got publicity, but it got shot down because the music industry had stronger lobbyists. And guess who didn't stand behind that black woman? We
Mm.
didn't.
Yeah, but you also have to remember too, though, when those artists went up against her, who were controlling those artists? Those artists
No,
had
that's what I'm saying.
masters.
No,
Yeah,
that's what
and
I'm
if they
saying.
didn't do what they
Exactly.
were told, just like a majority of these artists over here, no Diddy, if they weren't doing what they were told, then they get spanked by their masters. No promotion for
Okay.
you. You want to eat soup, no bread for you. You want bread, no soup for you. That sort of thing, and vice versa.
And they took
And
it.
yeah, and they
Okay.
they they
So
took the bait.
if we didn't, then who did? Because it wasn't everybody who didn't. It was folks that who did. They just weren't powerful enough to sit up here and be able to prove what needed to be proved.
Well,
Right, I got you.
hey, it is what it is. But again, it's about the industry. commercialized, people wanted that money, and they knew exactly how to manipulate people by holding
Right.
that carrot
But
over
don't
their
put a
head.
trap. Don't go there when it comes down to the support and the fans and everybody else that had this man's back.
I
And
mean, people,
they pretty much knew the truth. You know what I mean? Like they've been living with the truth all of these years as well.
You
Like
yeah,
know what
real
they did?
talk.
and
This is what it supports the fans.
you also got to remember the same way how the people were trying to make money to survive. There were also those people that were opportunists that wanted to rob them. You know,
Yep.
the
Yeah,
people
but
that actually
you
own the
talking
record
about
label
somebody
say, "Hey,
that
look,
just yeah, all that good stuff. But at the same time, you're talking about a black man with the power that he had. You know what I mean? And not only the power that he had, they gave him a key.
Oh yeah.
Stop
Oh
it.
oh yeah
They
yeah
gave him
yeah.
a key.
Well, he's washing a
Stop
lot of
it.
hands. He washing
Like,
hands.
I mean, what? He already had got away with stuff years before he even got the key.
It's
Then
bribery.
you give him a key, you attach yourself. You attach yourself to everything that he do. You agree with everything that he did, and you was right along
oh
there,
yeah,
right along
you
with
know he
his
had,
ass. So it
he had
is
the
what
key to the
it is.
city. You know he had the key to the city, unlock the
Yeah,
door,
he
rock some
had
more
it.
with that
Yeah,
baby oil. You know,
yes, sir. He had it. He had
so
it,
that
but everybody ain't trying to go down for his stuff. But you can't take away what you already did when you already a suspect and you already been there and been linked to whatever it is that you linked to. So it is what it is. Like that's one thing. It's just not gonna go away, no matter what. But you did what you did. You allowed this man to have the key to the city. Stop it. Make it make sense.
for all we
Stop
know,
it.
it could be a distraction. Most of the time, when they say certain
The
things like
and
that happen,
to
it'll be a
me,
whole distraction.
yeah, the whole entire thing. I just said this not too long ago is that I believe that the entire situation is a distraction from something else that's literally getting ready to happen or is in the making of happening. You know what I mean? To stir the public and everything off, into something else. For us not to be able to pay attention to what's really getting ready to go the hell on. So, I mean, you know, I love TikTok, but I also go by, my strengths, my inner feelings, and stuff like that. Like, I'm not a medium or nothing like that, but at the same time, like, I look at this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I study this stuff. I really look at this stuff, and you got to be careful when you putting stuff online because people have been unalive, for certain things that you actually say up out of your mouth. So I really just want to keep people eyes open the best way and a safe way as possible. You know what I mean? Like
I,
seriously, because when you dealing with a lot of this stuff, especially when it has to do with the government and when it has to do with I mean, like even certain cases, you know what I mean? Like unlive cases and stuff like that. You have to be careful about what you do with because people have been unalive for certain things that has been talked about. So yeah, you really just got to be careful with a lot of with a lot of things out here. So I'm skeptical about talking about it. You know what I mean?
I want to read
In
this
a lot of
comment.
different ways. Go
I want to
ahead.
read this comment,
Sorry.
sis. You fine, baby, you fine. Um, Superfan said, distraction at its best. Do we know that the United States ports are currently closing as we speak? Stock up on non-perishables. I was just
Yeah.
saying that because
Yeah, I've
I
been
was
hearing that stuff
just
from other certain you know what I mean, like other platforms like Stock Up. I'm like, Stock Up about what?
yeah, I
What's a
was.
financial institution that banks?
What you
They're
say,
not
bro?
Crazy.
really law courts. They're banks,
You know
financial institutions.
what I think what this might, don't get me wrong, there's definitely some ports closing down because there's a hurricane. It's wreaked havoc on ports, that it came across, but at the same time you have somebody, you have FEMA, and of course when you have a disaster, that's going to take time to rebuild, and it's going to take an effort, a great effort to do that, right? And so in the meantime, where you going to get your goods, right? So, but the thing is that, sure, that's not a great situation to be in, and it's a messed up situation to be in, and it's going to require the people affected to make great changes in their day-to-day life right now, right? But the thing is that you got a candidate running on a platform that wants to reduce FEMA response and wants to privatize the aid effort that you get, food, things like that from FEMA. That's a problem. So yeah, stack up, but I don't think we need to run too far away from the obvious. There's a hurricane. Yeah, stocking up is good if you're one of those people that could stock up. Why not? There's hurricane gonna come next year too. It's gonna come the year after, and the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that. It's coming. So I don't think we need to run away from what they're saying. They're putting the information out there. The problem is that, there's people that, again, they have an invested interest in some folks just being so confused they don't know what to do. And I think,
At the end of the day, go ahead, baby.
yeah, and I think they've identified who that group is, and we're targets of it. you know and why are we political targets? That's the country we live in. It's been played out that way. We represent our particular ethnic group represents a particular issue for the country, a moral issue, issue of is this society free and fair? You can't keep saying it's free and fair if you're not going to address that issue. You see, and so they're in a conundrum what to do. Do we address it or do we not address it? Some people are saying address it, and the other group is shooting it down. And they're powerful, the ones shooting it down. They're not just shooting it down in the courts. Shit, they're going to spread disinformation, and you're going to eat it up too. You see, because like you said, that algorithm is going to make sure that message get to your social media thing, but that algorithm ain't going to make sure that bill gets in front of your face. It's not. That algorithm is not going to get you to read that bill. No, because it's not designed to. You must do that on your own at the very least. If you don't read those bills, don't act like you know what's in it. And don't
Oh, that's
trust
deep.
somebody else to read it for you. Do not, because what somebody else wants may not be exactly what you need. So
That's
read
what
it
just
yourself.
was that bad print.
Yeah, I don't
I,
think we need to be spooked about it.
Read
We
that
just need to
bad
be
print.
real about it, like we got to take
I,
a stand somewhere.
I'm gonna read these couple comments, and whoever want to respond to it, feel free. First, good morning, Toya E, and welcome in, beautiful. We also have I am that somebody who it is wonderful to see you, sweetheart, this morning. Good morning, y'all. Please forgive me. I've been doing a lot of lives, and my voice has been popped for the past 4 days, but I'm kicking it like the Energizer Bunny. So take the bitter with the sweet. Love y'all. Now, um, and Mel, if you want to touch base on this, or Mike, or whoever, be been anybody, whoever choose to grab it. But however, I am that somebody says yes. The strike started yesterday. I'm stocked up and have cash on hand. After the storm, a lot of places were only taking cash. Keep cash on hand. Also, I wanted to read Superfan. which says it all boils down to focus on what you can control, and that is yourself, your household, your community, and your spirituality. And I agree, super fan. About this strike. Somebody want to talk about it? What? Because that is a big deal. Because if you're anything like me, now my husband still does this, but see, I've always used to keep cash on me, even if it was just $50. You just never know, or $100 or something on you, just in case, right? But over this past year, of 2024, I have kind of gotten out of the habit of that, and I'm just plastic. I just do deal with a lot of plastic more so, and so when I am that somebody put that statement in there, a lot of people don't think about those things. I am that somebody, if it happens on a bigger scale, um, how to be prepared if systems shut down. If it does go back to a cash only situation for however long, like people do not really prepare as we should. If just like we was talking about viruses or anything happening like strikes or whatever with your grocery stores, and how ill prepared people are for like having a rainy day mess financially, or food wise, or any other thing, even emergency. We were talking about survival, how a lot of people skip out on having your survival bags at home, your rope, your flashlights, your whatever you may need for flooding, all that stuff. But so how do people feel like about preparation for when things happen and it goes to cash, or computer shut down and you can't access uh your bank account or anything like that? Like,
Personal infrastructure. You need to, as much as you can, prepare for any hardship. You should prepare. It's wise to just like it's wise to save up some money in various type forms. Not just cash, but maybe you have some other, multiple forms of cash. Maybe you have some other assets. I don't want to put it out there for whoever has it. But also dry foods. Also, yeah, if you can, absolutely. But just think about this. How many people of our people don't have it? You see what I mean? So we got to be humanistic about this with our own people too. We can't just abandon what can also help them. For those of us that don't need it, and those of us that can stock up and prepare, by all means, nobody's stopping you from doing that. Even if you're going to help a neighbor or two, nobody's stopping you. That's always wise. But we need to understand that there's going to be loads of us that are going to need humanitarian assistance.
oh,
Straight up.
definitely, definitely.
And we don't want to forget them. You know what I mean? We
Yes.
don't want to forget them.
Um, I'm sorry.
Mel, are you
Um,
able to read Superfan's last two comments down there, and then before you start, can you see
absolutely.
can,
Let
can you
me
see the
let me
chat?
get to it. Yeah, yeah, I ain't got my glasses.
Okay, I will, and then I pass the mic to
Okay, go ahead.
you and Mike.
Yeah, go ahead.
Um, I just wanted to, because I do like this point of view. Superfan says
Absolutely.
it's always best to have some type of trade in your household. And then she says PPPP, proper preparation prevents poor performance. And I like that
Mm-hmm.
you said that, Superfan. Before I pass this mic to my back to my panel, I just wanted to say, y'all, tap into the 411, because we do be talking a lot about survival and having proper preparation. I speak about this often, well, here and there, pretty frequently on my chat, about preparing for things that we think may not happen. prepare for the prepare for the unexpected, expect the unexpected, because I believe in keeping cash in certain places, whether it's in a safe, a little bit in a safe, a little bit shit buried in a tomato plant, whatever the heck. And of course, I'm just throwing this out there as an example. I wouldn't technically tell y'all where I keep the cash at, but you get my drift. Now, anywho, uh, I believe in keeping two sets of paperwork. Like, I'm really big on having paperwork, important stuff in two separate areas, and grab and go bags and things to wear. Like, yeah, if you had to grab a bag and leave your house with it, with the most important stuff, do you have, a bit of a setup going on? And when you said trade, yes, super fan, me and my husband is big on that. From gold, comic books, signed autograph stuff. I mean, you name it. Like, we believe in that. Like, making sure you have stuff that you can barter and trade with. So I like to have things. We actually invest in things that is worth something anywhere. You know what I'm saying? I truly believe in that. So, as you were, Mel. Mel, you there? Okay, well, I'll pass the mic. I'll
Okay,
pass.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm
Oh,
here.
you
I'm
here?
here.
I was like, oh, well,
I'm sorry, y'all.
I thought you had a
I was
call.
sitting up there. I was asking super fans. I'm like, is she from Chicago? I'm like, child, I'm all in the chat. Lord Jesus. I was all in the chat. But anyways, like I say, at the end of the day, no matter what is going on, within the world, and we should be aware of what's going on in the world and what's going on around us. I still believe that we need to protect our peace because it's a lot, and protect our family, the best way that we can, when it comes down to um going to get everything as far as from the cities and states, feeling that way because I haven't heard anything about it. It's crazy. I can't even. I don't know what y'all was talking about when it came down to going to stack up on the waters and stuff. Like, I don't know. I got confused about it because I was multitasking. Go ahead, sis.
Oh, I was gonna say, to just agree with Superfan real quick and say I do the same. I'm telling y'all hit everything I was talking about last week on the head. I was just telling the audience last week, cause to that I said at my family house we keep, well, at multiple houses we keep shoe boxes of seeds. And I told y'all, me and my mother-in-law just got into jarring, and she's been teaching me a lot about jarring, and which way to store certain things for longevity and so on and so forth. But yes, I told everybody, make sure that you have seeds, because if it come down to it, and like I told y'all, we have family gardens on both my side and my husband's side, and everybody grows, you know what I'm saying? And it's just really important that we do not always just think everything is going to be as it is. Everything is going to be as convenient as it is. Hardships come, you know, at any time. Tragedy strikes at any time. Disaster strikes at any time. So it's just, these things is more important than people think about. It's actually preparation and survival. Survival preparation is very neglected in most families. You know what I mean? So yeah, get your seeds up, grow your gardens. You know what I mean? Have a stash somewhere. All that stuff. Mike, what you got for me? Mike, you there? Did you get swallowed in the algorithm? Mike might be on a call or done dozed off on us. Brother V, what you got for us on survival? What do you think is some things people need to take heed to and have and think
Mhm.
about?
Yeah, do everything that you can possibly do. Also, there's everything that we need to be doing. Just everything. It's not one thing. It's not two things. It's every single thing. And like you said, a lot. You all said many of the things already, and it's like you said, there's no guarantees that disaster won't strike, and of course it won't. I mean, it's coming. I mean, look, next year another hurricane is coming. That's just a fact. It's a fact.
Yeah.
Just like it was a year before and the year before. It's called hurricane season for people that don't know. So these damn Republican states, the ones that keep getting hit with it, is going to get some more FEMA aid. You know, so I mean, they're going to get that aid as long as the U.S. government is pumping in that GDP. They're going to get that aid. Of course, it's not going to be fast enough for everybody. The ones with the least and the ones that are the least politically um organized, or the ones that don't, like you say, stock up and have enough, a little bit of preparation for self, those are going to be the ones in the back of the line often. Maybe it may not be that bad, but you've seen it happen before. Hurricane Katrina, you saw people stranded, you saw people get shot, you saw some lawlessness break out. Yeah, some people want to take the law in their own hands and didn't know what the hell they was doing and killing innocent people for nothing. Prejudiced people. So there's going to be some prejudiced people down there in that hurricane area. There are, and they ain't going to react to everybody the same way. I'm not trying to put fear, but it's just reality, because we know this has happened already. So, and then the people, I really suggest, I mean, and it's not going to be for everybody, but for the ones that can, if you have young people, right? If you have young people that's sitting around not doing nothing, they don't know what to do. Don't have the state's not offering them an option for education, or that they can access, or they can't really get a decent job, a halfway decent job that's going to get them a fair wage or get them on the road somewhere to do something. Yo, my advice: put $2,000 in your pocket or $1,000 in your pocket, buy a damn ticket, and go somewhere. Go to South America. Go to Africa. You don't have to be African to go to Africa. You don't have to be South American to go to South America. Just go and find out what happens when you do. Don't listen to somebody tell you. Don't rely on them being American in South America and treating you like how Americans treat each other. Don't rely on them in Africa treating you like Americans treat each other, because they don't. They have less. They're used to working together more because they have less. We are the ones that's not used to working together because we have less. We used to be. We're not right now.
Would that be the only option that you actually will give to folks, or even to the ones that that may not
Yeah,
could afford that?
I'm talking about for the young people that
That's,
are
I
not.
mean, like, parents, they out
No,
here
not
now.
parents.
I'm just
Not.
speaking generally.
I mean, I'm not saying parents aren't may not be in the same situation as young people. They may be have more that they're attached to, that
But
they have to take.
parents are going to make sure, if just like I'm listening to your live now, and the position that one of my children is in, you know, it's life and death. So I'm trying to
Exactly.
do everything to keep him safe. You know what I mean? And
I
make
understand
sure
this.
everything is okay. So, you know, is I'm asking, is like, is this the only suggestion that you are feeling as a man to suggest that we go out of the country, even if we can't afford to do? those type of things.
No,
I'm speaking generally.
what I'm saying is that I'm talking to you practically from what I actually know myself. From what I actually know, you know, from what I had to go through myself to make a mental adjustment. I had to take a chance, right? And I had to say, you know what? I could do this or I could do this and see what happens. And I just found out because I was like, I already done this in the hood. I already lived this kind of life. I already know what this shit is about. I could be there, but I could also easily be a motherfucker that's in jail right now. I could also easily be somebody that's killed right now. I could, there's multiple bad things I could have been. You see what I mean? So if you're dealing, it's just a offer. If you're a young person and you're dealing with things like that, don't rely on somebody else to tell you what the rest of the world is going to be like when you get there. Go
I
do it.
agree.
You see what I mean?
I
Don't
agree.
sit back
Yeah.
and wait. Don't sit back and wait. I didn't wait.
Hmm.
What you talking about? I didn't wait. Why do I have to wait? I have something to offer. Just myself is
Hmm.
good enough. It's not about the money.
Hmm.
It's about what's
At
in
all.
your brain and who you are, your
At
character,
all.
what's in your heart. You see what I mean?
Hmm.
What your drive is
Hmm.
about. So don't be afraid to just go explore. And you might learn something that changes your perspective that aids you when you return home. You see what I mean? And it's not
So,
only
so
hard for you to
I have a
do.
question.
Yeah.
I, I have a question for you. Um, as far as with when it comes down to anybody, and I'm gonna say a female, and when it comes down to a female, or whatever, but it could be in any gender that is you choose. But they was involved. They are a victim of attempt murder
Hmm.
and came through the situation to be able to know who did what they did.
Hmm.
What would you suggest that they do?
It's a lot of details I would need to know, but
That's I mean that's it.
first of
I
all,
mean, and from that point, I mean, nothing happened in between, nothing happened before, or none of that. It's literally you was going to hang out with your friend or your homie, and they did this to
right.
you, and you survived it, and you know
That's a very
what would you
traumatic
do?
experience. It's a traumatic experience. You have to live in the same community with somebody who attempted to do that to you, and
I'm asking, yeah, I'm
that's
asking,
not a that's
what
not
would
a.
you do if you could put yourself in those shoes right
I mean, for me, I
there?
can't
Yeah, for
as
you.
a young as a I have two sides to me, that always exist. One is what I'm going to do, what I can do in this way if I want to be right here. If I need to be right here, if I need to be, that's the question. Then I'm absolutely going to do whatever I have to do to be the one that is alive, free. You see what I'm saying? Free from the prison and alive. That's what I'm first of all going to do, right? So if it means I'm not trying to promote this. You see what I mean? I'm not trying to promote this.
Hmm.
But if somebody's trying to threaten my life, you know, there's going to be a problem. There's going to be a real problem. So at that point, I have to ask myself, is this shit worth it? Is this shit worth it? Is this shit really worth it? What am I fucking holding on to? What am I clinging on to? Don't cling on to chaos. Don't cling on to shit that don't make any damn sense. That's just not fair. And at some point, we just got to the one thing I just want to say this, the one thing, God rest my father in peace. But the one thing that my father always told me, and I couldn't figure it out, he always told me, yo, a poor man can go anywhere in the world. And I used to be like, why is he telling me this shit? you know, I never thought about it. But then I realized later as a young, as an adult man, I realized, man, he was telling me he'd been there, done that. And you know what he did? Even,
Mhm.
even though he's from
Mhm.
DC, even though he's from DC, born and raised in DC, grew up in a segregated city, that's the exact, what he did is when he was in DC, he dedicated his time to being with his people and helping his people and being a good community member and a good friend. But but at the same time, he didn't just cling on to that. And sometimes he said, "Man, fuck this. I got to get out of Dodge for a while. Fuck this."
Mhm.
My pops went to different places. He wasn't rich. He went with a friend, went by himself. He didn't care because sometimes the situation is so rough. You got to give yourself that choice, that option, and that chance too. You do not deserve,
Mhm.
no child should have to sit around in chaos. And I went through that myself. I'm from Washington, D.C., Northeast, 15th and C, Northeast.
Mhm.
Grew up in
Mhm.
the 90s, in 1990, I was 20 years old. Anybody that know anything about DC, 5th district, knows what I'm talking about. But I was intelligent
Mhm.
enough to know that even though I got to do what I got to do right here and the way it is right here in this place right here to survive, I also was intelligent enough to know this is fucking insanity.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
and you know what? When I go back and I see my friends, because I always go back, and even before I went overseas, I lived in New York and lived and traveled, while I was still living in the U.S. But the thing is that you know, um, a lot of people that I see, they realize today, like, damn, V, like we didn't even, what the hell? A lot of us, I'm not even supposed to be alive. I'm not even supposed to be alive. If you leave it up to what was going on there, and I'm damn sure not emotionally supposed to be alive. Emotionally, I'm supposed to be dead because that's what that shit creates. Emotionally, I'm supposed to be trigger happy because that's what that shit creates. And let me tell you,
Okay.
that is
So
not
give me, give
the
me, give me,
way.
give
That's
me
not
one
the
second.
way
Give me one
to live
second.
life in that trauma. It's not the way to live life. It's not.
Give me 1 second.
Mhm.
Give me 1 second. Um, I just want, if it's okay with you, Tiff, are you still here?
Of course.
Okay. All right. If it's okay with you, Tiff, oh yeah, I didn't know it was this late, this
I know,
early.
right? I damn sure about to wrap this thing up here in about five
Ah.
minutes.
Oh, okay. So, um, I thank you first of all. You know what I mean? For allowing me to come on your platform and speak my talk or whatever. And I'll be talking shit. I'll be talking good shit up in the chat.
Sis, you know I love you, and I'm thankful you came up here to help co-host. Yeah.
Like real talk. But at the end of the day, like with the gentleman on the panel, like real talk,
V Bennett.
I really enjoy hearing y'all perspective on the questions and everything that has been covered today, this evening, this morning, however you want to call it, but I do want to know, and this is what I'm gonna leave y'all with. I do want to know, um, like, do you do you all feel some type of way as far as a man being a man and knowing that men out here has really like changed the whole perspective of life itself. Like seriously, like no matter how you look at it, the whole title of being a man, it just has changed. Period. Like we don't know what to expect no more as a woman. As real women, that's out here wanting a real man, a man itself, and it's just it's ridiculous at this point. It's like you sitting up here putting up 1,000 piece puzzle, and you trying to find one piece to match. Like, make it make sense. Can y'all make that make sense? And then that's my only question, and then I'm out, y'all. I'm just listening at this point.
Where you located? Where you located?
I'm in
Um,
the shy.
where?
I'm in the shy.
Oh, in Chi-Town. Okay, okay, I got you. I
Yeah.
got you. I'm in Chicago. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah. Shit. I don't know how dudes is getting down in Chi. You know what I'm saying? I got a buddy who lives out right out in the suburbs. I forget that little suburban area right outside of Chicago. He from DC too. I went up there and visited him and his
I'm
wife.
with who I'm with, and I'm happy, and I'm great. You know what I mean? So I'm not using this, but I'm literally just because this comes up a lot, and then it'd be a lot of situations that comes within that same title, or the same question that I asked you all. It comes up within things that happen afterwards that do not come with a good it just don't end up okay.
This is what I could say. This is what I
Yeah.
could say. Um, if you're a man and you impregnate a woman, right? Um, if you're a young man or whatever it is, do your best to be in that child's life, no matter what. Do your best to, even if there's problems, even no matter what, do your best to be, especially, I'm not saying the girl, you shouldn't be in the girl's life. You need that just as much, right? But I think a lot of the boys are suffering, to be honest with you, and I don't want to sound cliche or biased, but just suffering from not having a patient father in the house, man. Like really. And for whatever reason, I'm not blaming them, the fathers. Yeah, I'm not blaming the would-be fathers. I'm just saying that your kids are going to appreciate that. You're going to see the progress in your kids. And also women that have choose to have kids with men, you need to also think too, to make sure that whatever it is you can do to be at amends with that father, try your best to do it. Try your best to do it because your kids' emotional health and development is really going to depend on it. It's not the only way to go. Of course, if you don't have those possibilities, don't do it. But I can tell you, my father wasn't rich, but my father, I was where my father taught me every damn thing I know. From 7 years old, he taught me. He had tools in my hands. My father had his own restoration business, a furniture restoration, right? So I was tight with my father, like instantly tight. If I wanted to go somewhere, I was just like every other kid. Woke up, want to go play, want to go to my friend's house. At any time, my father would just be like, "Okay, no problem, but first, go out in front of the house and pick all the weeds from between this side of the house and the bricks. And when you finish with that, then you can go." And you know what I had in my mind? Yep. And I go do it. That was the deal. And every step of the way, my father was always there when I called him. Every step of the way, my father was always there for my friends when they were with me or when they went by to visit him on his own. You see what I mean? So you just have to be up for that challenge when you decide to create children. It ain't always going to work out perfectly, but try your best. And women, if you want to see more men, just think about the role you play too. That's all. I don't get into the blame game because we all have struggles. You know, women and men, black women and men have struggles, but we have to be willing to look at ourselves too for that thing to work out with those kids, you know?
Can I say something about it?
Yeah.
And you just said that. Okay, and it's okay, but I was definitely not speaking on what it had to do with the woman. I'm literally talking about what can the men do when it comes down to, their part. What do you feel that the men can do, when it comes down to their part? Because it's not always, everything not always about mama. That enough is enough with everybody trying to put everything on mama. You know what I mean? Mama can only do so much, and mama can't raise no young man. So that's why I asked, specifically as
Oh,
far as with the fathers.
yeah,
Before you
give the fathers custody.
before you answer that, bro, let me welcome in a new subscriber and thank you. The blind spot says men have no role models at all these days, and the blind spot also says first time here, liked and subscribed. Salute. Thank you so much and salute to you. Welcome in, and I greatly appreciate you for subscribing, hitting that like button and joining us. Thank you, and feel free to engage. Welcome in. As you was, brother Bennett, I believe you was
I'm
answering
sorry,
man.
You
Tim.
No, y'all are fine. I just wanted to. I didn't want them to leave without me, saying hey.
personally, my view about that is like it's going to be various ways, to a male and a female to produce a child can deal with. It's not one opportunity. It's multiple ways you could go about it. But sometimes the two parents they working it out together. They need each other, even if they're not living together, even if they're not married anymore or dealing with each other that way. They can still be friends. They can support each other's homes. They can support each other's roles. But if you don't have that, for example, if you're a woman and you have a child and you feel like it's too much, if that father seems like a half decent man, is the type of man that's going to make sure his child at least has a bed to sleep in, a home, food, will get up in the morning, go to class or do whatever their duties. Don't be afraid to say, hey, take your child for a while. Raise your child, man. And don't worry about him being perfect, because if he have the opportunity, he will and must either get better at it or fail, and you will get that child back. But don't think it's all on you. It's not all on you. It's not.
Okay.
Sometimes, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me out real quick? And I'm sorry, I don't want to disturb you, but hear me out real quick. I just want to ask another good question. I think my question was probably just redirected in a different way, or maybe I didn't explain it right. I'm not sure, but okay. Imagine that your son, your son, you know, was backstabbed by a so-called friend
Say that
that
again.
you actually
Imagine if your son did what? If what happened to him?
imagine
I
if your
can't hear
son was
you.
backstabbed. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hmm.
Just go
Hello?
ahead. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm trying to
Okay.
hear you.
No, I say imagine if your son was backstabbed, through a friend, or whatever.
Oh,
And,
backstab. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I mean, listen.
like
Uh,
would you actually feel like you need to go to the extent that you need to go as far as with the crime that was done, or would you just actually let it go?
if I think the if it's not, if you have a possibility, anytime, no matter what kind of trouble you have, if you have a possibility to go the other direction away from the trouble or the problem, choose that. Go the other direction. Do not go around that person again, especially if there's harm that could happen. You see, you got to let go. Just let go. It's nothing wrong with letting go of a friend. It's nothing wrong with that, because if that person did something like that, they're going to face something somewhere down the line themselves. You see what I mean? So you don't always have to face everything head on all the time. Sometimes you got to navigate around stuff, know what's worth your time and energy, and know what's not worth it. So it's really an individual choice that you really got to see for yourself. But my advice is that if it comes to violence, I would always tell my son, tell my kids, go to other skip that. Don't worry about that. Because you know what? If somebody's threatening my child, don't worry. I want my child to go away. I'm gonna take a look at it myself. You see what I mean? I don't want my kid going through nothing. I don't want my kid wasting their time. Because a lot of times this senseless stuff is just a setup for failure. Just a setup for failure. Senselessness, you know? And it's just it's so sad to see that sometimes when you're in a fight, sometimes you want to lose a fight. You know, when I was growing up, before all the gunplay came into the picture, you used to just have to fight. And if sometimes you get your lip busted, that's just what it is. You gotta learn to walk back down that street again. What you gonna do? But without all those guns, we knew how to do that. See,
Mm,
we can continue. We just said, okay, got my lip busted. Let me just chill out a little bit from what I was over there when that
yeah.
happened. Let me not be over there this time. Or you go over there. But if there's weapons involved, if there's the risk of somebody losing their life, don't let your kid waste their time with that. Be a parent. Let your kid fill your kid with confidence, love, and let them understand that, hey man, something's going to come back to that person that did this. You don't have to do anything. Don't worry. Focus on what you're supposed to be focusing on right now. That is your education. Whether you're in school or not, you better be picking up the books. You better be learning your math. You better be learning your reading. You better be learning another language. You better be, the basics. You better be doing those things because those are things you're going to lean on. You learn a craft if you're not in school. Learn a craft. Do something. Get your hands on something. That's what's most important. These fights out here in the street and all this shit, everybody can see. I mean, we should be able to see it was just a setup. It's just a waste of time. It's circumstances created for us to fail in. And you got to know when to go around that stuff. Because I've been in so many situations. I mean, it's terrible. Sometimes when I think about my youth, it's terrible to think that, damn, the easiest way I'm going to walk down the street is to let somebody know I can fuck them up. I can go to their house and do some harm. I can destroy some property if they fuck with me. I can do a lot of things. And as a young man, we had to learn these kind of things because when somebody see that you're willing to fuck some shit up and violently, a lot of times people tend not to mess with you no more. You see what I mean? But that's not the right way. And it ain't gonna work every time. You see what I'm saying? So
Absolutely.
I was lucky because my father, he taught me a few things when I was young, and that turned into something else that I desired to learn and do by myself. So I was able to do something that allowed me to put some focus into someplace else that was sane, that was healthy. So I didn't have to deal with all this bullshit all the time. Why am I going to come from a neighborhood that's already messed up, that already got G's everywhere, that has a generation of prison, federal pen directly back out to the streets? You think you're going to be the toughest one? You will never be the toughest one. You're going to die trying to be the toughest one. You're going to die trying to get revenge all the goddamn time. Sometimes you just got to say, you know what? I'm the little G. And you know what? You OGs, y'all do that thing. As long as the OGs let you move on with your life, the OGs supposed to not want you involved. The OGs
Period.
supposed to want you involved. You see what I mean? The OGs supposed to be able to look at you and say, damn, you know what? You got some talent. You know what? You know what? Let's make it easy for little bro. Let's make it easy.
Period.
This not supposed to be a trap for everybody. But so that's what I would tell my kids. I was lucky because my father taught me all about the slicksters, all about the game, because he grew up on the streets. You see what I'm saying? So I was able to navigate, but I'm gonna tell you, if you're gonna spend your time there, you're gonna die or go to jail over something stupid and petty. So why, I would never want my kid to have to solve those kind of problems themselves, because we're not supposed to have to do that anyway. That's just what we left to have,
Well,
so
we as parents, you already know, no matter even as just regular human beings, you ain't never gotta be a parent. I mean, things just happen. You
true.
don't necessarily have to bring it to yourself for things to just happen. So,
Things can
it's
happen.
just
Things,
all the
shit
time.
is gonna happen. Shit is, go, shit is going to happen,
You can be man in your business, and
and you do
how
have
they
to
go.
learn. Yeah, and you do have to make mistakes to learn. But in that situation, I would say if my child came home alive, I would I would put in their mind, oh, this what happened. Let me know what happened. Oh, let me know who's involved. Oh, let me know what the deal is. Make sure I have a good relationship with my child so they can be honest with me. And then I will tell them, now,
Absolutely,
you see what I mean? Now, don't waste your time with
absolutely.
this. I'm going to take care of that. Don't worry about it. You need to be focusing in on what's going to help you strive to move forward in your
Mhm,
life, because you're going to have to take care of yourself one day, and you're not going to be able to
mhm.
do it without certain skills. You know what I mean? So
Absolutely.
I'm beyond this thing. I got to the point where if I have to be violent, I know how to be, but I'm always going to choose to move away if I can, just to step aside if I can.
Yeah,
Now, if somebody chooses
that's
to
it.
force me, I don't have a choice. But
Mhm.
if I can avoid it, I'm always going to try to avoid it, because you're not going to teach everybody a lesson, even if you even if you
You
destroy
just
them.
can't.
Yeah, it ain't nothing.
That's why mainly my question was mainly just based off of how we can do better. You know what I mean? Like seriously, how can we do better? What do you think as far as how we can do better? No matter what, I pretty much just use a couple of examples, but my main question was how can we do better? How can we do better as a self to be able to move forward and pass it along to the next person?
Yeah, it's people that's going to disagree with everybody's not always going to agree, but that's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to my lady and my children. So I don't need everybody to agree with my choices, and you have to teach kids to think independently. Don't just be following with the group. Don't just do things because everybody else do it. Think about what you're doing. And those critical thinking skills, even at a young age, is very important for black men, because we grow up in situations where we need that critical thinking very early. We desperately need it. Like really, we desperately need it. I grew up with having a father in a neighborhood where a whole lot of young kids didn't have a father, and they had to look at me have a father. They had to watch my father tell me, go pick those weeds. You know what I'm saying? They had to watch that every single day. You see what I mean? And they had to watch me, have to help my father in his business. Just as a kid, they had to watch that. And it just turned out that I became very strong that way. You see, so I'm able to walk alone. If I want to walk alone, I'm going to walk alone. Period. I don't need a group. I don't need somebody else's validation. But the friends that I do have, they're dear to me. They're like brothers. You see what I mean? And I know most of them all in my life. You see what I'm saying? And if we really do have to get sick about something, oh, we do it just for fun. But do we have to? Because we all got kids. We're all successful now. You see what I'm saying? So we don't have to. We ain't gonna be dumb about the shit, But again, why should we even have to deal with these foul things? Why should we even have to deal with it that way? So never put yourself in a situation where your life going to be taken from you, or you're going to, one way or the other, where you're going to be killed, or lose a limb, lose your ability to walk, be put in a wheelchair, or be locked up forever in jail. Don't put yourself through that shit. Let's do anything else. And you can't even do that bad if you do anything else. Just if the first anything else don't work, figure the other thing out. If it ain't cool in that city, go to a new city where nobody knows you. Start over, man, where people just give you a chance. If you don't feel like people where you live giving you a chance, if that ain't the move for you, that wasn't my situation. I had a damn good time as in my 20s. You know, a damn good time. But I wasn't doing everything everybody was doing verbatim. I was adapting the shit to suit my specific purposes, you know? So, and that's what kept my ass out of a lot of trouble, just because I wasn't a follower, you know? And that's just all it is. And we have to teach our young men to do that, and fathers play a role in that, but mothers play a role too. You got to do what you got to work with what you got, and don't feel bad about it. You just work with what you got, but you know when you're being honest with yourself. You know when you're being honest with your partner, or and that partner knows when they're being honest with you. So my thoughts are, if you want to make these kids, really just understand whatever your differences are, you're much stronger if you just get past them and just take care of the simple things. Because guess what? If you do that, you'll be back. You'll be back. You'll be back. You see what I mean? You know.
Thank you for your response. I really appreciate it. You know,
Oh,
I
definitely, sister.
get your point of view, and everything, and I respect it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. And I'm thankful you shared your story too, because people need to hear. We need to talk a lot more. We need to just talk a lot more, and we don't have to know it all. We don't have to have all the answers. Um, but one thing we do need to do is inspire hope in each other. Inspire that. That's one thing we can all do for free if we want to, if we have it in us. And so that's my life mission, to inspire hope in people that feel like maybe they don't have any, because I know what that's like. I know what that shit is like. It's hard. It was hard making some decisions, but when you don't have a choice, you make them decisions. You got to make them.
Man, where you at, Tiff? Where my sister at?
Yeah, where Mike at? Oh, she fell out. Yeah, break room fell out. Somebody better drop the link.
Sister, hello.
Yo, Mike, you there?
You can't drop the link.
Mm-hmm.
They done left us. They're like, oh,
Yeah, Mike ain't around no more. Let me read some of the comments though. Okay, the blind spot said men don't even see the problem. They think women are the problem, and that's poisonous. I mean, there's definitely a lot of men that might think that way, but there's men that don't. There's men that don't, and there's women that think men are the problem. There's men that think women are. There's a small group of them that parallel each other, but let's not make each other that way. I myself know that it's not as simple as just women are the problem. No answer is that simple. Men ain't the problem, women ain't the problem, but we need to find a way to be real with each other. Whatever that way is, we need to find a way to be real with each other so we can take care of the most important things. Yeah, that we got to find a way. Okay, Superfan said, Ed Mel, speaking from experience, in the most tragic times and experience, forgiveness, and allowing God to handle the situation is the best form of healing. I've had to do it in the worst circumstances. Yes,
and
forgiveness.
yes, most definitely. That's what I agreed to her with. I'm like, seriously, when it come down to women, you know, and I only can speak from a woman's point of view. That's it. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
So me speaking from a woman's point of view, and I'm also a single mother. You know what I
Right.
mean? And it's okay with me. Like seriously, I was okay with being a single mother. Because
It is.
I knew what to expect because it wasn't It's just I don't know. When if you're not married and you have a child, you just need to expect what you expect. You know what I mean, or expect
Yeah,
whatever it is that
yeah,
would come about it. You know what I mean? Like no
exactly.
matter what, like you can't just sit up here and be going into it blind or try to act like you dumb or stupid at the end of the day. So no, I'm not about to play with myself at all. Period. So you know, I became a single mother, and hell, you gotta do what you gotta do, but you don't have to be disrespectful to
Right.
yourself, to your children, to have a single mother life. You do not. You can literally take care of your business, do whatever it is that you need to do, and go through the struggles and be
You,
okay with going through the struggles along with your children and also educate your children at the same time.
Hey
that
JB, how you doing? And no, I love
There you
everybody.
go. Child,
Listen, oh,
you can unbend it.
I've been back up here for a couple of minutes, but my phone had died. But I've been on this last six
Unbend it
hours
up.
and I'm sleeping now, so I'm actually about to lay it down. Though this was an amazing build, it was very, very refreshing, very informative, and to the point where that's why it lasted 6 hours. So many wonderful opinions. Can I please give a special thanks to this wonderful audience tonight, this morning, who's just been wonderful, full of engagement, full of insight. You all are some intelligent, wonderful, wonderfully opinionated people. And can I give a special shout out to my mods? And last but certainly not least, can I give a shout out to this panel? Keeping it cute when Miss Mel is up here with me. Shout out to her. Y'all forgive my voice. It's been a long couple of days with lives. But anywho, shout out to Keeping It Cute with Miss Mel. If you haven't already, go subscribe to her page, y'all. We also got V Bennett up here. If you haven't already, go subscribe to my brother page. If you want to tap more into this type of stuff, politics, and he breaks stuff down over there really, really well. I love it, enjoy it. Please go check him out. Go subscribe to his page. We got super fan in the building. Please go subscribe to their page. Humble Me Hypes in the building. Hey, Miss Lady, love you. Love you, love you, love you. And welcome into our new family, The Blind Spot. Thank you for coming in and giving me your input. Also, thank you to my super sticker senders tonight. Really, really appreciate each and every one of y'all. Everybody that came through. It was so wonderful. Really enjoyed it. Really refreshing. And I hope we get to do it again. If there's any closing, things that my panelists would like to say to the crowd to close us out, y'all are welcome to. But thank you all for coming. For real, for real. Hopefully I'll have my voice soon. But God bless everybody.
yeah, God bless you too, sister. I appreciate you, and thanks to the panel. Hold on, let me get the name right. Metal Heart, Metal Heart, and I got to get your handle, and also Mike. Yo, I appreciate y'all. Thanks a lot. Also, you break room. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me up.
Oh, that's Miss Mel on the panel with this metal hearts in the chat.
Oh, okay, Miss Mel. How do I get the handle? Let me see. Mrs. Is it Miss Miss
Let me
Mel?
see. If can somebody do I have a mod that can drop some links for me? Can I
Is it
get
is it Miss Melanin?
it's
Yes,
Keep It Cute with Miss Mel podcast is her
Okay,
channel,
okay.
but
And
we
what's the
call
handle?
her Miss Mel.
Miss Mel.
Keep it cute. Is the handle keep it cute?
We gonna drop the link so you
Oh,
can
okay.
see it.
Yeah. It's easier.
But
Just drop it.
her name is right there down in the chat. Let me pin it right
Yeah, but
there.
for some reason I can't. click on it. I don't know why that is. Like,
If I could get I'ma hang on a little bit just to get a couple of y'all links drop. If you are a content creator in here, if I missed you by any by any way, if I missed shouting your channel out and you're here, please drop your link. Humble Me Heart is well, did I say that right? Lord, I'm sleepy. Um did I say that right? Lord, help me out, Miss Mel. Humble Me Heart. Did I say that right? Miss Mel ain't helping.
Right
J
now.
JB, I love you. Child. Hold on, you guys. Let me check let me scroll up real quick. Let's
If
see.
I go out, it's gone.
Lord, I said humble me heart. Humble me hype. You know I'm tired. I'm sitting here calling you humble me heart. Lord have mercy. I'm up here like Mel. I know I'm wrong. Humble me hype, you guys. Another great content creator. Super fan. Keeping it cute with Miss Mel. V Bennett up here. Break room 411. Um, let me see. I think that might be all that's in here.
If I go down, I'm not sure I'll be able to. I don't know. I'll drop down though and just put my link in there.
Girl, can't nobody hear nothing you saying.
Alright.
Good morning, Lady E. But I'm gonna give it a couple. I love you, Tiff. I love you more, Sugar Plum. You know I love you, girl. I don't know if I got any link droppers in here. I can't do it from StreamYard, but however, y'all,
I'm gonna
um,
drop down.
girl, I can't hear you, sis.
Oh, okay.
I can't hear you. I'm like, who's humble me hearts, girl? You know that was the sleep talking child. You know good and well. I know, I know sis name. I'm up here like I'm wrong as hell, but I went with it. But anywho, y'all, oh, okay, Miss Mel. I love you, sister, and thank you so much for coming up. Shout out to Miss Mel for being a part of this platform today. I greatly appreciate it. Don't forget you guys to I don't think I have anybody in here right this second that can drop V Bennett. Oh, thank you. Thank you, JB. Okay. I'm gonna stick around just a second to get some links dropped in the chat real quick. For those that are in here. And while we're doing that, I just want to say definitely a big shout out to One Mike So Focus and Brother V Bennett. It has been great to have the Kings come out and give us their point of view because we are always hearing the point of views of our fellow sister. And this was really great to listen to, and it's a reason you did not hear me talking too much like I normally do when I'm hosting, because I wanted other point of views to be heard tonight, and I would love for us to get back to that. Thank y'all for dropping the links. Thank y'all for dropping y'all links. Yes, y'all know we are a channel of promoting one another and helping each other explore different channels and getting different information than the norm. So with that said, thank y'all for coming tonight. Thank y'all for engaging. Thank you to the panel who was so into it, who was so um engaging with one another. And shout out to Miss Mel and V Bennett and One Mike so much for blessing this panel tonight. Yes, Mel. Thank you so much, Miss Mel, for helping us navigate this thing. And it was just so great. I love information, y'all. I don't care who it come from, because you never know. Just because something might not be adjacent to your life and situation at that moment does not mean things that aren't adjacent right now cannot end up adjacent to you tomorrow or at any point in your life. So
Mhm.
get up on learning your laws. Also, know your laws, know your rights, know all of these things, and just so you know where you stand as a human, as a citizen of this country. And God bless this nation. I live here, therefore I have love for this nation. I just I want us to realize that it has to start somewhere. We all recognize so many issues that can be that needs to be fixed, altered, changed, upgraded. All of this within our society, within our ways of thinking. Wouldn't you agree, brother?
Yeah. Oh, I definitely agree with you. That was a perfect comment. Like, just because something is not adjacent to you right now, doesn't mean it won't be later. So it's important to be able to communicate, listen, and understand. Communicating is just sharing ideas. It's not a fight. It's not a war. It's just to listen, to understand, try to understand what the other person is saying. You know.
I'm so glad you said that because, auntie, and politics will bring it out. Brother Bennett is a lot like me, right? My husband reminds me, well, not as much as brother Mike. Mike, something else, but
Yeah, he's hilarious. He's
yes,
cool.
but
He know how to communicate too, man. He's a good, like,
absolutely. I love it. I love how all of you speak so eloquently and intelligent. I love it. My husband is a we in our household, we're debating all the time. And I was telling Brother Bennett, we're always taking opposing sides, right? Of most stories just to see how you can who gonna present the most to fit the argument, beat the argument, or whatever the case.
mhm.
So we are often doing this in our home, challenging our minds, and so my husband is the type where he is very serious um when he is discussing something or trading, info or back and forth banter on a certain subject. And some people when speaking about something, um often people are passionate due to their own experiences when you are actually talking about terms that really don't require how we feel, but more so what is just what is, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because the truth don't have no emotions in it, not saying people are emotional. I'm just saying sometimes when we're speaking with things like when it comes to laws, when it comes to this, that, and the third, any little thing, people often refer to personal things when certain things ain't a personal situation.
Right.
Sometimes it's just dealing with what is, you know what I mean?
Well,
And I think Brother Bennett understands that a lot.
yeah, and the only thing that's going to happen when you discuss things, discuss information, the only thing that's going to really happen is that you're going to find out later if that's verbatim accurate, true or not. And when you find out that it's not, it's wise to adjust. That's what learning is. And so I like to go over details. It's become a part of me. You know what I mean? It's just at my age, I examine everything. I like to measure things before I cut. If you know what I mean, right? I like to measure a
Yes.
lot before I cut, just to be sure. And I'm very methodic that way. So if I don't know something, like some of the things Mike was talking about, I don't know some of the things he was mentioning specifically. So I just said, okay, well, I don't know about that. Just took some notes, and I'm gonna look it up. But even outside of that, I could still understand and agree with some of the things he was saying, just in terms of the fairness, the aspect of fairness, and the aspect of the what do you call it, the vacuum we caught in, so I could see how his comments and his views still kind of parallel mine. It's just we have made two different choices about how we're going to deal
Yes.
with it. You see what I mean? And so I respect that, and but if you always open to just examine what somebody's saying, then you don't you only turn out the better for it. You know, you only turn out the better for it. And
Speaking
even
of brother Mike, I'm gonna drop him down because I think he might be asleep, and I haven't heard nothing from him.
yeah, I think he fell asleep, right?
Yeah, so let's go ahead and God bless you, brother Mike. If you catch the end of this live, thank you so much for coming up. Love your insight and can't wait to get more. Hey to Mama Three, who's back with us. Shout out to all my gorgeous mods. Love you all, and my handsome mods as well. Shout out to all the kings and queens of the 411. I love you, ladies. I love you, gentlemen. Shout out. What you was saying, bro?
Yeah, I think for me, it's not personal, because it's only about the information, and when you're discussing information, the only thing you're going to find out is that you're either correct about some of the things you're saying, or maybe at times you're not going to be correct, and you got to make an adjustment, and that's all it is, because you can always learn something new, and you got to be open for that. You got to be open for learning something new, and I'm open for that. I know that I don't have to have the same exact understanding or agree all the time for somebody to still be my brother or sister, or to be a caring person, or to be a family member, or a solid friend. 100%. You see what I mean? That's what
Yeah.
friendship. I debate and talk with my friends all the time. We don't always agree, but the one thing we know is we love each other, and
Yes.
we were there
Yes.
for each other. So that's the reward of it all. You get to have interesting conversations, and you get to hear what your buddies think about stuff. It's only gonna make you stronger.
Absolutely. And Metal Heart agrees and says she wasn't trying to insult him by saying he sounded like a surveying citizen.
But he do. I saw that he does though. But it's like some of the things he was saying does is some of the stuff they say, but that doesn't mean that's exactly what he is. Maybe it's a spinoff, or maybe it's something else that maybe they influence each other, or maybe not. I mean, but at the end of the day, I was about to ask him one last question though, because I started to ask him, about the crime thing, and then he was talking about going into the court, and I wanted to ask him, okay, so when he was saying this, what you got to do when you go into court, and I wanted to ask him, so have you done it? Because that's what I want to know. Also, like, have you done this or not? Just to make it clear. Because if you haven't, then I know, okay, I need to approach this like that. But if you have, then I'm gonna take a note of that, and I'm gonna go check it out. Very simple. It
Yes.
ain't much to be done about it, right? Just go find out. Gotta research it. But yeah, I mean, overall though, I liked a lot of his, we agreed on a lot. That's the thing about it. Like, in terms of the values, the basic values, I agree with him a lot. In terms of like women being the helper and all, I don't do that one. I don't do that myself. I don't do it at all. You're your own person. You could be what you are. You know what I'm saying? If you're
Yeah.
if you're the person with a great idea today, and you want to lead that project, and you know more about it than me, by all means do that. Hey, I got your back. Let me be the helper today. And if it just so happens to be vice versa, I hope it's the same. You see what I mean? Like, but but outside of that, we agree. Like, some of the values that the industry and the society is teaching our kids, in the aspect of the lack of fairness. for our people. I 100% agree with him. What to do about it? Yeah, I'm always going to tell people, if you pay taxes, vote. He don't pay taxes though. He said, even though that was the other thing. I'm going to research that though. What does that mean? You don't file taxes. I wrote it down. Don't get me wrong. I was there taking notes, but it's not to disprove him. It's just to know what the hell he talk about. Is it true or not? I don't know, right? You gotta research it to know. So, but I think his heart is in the right place. So
Absolutely,
yeah,
yeah.
so I don't have an issue with that at all. He don't sound like he hurting nobody. He don't sound like he's a danger to the community. He sounds like somebody that he wish he believes in family and want to have a positive life with his family. So I think that's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Y'all, that's my time.
I know.
Um,
I see you.
um, but thank you so much, V Bennett, and please come back and give us more info anytime that you want. This is what we need. We need to push for these subjects to be spoken on more because it is this is our life, and especially even if like you got people have family here, there, wherever. Make sure we paying more attention. We're voting. Get your kids out if they're adults. Get them out to vote, you guys, and do what you can for in your communities or within your household to make sure we're raising good people that are going to be assets to our communities, and just step it up and do more and do our research, and see what other avenues are out there, because there are other options and ways of living that people don't even know exist. So I've learned a lot from Brother V, moving to another country and his reasons. Great sense, and the benefits of what was gained from that transition. And we need
Oh,
to
I
know
gained a
more.
lot. I gained a
Mhm.
lot, sister. I gained a lot. And some of the things that I mentioned some of the, social benefits, like, in terms of the taxes and stuff like that. But one of the main things that I definitely learned is, I'm gonna give you a brief example. It took me a very, very long time to get some of this violence out of my heart. You see what I mean? Like, seriously, because obviously I kept that attitude that I have from my upbringing with me for all of my adult life in the US. It served me okay, you know what I mean? But at the same time, there was a toxic element to it. And I could tell you, there's no need for me to worry about somebody running behind me in this place. I'm not worried about crime. There's barely any crime here, really, to be honest with you. It's not a paradise. But yo, a lady was jogging one day and it came out of nowhere. My instincts, and my adrenaline, it had me about to turn around and cold cock this lady just for jogging down the street. And I thought right there, I was like, yo, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Because it don't make no sense. Nobody's running up behind me here. Nobody's,
Right.
why do I have to think about that? And it took me a long time to get past that. You see what I mean? So I'm not really going to go back to it, and I don't really want to go back to that kind of mentality. But I recognize it has it's mental illness, sister.
Yeah.
It's harsh. It helped this place. It helped me free myself of something, so I could explore just just having a regular life, not thinking about violence, not thinking about violence. And thinking about violence plagued me for all of my adulthood and all of my teenagehood in the US, in DC. It just did. And I had to leave to find that out, that everybody's not dealing with that shit, you know? And so I'm happy I did that. But at the same time, I love my community where I come from. If I had to die somewhere, it would be an honor to die there in my community talking to young kids, even if it's one of the young kids that kill me. You see what I mean? Um, that's okay with me because I know I have a mission in my life.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, cousin TC. Oh, I seen you mail. Child, I'm half dizzy, child. I'm getting up off here, girl. You know I love me some child, but Hutty,
All right, I'm
baby.
out, sis. I'm out, sis.
Um,
I'm out. I'm
oh,
gonna
okay, B Bennett. Thank you so much. It's been an honor.
That's you. Thank you. Thank you. I see y'all.
Thank
Peace.
you.
Peace, everybody in the chat. Peace. One.
Yes. Y'all, I've had a great night. I can't keep my eyes open. The normal again. I know, right? I love you, Mel. I'm so thankful for each and every one of y'all. For real, I had no idea that we would be politicking this long. But I've enjoyed every minute of it. Um, I hope everybody have a good night and just take heed to some of the things that was said here. Also, keeping in mind the beginning of this live of us, rebuilding the family, moving in a new direction, and getting used to some new things and a new vibe over here. Period. So, out with the old and in with the new. And I think tonight was a great start on something new and unexpected, and let's keep the flow going. Let's not get boxed in, you know what I mean? So I'm all out of voice, and it's time for me to take a nap before afternoon, early afternoon. So I know it's good morning, but it's good night, cuz. I love you, cuz. I love you, Sister Mel. Bye, Metal Heart. Thank you again to Brother V. Bennett and Brother One Mike, Brother Al Swan, Esco, all the kings that came through, and certainly all the queens. What a build! What a wonderful night! Did not expect this at all, but I'm super excited and feeling really good about the future of the 411. Let's bring more insight, bring more info, we complain a lot about our communities and the things that we lack as a people, but we have to do our part. It's bigger than just um it's bigger than just politics. Also, we have to bring more genuine hearts back. We have to bring more care back, more compassion back, um, and more respect back of one another. You know what I'm saying? It's a dirty game out there, a dirty world, and it's getting crazier and crazier. So what we can do is, like cousin Mina said, it starts in the home. Make sure that we are instilling the right values and putting the right knowledge and preparations into our children and into our family, so we are a better prepared people and we're stronger people. So let's start taking the future of our children, our lives, a little more seriously. Yes, it's election season, it's voting time, but don't let it be just about who you're choosing for your president. Make sure you tap in to who you're choosing as your school superintendents, and who you're choosing for judges and congressmen, senates. Don't just slap a name down or whatever. Get to know what these people are offering, you know. So hopefully you can get people behind your state and this country who wants to see it do well and want to see us all do well, and not just keep, you know, feeling like we got to be boxed into these classes and only certain people can get benefits here and certain people get benefits there. It should be some relief for all people, you know. So everybody, hands left leaves has a footprint on this country and on your state, on your city. So look into it, y'all. Start from the bottom and work your way up, and get in get in tuned. It's easy to talk about the things that don't matter. It is easy to talk about, things that are frivolous and don't directly affect your personal life, but these are things that do affect our personal lives. So, sorry if my voice is scratchy, y'all. I'm trying not to be too loud, and I've been up talking for 6 hours in 17 days. So, anywho, but do your work, um, keep an eye on your future, and don't put your eggs in one basket. Spread it around a little bit. Don't have all your money in just one bank. you know have a nest egg that's easy accessible if anything goes wrong. Get I'm gonna go back to the beginning. It sounds like a great what live. Thank you, baby. Good morning and good day, family. Child, I'm going to sleep. I'm about to footwork my ass to sleep. Love y'all. We love you too, sis, and thank you so much. This live was amazing, and I'm so grateful. And I'm about to go to sleep too. If you haven't, catch the beginning. Um, Wow, what a build. You guys have a great night. I'm gonna go lay down. Yes, I don't either. I got multiple bank accounts. Yes, cuz have multiple bank accounts. We do the same. Have multiple bank accounts. Have a cash stash somewhere safe, in case systems go down. You still need gas. You still need food. You still need things that if you can't swipe that card, that credit card, that bank card, what are you going to do if you can't write that check because they're not accepted while systems is down because checks can't be ran and processed and all of that? What will you do? Yes, I am that somebody. The local elections count, if not almost, it literally just as much, if not more, because your states and cities, well, definitely your states, um, our states have different laws, you know? So, like, for instance, the man running for office for governor of my state, he's cool with slavery. He's African American, but he's cool with slavery. He wants to ban the right to choose where abortions are concerned, and multiple other things. I wouldn't want no one who wants to send me back 100 years to be my governor, you know? Dreamy girl, I actually have been on for 7 hours, and we just had a wonderful, wonderful build and panel. I hope you are able to catch the replay because, honey, I ain't got no voice. And I keep saying goodbye, but I'm here. I love you, dreamy girl. But yeah, y'all, I'm gonna rest this voice and chill out and give me some rest. Take a quick a little nap, and then I'm gonna get up, exercise, skate, you know, do dope fiendish things. Like my ops like to tell me. I'm gonna do dope fiendish things like wake up and cook some brunch. Then I'm gonna go outside and take my dog out on the farm. Then I'm gonna skate for a little while because I like to do it for my leg exercise. And then I'm gonna do some more exercises. And then I'm gonna go and run a few errands. And yeah, I'm gonna do a whole lot of dope fiend shit. You know what I'm saying today. Um, I don't have to cook today because my husband did some dope fiend shit like cook dinner, some delicious pot roast and potatoes and carrots and all that good stuff. So we got plenty of food for today that we don't have to cook no dinner. And yeah, what other dope fiend shit I'm gonna do today? Hold on, let me think before I let y'all go. I love you, Mama Three. You know I love you, girl. Um, Let me think real quick, make sure I covered all the dope fiend shit I'm gonna do today. Uh, I think that might be all. Oh, probably gonna redo my hair. Yeah. Let me see. Check on business. Go see my granny. Yeah. I think that wraps up all the dope fiend shit I'm gonna do today. Run some errands, see some folk, you know, make some Skrilla, things of that nature. I mean, that's what the people say, JB. They say because I sit out here on my farm and, I've always been a slender tenderoni. You know what I'm saying? I've never been a bigums, but I don't know. I guess one of these people on the YouTube streets been selling me naughty things or something because I guess you gotta be there to know for a fact. And I guess these motherfuckers around here done been everywhere. You hear me? Because, honey, they swear to God, they swear to God, they swear to God. But, you crazy, Jay. But, let me see. Pretty as fuck. I love it, though. I'm just saying, I'm gonna go skate down there by the horse farm, I might do a members live out there, facing the fishing pond and the goats and the sheep and stuff with my dope fiend scenery and my dope fiend yard and my dope fiend house and oh shit. Yeah, treasure, I'm about to go to sleep though. Cause my voice is a pop girl. It's pop girl, it's gone. But yeah, I'll probably do a members live later today. Let me whisper so I can preserve my voice. It's been saying bye to us for about 3 whole hours. I have, right? I have. I think this has been such a while since I've had such a good time. Hold on. When the conversation's so good, you don't want to let go, Auntie. I want to bring my spending the night back. Oh, I want to bring my spending the night back to the break room. Um, but yeah, good night to anybody going to sleep like me, and hello to anybody just stopping by. Uh, Stop, you don't even sound right saying that. I mean, I'm just going off what the people say, you know what I mean? They say because I'm a married lady with a how can I say? They say because I'm a married lady who's a beautiful slim Jim, you know what I'm saying? In all the right places. who got good hair and uh my teeth white and my dog happy. My dog child is happy and my husband happy and my yard is yarding. They say this is how dope fiends live. They say because I got goats and sheep in the distance, and I'm on these here acres minding my business, and have me some skate time around noon. They say I'm smoking all the dope in the world, JB. I love all my real ones in here too. Yes, JB, love you too. So, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just getting up, baby girl, ready for school. I'm done. Are your skates four wheels, rollerblades, or union number fives? My skate, you crazy? They four wheelers with LED lights in the wheels. They're black and they light up. Yep. I love you, JB. I just be I just be throwing that out there for shits and giggles. I used to ain't say stuff like that, but some days I just like to agree with my enemies for the sake of argument, you know? I just want to agree for the sake of argument. I'm over here living my horrible tale, but dope fiend life, child. Living in a cardboard box, child. Yes, I am. Dog ain't even got no hair on him no more. We done sold the dog hair. I done sold all my show and tells. It ain't a motherfucking person in sight. You hear me? All the jewelry gone. You know what I'm saying? I love you, Miss Amelia. I love you so much. I done sold the couches, the crystal, all that. I done sold the silver. I done sold Buck's great 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 grandmother silver. You know, doing dope fiend shit over here. You feel me? Yep. All the 49ers gear gone. Gone. According to the internet, I sold it for a rock. You hear me? Ooh-wee. Yeah, about to sell Buck if he ain't careful. Before I get the nicking and shit, I'm tell her, um, my husband, he gonna have to go slang some dick. I'm tell Buck I need my next fix. He gonna have to go slang some dick. You hear me? I'm gonna tell Buck the corner is that way. You hear me? The the corner is that way. So if y'all got any thought and mamas or sisters or whatever who wanna help me get off the farm, you know what I'm saying? If y'all wanna help me get off the farm and into a dope fiend halfway house or something, uh, you know, go meet Buck at the corner of 19th and MacArthur Street around 3 o'clock this afternoon. I'm gonna ask him if he can pull a 3 to midnight shift. You hear me? We slanging dick around here for rocks. You hear me? I sold all the TVs, child. That's why I'm on YouTube all day, going live, child. I ain't got a TV nowhere, honey. Mm-mm. And sold the internet, cable cords, and everything, honey. Gone. Gone. Don't forget 2 of the 6 cars, child. Wait, I know you been working a lot, cause girl, it's I done sold 4 of them motherfuckers now. You hear me? Oh shit. I'm about to have some yarn for sale when I get a hold of when I get a hold of one of these sheep for you knitting sisters. You know, I'm selling everything we got for for a few small pebbles. So when I get a hold of these sheep over here across the way, I'm gonna have yarn. You feel me? Period. Dope fiend shit. Hey, Lady Unicorn, love you. Oh shit. Treasure said, lead the black sheep is reparations. I'm done. CC, you know she would never sell nothing with the 49ers on it. I hope you're having a good day, Lady Unicorn. Welcome, welcome to the trap house. I can never. I had to end the live with some jokes. Welcome to the trap house, where we have no hope because we smoking dope. Where we have no dreams because we some dope fiends. You get me? Oh shit! I'm done. Everything must go. Everything must go, baby. If you got a hot rock, you got yourself a deal. You hear me? Oh shit! If you got a hot rock, yo, period. And I babysit your kids for $4.99 an hour straight like that. Now I ain't cooking shit, but I babysit them bad motherfuckers for $4.99. You hear me? Cause all I want in the break room is hot rocks. You hear me? Everything we say here is alleged or for entertainment or educational purposes only. Amelia, let me borrow a 20 twin. I need a hot rock from Normandy and Weston. I need me a bag of the good. You hear me? Oh shit. I need a bag of the good stuff. You know, have some sympathy. Have some sympathy. We here on the farm wants to smoke dope and shave sheep all motherfucking day. You hear me? Now, what we doing on the farm is smoking dope. We ain't got no hope. Period. I'm married to a rock. You hear me? I'm married to a bag of the good stuff. Oh shit. Some people married to the streets. I'm married to the good stuff. You hear me? They got me shooting up everything but niggas over here. I'm like, what? Oh shit! Everything must go. Everything must go. And I'm creating an Amazon wish list for you motherfuckers, so you can buy me a bunch of shit and I can sell it on Martin Luther the King. You hear me? I have a wish list set up by the morning. One on Amazon and one on Temu. All profits going to the trap house. You hear me? All proceeds will be donated to the nearest trap house for my smoking needs. You hear me? Can a family come together with $30, $25, $20, 17.99 now? He ain't gonna go no lower than that now. I can't take nothing less than 17.99 to the trap house. Is y'all gonna go in together or nothing? Is is you is or is you ain't? Now help me get off the farm and into the trap house as a family. Now come together as a family and help me get to my next rock. Okay? Now ask for much. If you can harm, you can heal. If you can harm, you can heal. You feel me? Yo, I don't know who crazier, me or y'all for listening to this shit. I don't know which family member crazier, me or y'all. Y'all is really up at 7 a.m. listening to me, listening to you, listening to me. Now that's love. Cause y'all know I'm sleepy with no voice, talking crazy as hell, for my enemies. And y'all actually in here. Once I stop talking about smoking dope, four of my enemies left. You see how they do? They like, oh, she ain't roasting herself about doing bags of the good stuff, eh? Well, we're out of here. Bye, little ugly bitch. No, I'm stop. Let me stop, child. Damn shame over here talking shit. Uh, in advance. Little ugly enemy in the bushes. They mad as hell. I stopped making jokes. They like, ugh, bitch. Cause they gonna screen record this as a confessional in the morning. Hello, my name is Break Room, and I am a dope fiend. I want all the good stuff. I dream about it. I wake up and I don't want to eat no food, just dope. I don't want no water. I just want to drink liquefied rock. You understand? Oh, thank you, baby. Thank you so much. What's the word for the day? Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it. I'm just ending it with some jokes, some sleepy time jokes. I love all my cousins and them. Shout out to all the cousins in the family. I would have thought y'all was more family if y'all would have all came in here with a rock, you know. Ain't nobody got no peppers in the chat. I'm starting to twitch and shit. You know, this the type of morning I usually get up and start looking for my fix. When the sun rises, it's time to get up and go. I'm saying hit some of the good stuff. I'm gonna go to the trap house and say, I want 7 pebbles of the good stuff. Is that how you ask for it? Absolutely, treasure. We so crazy. Treasure changing the subject because she don't want y'all whole assholes to have no more ammo on my confessions. She said, okay, Tip, that's enough screen records for them. Treasure said that's enough. You know they got 99 of them. Okay, now I'm gonna let y'all go. I love y'all. I had a good time. And again, this was only for entertainment. And the second part was educational. Now that I officially have no voice and I'm sounding like a frog, I'm gonna see y'all later. And God bless each and every one of y'all. Thank y'all for showing up for your girl. It means everything. Shout out to the whole motherfucking 411 family. Straight like that. And when my voice come back, I'll be talking politics and shit again. You hear me? Don't ever count me out on the set. Period. I love y'all. Good night, family.